Ah,
Mom, be careful. Don't really hurt anyone. My mom just died, and everyone is watching. Got it, got it. I didn't use much force, just a gentle shake. Who knew she was so fragile? Mom, she's bleeding. She can't die, right? No, hurry over. No one is around now. Take her back to the room. Later, we can come out confidently, so others won't suspect. A sharp pain in the back of her head. Simple suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to sit up cautiously, but then she realized something was wrong. Her body wasn't responding as it should. Who the heck drugged me? The surroundings were quiet. Only then did Simple notice something was off. The environment, the table, the decorations, the ornaments, and even the clothes she was wearing all looked poor and shabby, completely different from her family's luxurious style. Most surprisingly, her small, pale hand under her sleeve didn't look like her own. Her quick temper flared up. She panicked again and fainted. Feeling overwhelmed, her body seemed used to this, and she quickly woke up again. But Simple was still stunned. She loved reading novels, but only when it was about others. Now that it was happening to her, she couldn't accept it. She was a proud daughter of the underworld, caught in a fierce fight, and ended up time-traveling. Who could she complain to?
sigh.
She let out a deep sigh and had to accept her fate. She reviewed the memories of the original owner. The only good thing was that this family was fairly well off. Although they didn't flaunt their wealth, they were still comfortable enough. It wouldn't be so bad that the young lady would have to go from luxury to poverty overnight. The original owner, Simple, was a 15-year-old high school girl. Her ancestors and maternal grandparents were wealthy for generations. The elders were wise, and a few years ago, they donated all their visible assets to the government, gaining peace for the past few years. The society was in 1959 Beijing, heading toward a turbulent decade. She didn't know if this alternate timeline would follow the same path, but signs of trouble were already there. School classes were less lively than before, and street thugs occasionally wandered around. The atmosphere was tense, and neighbors spoke cautiously. Simple couldn't help but sigh again. Why did it have to be this particular time? After donating the family assets, her father joined the army, and her mother went to work in a factory. Then, one by one, the elders passed away. Then came the news of my father's sacrifice. My fragile mother couldn't bear it and followed him. Now, the situation is that my mother has just passed away, and the family of my fiancé, whom my father arranged before he died, came to break off the engagement. During the argument, I was pushed down by the fiancé's mother. As a result, they dragged me back into the house and then ran away, ignoring me completely. Next, there was a Simple arrival.
Ugh.
Thinking this, I reached back to my head and felt a sharp pain. I also touched a dried blood clot. No wonder I have no strength. Supporting myself against the wall, I staggered into the kitchen. I found a cold, leftover steamed bun. I didn't care about anything else and ate it quickly without hesitation, drinking cold water. After finishing 2 buns, I finally felt a bit better. Phew. I didn't think I could be so miserable. Just as I was about to rest and recover, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by loud shouting. The Ji family now lives in a small apartment in the textile factory where Ji's mother works. It's not soundproof, so with just these sounds, several neighbors peeked out. What are you doing? Jian, are you at home? Aunt Wang is here to see you. Then came a low male voice. Mom, is she going to die? I sneered inwardly. They are playing their drama, quite grandly. I slowly went to open the door, weakly supporting myself on the doorframe. Auntie, Brother Jian, my pale face still had bloodstains from my head injury. Lin Jian and his mother were also startled. They originally wanted to quietly talk inside, but now they dared not. They just wanted to finish quickly. Wang Hongmei quickly organized her words. Santan, I'll be honest with you. Our family is eager for Jian to get married and have children. You're still too young, so let's call off this marriage. Here, this is the jade pendant your mother gave for the engagement. Return the token, and our 2 families will forget about the marriage. She didn't even bother to ask how I was doing, just straightforwardly wanted to break off the engagement. It seemed they were eager to climb higher. I felt dizzy and didn't want to argue with them. Anyway, breaking off the engagement suited my wishes. However, in my memory, the Lin family had taken advantage of this engagement quite a lot. The eavesdropping upstairs and downstairs was obvious. Thinking of this, I was quite upset. I casually threw the jade pendant, which I treasured, out of my pocket. Aunt Wang, technically, this marriage contract should be based on mutual consent. Now that you have your ideas, I should also be considerate. Especially since I am now a lonely girl with no one to rely on, and Brother Jian is a formal worker at the steel factory. I should have self-awareness. Hearing her words, Wang Hongmei's expression relaxed a bit. She took a quick glance and changed the subject. I remember that brother construction and uncle's work were arranged by my grandfather, right? Wang Hongmei froze. What do you mean? Are you trying to cause trouble? Nothing like that, Auntie. Jian Dan leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and thought to herself that her weak body wasn't very helpful. With my condition, I can't cause any trouble. You're overthinking. But if I remember correctly, my grandfather's help was based on the idea that good things should stay within our family, right? I know Uncle Lin and Aunt Wang both care about their reputation. Given our current situation, it's probably awkward for us to keep claiming this work, isn't it? Wang Hongmei immediately stiffened and, ignoring her pride, raised her voice. Jian Dan, what do you mean? That work was given to us by your grandfather. Now you, as a younger family member, want to back out and take it back? I tell you, no way. Once it's given to the Lin family, it's theirs. She added with a malicious tone, if you want it, fine. Whoever gave it to you can come and take it back. Jian Dan wasn't angry. She just gave a cold smile. All right, if you say so. She looked toward the small gap in the door across the hall. Uncle Tsung, could you please help me find Uncle Chen from the steel factory? I remember Uncle Chen was the one who made the certificate for us, right? The person across the hall was not embarrassed and replied cheerfully, no trouble at all. I'll go right now. Of course, Wang Hongmei knew that the factory director had made the certificate and also knew that the director had a good relationship with old Master Jian, which was why she secretly came to call off the engagement. She didn't expect Jian Dan to have some sense now. For now, she had to keep her calm. If the factory director came, it would be a big problem. Seeing that things might get out of hand, Lin Jian was quick to stop the person across the hall. Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. Jian Dan, what are you doing? Isn't my mother discussing this with you? Jian Dan felt dizzy and was about to lose her balance. She supported herself against the wall and sat down on the ground at the door. Her pale face was unmistakable. Since the woman across the hall opened the door, she didn't bother to close it and just looked on openly. People upstairs and downstairs quietly gathered around. The villagers were simple and honest. They knew that Jian's family only had a young girl left, so everyone nearby naturally looked out for her. Jian girl, what's wrong with you? Jian Dan glanced at Wang Hongmei, hesitant to speak. Wang Hongmei's face stiffened. Did this little girl know that her injury was related to them? Was she threatening her? Auntie, I'm fine. It's just that I accidentally. She mumbled and kept glancing at Wang Hongmei and her son. Anyone could tell it was related to them. Wang Hongmei naturally sensed it too, feeling angry and itchy with frustration, but she didn't dare say anything. After all, whether it was about breaking off the engagement, her job, or the simple injury on her head, she was in the wrong. There were still neighbors upstairs and downstairs talking loudly. Young Miss Jian, is it Wang Hongmei who hurt you? Most of this area was the factory district, and the family apartments weren't far apart. The conversations overlapped, and although they weren't very close, they often saw each other. This woman isn't kind. Did she just see your family had no adults around and come to bully you? Yeah, isn't her son just a fiancé? Huh, I heard from the beginning. She came to break off the engagement, and she doesn't want to return the job either. What? Break off the engagement? That's so rude. Exactly. I remember my father-in-law said that they didn't help the Jian family much at first. The Lin family was insistent on the engagement, and because of it, the Jian family's old master even arranged 2 official jobs. Oh my goodness, the Lin family is so greedy. Those official jobs are hard to get, at least 50 or 60 yuan a month. Wang Hongmei's face turned red. Lin Jian was getting impatient. Stop talking nonsense. The young lady here doesn't know anything. Besides my family, who else would want her? At this moment, the wind outside wasn't as strong, but the signs were there. Old Master Jian was kind and generous, and many people had benefited from him. The neighbors weren't happy about this. Wang Hongmei, your child doesn't understand anything and is just talking nonsense.
Exactly.
Everyone knows old Master Jian donated his family's assets to the country, and the government even awarded him a certificate. Isn't that right, young Miss Jian? The battle was in these aunties' hands. Jian took the chance to regain her strength. Hearing the questions, she quickly responded, Auntie, you remember better than I do. That's right, my grandfather and my great-grandfather's certificates are hanging on the wall at my home. Wang Hongmei stopped her son, knowing that although they successfully broke off the engagement today, it would cost a lot. She forced a smile. Oh, Jian, you misunderstood, Auntie. I didn't mean to say anything bad. It was just a slip of the tongue. How could Auntie be ungrateful? Come, let me help you inside so we can talk properly. She clenched her teeth but had to force a smile, probably nearing her limit of patience. She planned to go out later to see if there was a way out, not wanting to provoke her further. Reluctantly, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was clear that she was no longer the easy target they could manipulate. Wang Hongmei stopped pretending and directly asked what she wanted to do. In the memories of the original owner, she recalled that the two jobs were with a steel factory as regular workers. When they started, the monthly salary was 22 yuan, and after 5 or 6 years, it increased to 28. Benefits aside, she wasn't planning to ask for too much, just 3 years' worth of wages in exchange for the job. Wang Hongmei obviously couldn't agree. Money in her hands was hard to come by. No, that's too much. You know, Auntie has a big family. We need money for food and drinks, she said. Initially, it was 22 yuan a month, and in less than 2 years, it went up to 28. Besides the pay, there are receipts and benefits. Over these years, the wages have increased a lot. I only want 3 years' wages, that's not much, she explained. If they couldn't decide, she would find someone to help. This job was quite popular. Don't think you're losing out too much. Besides the work, over these 5 or 6 years, I've gained many benefits using my family's name. Do I need to say it outright? Just my fiancé's status is worth more than this salary, she added. Wang Hongmei exchanged a glance with her son, and suddenly, she couldn't smile anymore. Lin Jian's eyes turned cold. How do you know? What? Want to fight? Guess what? If something happens to me, do you think the people outside will let you go? Mom, I just want to talk to Dandan. Wait a moment, he said. He pulled her into a room. Poor young lady, with a simple bun, still weak and powerless. Once inside, he grabbed her throat with a hard hand. His fierce eyes looked no different from those of an enemy. Tell me, what else do you know? I don't know what you're talking about. I should know.
What?
The things I need to know.
I naturally know everything, she said.
His grip tightened, and she was soon gasping for air. It had been years since she felt this kind of suffocation. After being kidnapped as a child, she had trained herself to be strong. Who would have thought she'd be choked again one day? The air in front of her was getting thinner and thinner. Lin Jian's eyes held a deadly intent. He wasn't bluffing. At this moment, she had no other thoughts. She deeply missed her weapons room and her electric baton. In just a few breaths, the ceiling seemed to blur. Desperately, she wondered if bringing her here was just to make her experience being choked to death again. Suddenly, she felt like she had something in her hand. The familiar touch made her think less, and reflexively, she reached for the switch. Instinctively, she pushed forward, and immediately, a rush of fresh air flooded her throat. The man across from her twitched and collapsed to the ground. Honestly, she didn't expect him to be so bold, really trying to kill her. But looking at the familiar object in her hand, she wondered where it had come from. She remembered it was on the shelf in her weapons room. Suddenly, her environment shifted, and she found herself in a very familiar weapons room. She thought about her 20 years of socialist scientific education, but her love for novels as a young lady helped her quickly connect this to a story setting, space. Thinking this, she looked around. This was the weapons room, so the door outside must be. Gently pushing the door open, she clasped her hands in prayer for a long moment before slowly opening her eyes.
Wow.
Is this really her family's base? On one side was a huge warehouse covering tens of thousands of square meters, and on the other, her own vast pollution-free farm. Nearby was her continuous mountain range, and the small creek beside the farm was her favorite place to visit. Excited, the young lady ran around several times, pinching her thighs until they turned purple. Only then did she dare to believe that this incredible wealth was truly hers. Although it was all from her previous life, this was the 1960s. Wasn't this just a cheat code? A golden finger for the main heroine? She laughed wildly at the sky several times before finally calming down and thinking about her current environment. She didn't know if her life would follow the same path as before, but she had to plan based on that trajectory. Having just entered the 1960s, a time of natural disasters and initial chaos, a few scattered educated youths were going to the countryside. The common situation was poverty, very poor, extremely poor. Her original identity as a descendant of capitalists, although with government awards, wasn't necessarily safe. It was too conspicuous. If things got worse, she could learn from the heroine in the novels, find a rural place to hide. Looking at the stun gun in my hand, I suddenly remembered there was still a murderer outside who had attempted to kill. Thinking of this, my throat hurt even more. When had the young lady ever suffered such injustice? Now is a good chance to make her bleed, but she's not just an ordinary person. Oh, right, and there's also the original owner's life to consider. Angrily, I left the room. The person on the ground still hadn't moved. I took a deep breath, staggered, and pushed open the door to rush out. Outside, Wang Hongmei was still rummaging in the kitchen. She didn't notice me, so I quickly ran into the corridor. After witnessing the chaos earlier, the neighbors weren't ready to leave. They were still chatting. Soon, they saw the young girl stumble out unsteadily. Hey, isn't that simple? What happened? Oh no. What's wrong with her neck? Gossip is gossip, but people are genuinely caring. When they saw the bright, obvious finger marks, someone immediately ran out to find help. The others hurried to support her soft, limp body. Miss Jian, is this Lin Jianxi?
Simple struggled to speak.
Auntie, Brother Jianxi, no, he's not Lin Jianxi. He wants to take my work away. He's going to kill me.
Boo-hoo.
The evidence was clear. No need to doubt. Wang Hongmei also screamed and ran out. Simple. You wicked girl. What did you do to my son? Why isn't he waking up? Simple shrank back in pity, avoiding her gaze, then turned slightly to make the mark on her neck more visible. Sure enough, the aunties and older women couldn't hold back anymore. What are you saying? Look at what your son did. I didn't know there was a murderer hiding among us. Exactly. Miss Jian was almost choked to death by your son. Isn't that enough to make you angry and want to kill? Even the old landlord from a few years ago wasn't this overbearing, yeah. If there's such a dangerous person around us, I wouldn't dare go out anymore. You see, we don't know if they're in a good mood or not. We might offend them without knowing. How can our working class have such malicious thoughts? Then the conversation drifted even further off topic. We're just simple workers, very honest. People just don't know the truth. Oh, that's possible. Every time they came before, claiming to see Jian, they always left empty-handed, carrying big bags. No family visits should be like this. I looked into Jian's room yesterday, and all the good stuff was gone. Do you remember yesterday, when Jian left happily, and today she came out with blood all over her head? It seems like they also came to find Jian yesterday. When you say that, I think I saw it too. The murderer said this first, and Wang Hongmei was stunned. Once this rumor spread, her son's imprisonment would seem minor. He might even be sent to a farm for reform. They also mentioned her daughter-in-law. The factory area and the residential building are all in one place. Soon, Director Chen arrived. Jian didn't say a word, but the kind-hearted auntie explained everything clearly. Chen Hongjun looked serious and asked Wang Hongmei on the stairs, "Is this true, Wang Hongmei?" She quickly denied it, but many people on the scene thought they knew the truth. One by one, they accused Lin Jianxi, and soon the police arrived and took him away. Jian was also taken to the hospital. Her head injury and neck bruises were real. When Chun Hongjun left, he looked grim. It was embarrassing, really embarrassing, that workers from the steel factory he led could do such things, especially to a young girl who had just lost her parents, a brave orphan. Even without considering her status as a brave orphan, given the contributions of the two old men in the past, they should have protected her. It's shameful. In the hospital room, after everyone left, Jian quickly sneaked some food to regain strength. She let out a breath. Today felt like a battle. No, it was a real fight. She was sick and tired, took her medicine, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly woke up, unable to sleep again. She thought wildly, tossing and turning. Suddenly, she realized that Lin Jianxi probably couldn't escape the blame. The Lin family would definitely use money to influence people and find someone. Then, Jian suddenly remembered. Those were her own money. The job her grandfather gave her, and now they were bullying her in return. The money should be returned to her. There's no problem with that. Looking at the time, she checked her watch. It's 1 a.m. late at night. Perfect. Timing, environment, and people, everything was in her favor. She was ready to go. The hospital didn't have night guards. After eating and restoring some energy, she climbed out of the window. The Lin family's residence was in the same area as the steel factory staff housing, close enough to find easily. She, who had some experience in the underworld, knew how to pick locks, just her past background, not encouraging this behavior. She put on a mask, gloves, shoe covers, and a sedative one set. Although it was all cement ground, she was cautious. Then she took out her flashlight and started searching. She didn't plan to take everything, as it might cause a big panic. When people are at their limit, they can do anything. She just took a little scare to feel better. During the day, Lin Construction and Wang Hongmei were taken away, but it didn't affect Lin Taixing. He still slept soundly. After a quick look around, she started with the big items. In the wardrobe, there was a box in the back corner. She opened it and found a stack of banknotes, probably at least 1,000. She took it. She casually flipped through the notes. Wow, their life is pretty good. Half of their clothes are without patches, which is better than 99% of families nowadays. This family is not simple. Below, there were 2 new cotton quilts, tightly wrapped.
She took those too.
Under the bed, there were 2 bags of grain, a basket of eggs, and a small wooden box with a few pairs of new cloth shoes inside. She decided to take these as well. As she was about to leave, her hand slipped, and her flashlight fell near the bed, making a sharp sound. Her eyes lit up immediately. That hollow sound meant there was something underneath. She was good at treasure hunting. She tapped and knocked until she found the exact spot. Using a dagger, she gently pried it open. With a click, a slot appeared in the floor. No, it was a thin cement slab. There was another box underneath. She couldn't help but mutter, "They really like boxes, huh?" But it didn't affect her plan to take everything. If they hid things like this, they must be good stuff. Just as she was about to leave, her flashlight flickered near Lin Tiexing's bed. The wall behind it seemed to be a different color from the one next to it. She quickly darted back, digging and searching. She found another box, proof that this family really liked boxes. The small bedroom next door was probably Lin Construction's. In the drawer, she found about 200 yuan in banknotes. That culprit almost cost her life again. She took it without hesitation. In the wardrobe, there were 2 new military coats. She took those too. There was also a radio that looked almost new. She didn't like using second-hand items, but this radio was rare and valuable now. Even if she didn't need it, giving it as a gift would be a good idea. She had to take it. There wasn't much in the living room, just a dining table. In the corner, covered with a cloth, was a sewing machine. It seemed the Lin family wasn't just joking about getting married. They probably had a partner already. They prepared 2 of the 3 big items, so their partner must be someone important. That meant she had no connection to them. She decided to take everything. She checked the kitchen and found no cellar upstairs. The items were all piled along the wall. She picked out a clay pot, a kitchen knife, a coal stove, and some coal balls in the corner. After thinking for a moment about the current situation outside, she decided to take the large iron pot from the stove as well.
She didn't know how hard it was to buy this.
The space in the building was small, and there weren't many in the entire residential area. Wang Hongmei often boasted about this. She didn't care about that. Her main focus was practicality. If they stopped bothering her, that would be enough. If they came again, she wouldn't be polite. She strolled back to the hospital. The sky was just beginning to brighten with a hint of dawn. The hospital was still very quiet. She quickly returned to her ward. Feeling more awake, she decided to take out the boxes she had brought earlier. The light was weak before, but now she could see clearly. Everything was made of rosewood. Perhaps she was very confident about hiding her things. There were no traps or locks, just a simple latch. She opened it easily and was immediately surprised. No wonder the weight was off. She found a box full of gold bars under the bed. Inside the wall near her bed, there was a box neatly filled with Chinese banknotes, 10,000 yuan bills, and a passbook with 50,000 yuan. The area under the wardrobe was more normal, containing about 6,000 yuan and half a box of various receipts. Although only 2 days had passed, she had a good understanding of her current situation. Workers earned only 28 yuan a month. Rice cost about 13 cents per jean, and only a few people could afford to eat during festivals. Under such circumstances, it was certain that the money hidden by the Lin family was not theirs. As for the source, it was probably from those few, raiding homes and stealing. But she felt that it was closely related to her family. Mainly, the Lin family had been poor farmers for generations, and the only wealthy people they knew were their own relatives. Thinking this way, she remembered her own family. In her memory, she recalled that her family had 2 courtyards, left by 2 old men. Since donating their property was well known, those courtyards hadn't been touched publicly yet. But considering the coming years, she decided to check them out first. Soon, dawn broke. The doctor came again to examine her. The throat wound could only heal with rest, and her head was rebandaged after a new dressing. He reminded her to eat only soft foods and then discharged her. She walked back slowly and casually, stopping to greet anyone who was working. The walk, which should have taken less than 10 minutes, took almost an hour. Naturally, the effect was noticeable. With the spread from the ants and older women present yesterday, almost everyone in the factory knew about what happened. She quietly became a bit popular. The first thing she did when she got home was to go to her parents' room, find the keys to the 2 courtyards, and also gather her family's belongings. Jianli and Su Wenqing's family had quite a bit of wealth. Plus, Su Wenqing's dowry and Jianli's pension, they had about 20,000 yuan in cash and a passbook with 20,000 yuan. The gold bars and antiques weren't included. She quickly became a wealthy person with tens of thousands of yuan. She packed everything up and headed to the 2 courtyards. On the way out, she greeted the neighbors openly. Those 2 courtyards were obvious, so no one would ask questions, but she didn't want to be ignored. Both courtyards were in the East District. It took almost an hour of walking and resting to get there. The yards hadn't been used for years, so they weren't beautiful anymore, but she wasn't there for that. She went straight to her parents' bedroom, moved the bed aside, and lifted a floor tile. There was a pole ring underneath. She remembered her grandfather Jiangwei bringing her here to play when she was young. After a few minutes, she went down a staircase into a long, narrow basement. She knew it connected directly to her grandfather's neighboring yard's basement. It was over 100 square meters, filled with boxes. She simply started collecting everything. She gathered her family's belongings from one side to the other. Her grandfather's yard didn't need to be seen anymore. She restored the bed to its original place and collected all the unused furniture inside. Jiangwei was particular about furniture, always choosing good wood. It would have been a waste if others had damaged it. Since the factory was not nearby, she wrapped herself up and went to the post office to withdraw all the money from the passbook. This was Beijing, so it was more convenient. She thought about the uncertain future and decided it was better to keep cash on hand, just in case. The 5,000 yuan from the Lin family and her own 2,000 yuan were all taken. The postal workers asked about it, but she explained that the passbook was anonymous, and after all, this was Beijing. In ancient times, it was said that even a small stone could turn into a high-ranking official. It's not just a myth. Now, it's still true. Wealthy people are common. She easily carried a large bag of cash and, finding a quiet place, stored it in her space. Because of work and school, there weren't many people on the street. On this journey, I am also thinking about my future. Leaving is not impossible, but now the Lin family, as the nominal fiancé's family, is bullying others. Not to mention others, I am an orphan girl and can't keep pretending to be strong all the time. Furthermore, the images that the two old men, Jian Gui and Su Yuanshan, have built early on are very good. So far, no one suspects that their family wealth is not all they claim. Right now, everything is fine, but in a few years, when all sorts of strange people come out, I might wish I could hide somewhere. When that time comes, how will I handle myself? No matter how strong I am, in this era, strength can only solve some problems. It seems that the only way out is to go to the countryside. For now, going to the countryside has only two small advantages. One is that the activity just started, and rural people are not yet very resistant to young, educated people. The other is that if I take the initiative, I might get some special treatment. I looked up and saw the state-run restaurant. That's good. I happily went inside, but when I reached the door, I suddenly remembered that I had a sore throat and could only eat soft food. I was drooling over the smell of braised pork, but had to turn away with difficulty. Opposite was the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I looked around and then strode to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I bought 10 lunchboxes and went back to the restaurant. It wasn't mealtime, so it wasn't crowded. I approached the window and whispered, "Big sister, I want to help my classmates pack a few servings of braised pork. Is that okay?" Next to the lunchboxes was a net bag with 3 bright oranges. The big sister was about to refuse, but then she saw the purple-black bruises on my neck and the bandage on my head. I was speaking hoarsely, clearly just out of the hospital and having suffered a lot. My heart softened a lot. Seeing that no one in the hall was paying attention to us, I quickly slipped the oranges into my sleeve and then asked, "Okay, do you have a ticket?" That was much simpler. I handed over the money and ticket without saying a word, then sat nearby to wait. I took out a handful of tickets and looked through them. Some were about to expire soon. Since I already had a plan, I needed to spend the local ones quickly, or they would be wasted. Most of these tickets were local. Only a few were national. As for my parents' tickets, most of those were national and still valid for a long time, so I could keep them for now. There is also a part about military vouchers, which were probably issued by the Jianli unit. She doesn't understand it, but the novel isn't for nothing. Military vouchers are likely very popular, used nationwide, and only then locally. Girl, hey. Simple looked over at the chubby older sister, who quickly put away her things and approached. "Big sister, is the braised pork ready?" She didn't see the lunchbox she took out, but judging by her smile, she must want something from her. The chubby sister leaned in and whispered, "Our master chef makes amazing buns. The small steamed buns and big meat buns are especially tasty. Want some?" Simple's eyes lit up. "Sounds good. Big sister, you're so kind. I was worried about what to bring back for the elders at home. They're older and can't eat greasy food. You're really my savior, big sister." No one questioned whether she was telling the truth or not. It was all about who could flatter better. The chubby sister was so pleased she couldn't help but smile. "Big sister, you've helped me so much. How can I thank you?" The chubby sister smiled knowingly. Look at her, young but wise. "How many buns do you want? I'll ask the master chef to save some for you." "Big sister, I want to bring back as many as I can for my family to enjoy. But I hope it won't cause you trouble." The chubby sister's smile grew even brighter. She was clearly someone who had enough money, but was sensible. No wonder she was willing to share her portion. "No trouble at all. Wait a moment, I'll give you some fresh out-of-the-oven buns." In about 5 or 6 minutes, the chubby sister came out carrying a mesh bag. Inside were 10 lunchboxes, topped with full, oily paper wrappers. Even from afar, Simple could smell the rich aroma. Are you craving some? Simple nodded honestly. Yes, I've been drinking plain porridge these past 2 days. Her tone sounded pitiful. The chubby sister couldn't help but remind her, that's not good. It looks like your throat is injured, right? Try to avoid greasy, spicy, or hard foods. You're still young, so you'll recover quickly. When you're better, you can eat whatever you want. Simple nodded obediently. Big sister, you're so kind. I've always wanted a sister like you. What a pity. The chubby sister grinned widely. That's nothing. Just treat me as your sister, and we'll be like family. Let me tell you, feelings like that are built through time. Even close people can become strangers if they don't spend time together. Yes, you're so right, big sister. After talking about feelings, we discussed work. Girl, sister just saw if you have a ticket? She casually showed a hint of hesitation. Sister, this is for my relatives who asked me to help carry things. But you're my sister, so your matters are my matters. If you need a ticket, I'll try to get one for you. There's stuff, I'll figure something out. The big sister's face didn't fall, but hearing the words "try to get one for you" made her feel very relieved. Girl, at your young age, I just love listening to how you speak and act. That's why I say we have this sisterly bond. Sister, it's like this. My maternal brother and my husband's younger brother are both getting married. They need 3 big items, including tickets, but I still haven't got them. Don't worry, sister. I'll look for them. I remember there's a wedding at the end of the year. I'll try to help him too. Girl, you really saved me. From now on, you're like my real sister. Tell me, do you want money or what? My family and in-laws are all in this city. Some problems can be solved. I won't let you suffer. As more people gathered, the big sister, Zhu Yan, decided to call the waiter from the back kitchen and leave with her. Let's walk and talk. Sister, I'll be honest with you. I'm all alone now. I feel the city is getting more chaotic, so I don't really want to stay here. What if something happens? I'm just a young girl. If I call for help, no one will hear me and no one will come. What should I do? You? Zhu Yan, the big sister, didn't expect the girl to be so pitiful. So, what are your plans? If I leave the city, there's no more supplies. Going to the countryside means working in the fields for points. You're small and fragile. Can you handle it? Tong Dan also sighed. What can I do? I'm only 15. I can't get married. If my dad finds out, he might come to find me in the middle of the night. I think once I get to the countryside, I can just work normally. It should be safer than here, right? That's what I think too. This year, the countryside is also hard. There hasn't been much rain, so the crops are suffering. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Do you really want to go? Is there a place you want to go? South or north? The south is warmer, but the north has easier access to food, and the work only lasts half the year. In winter, you can rest. Jia, Dan also thought so. North near Beijing. You're really something. Since that's the case, I'll give you the money for the ticket. You don't lack a ticket, but it's good to prepare some things so you won't be caught unprepared over there. After asking around, I realized I had underestimated things. There's no longer a need for you to choose. Is the Northeast okay? Not many young people have gone to the countryside in recent years. This year, it seems only those heading to the Northeast. Everything there is good, except that winters are very cold. If you think it's fine, I'll find someone to help you pick a nice village. Let's go. I bought some braised pork and even handled the paperwork for going to the countryside, making things simple and worry-free. Before leaving, Zhuyan gave her a lot of advice. Although she was nagging after experiencing what happened with the Lin family, Jian really liked this feeling of being cared for. With money and tickets, Jian straightforwardly swept through the supply and marketing cooperative, buying almost everything she needed for food, clothing, and shelter. The cooperative even helped find a small cart to deliver her to an alley. Jian just remembered that she was still a second-year high school student, but she wasn't learning much at school anymore. She thought, since she was leaving anyway, she might as well go see her teacher and get her graduation certificate. Maybe someday, her hard work would come in handy. The original owner was a student who loved studying. Although she had a bit of a spoiled attitude, she was good at her studies and liked by her teachers. When she heard she was dropping out, the teachers were very regretful. She went home and had a good sleep, then changed her medicine. When she returned, she met Chun Hongjun, who came to see her. "Uncle Chun, you're here." Chun Hongjun felt anxious inside. Luckily, this girl knew how to resist. Otherwise, things could have gotten serious. After questioning her overnight, they learned about the Lin family's plans. They often interacted with the Jian family and always felt that the Jian family's background was not so simple. They must have had backup plans and weren't willing to give up easily. If it were other families, they might just let the marriage happen naturally. But he refused to do that. Instead, he wanted to go against the norm, first breaking off the engagement, leaving Jian without support. When she was desperate, they would step in. That way, they could be her savior and get the Lin family's wealth without even marrying her. Some people's thinking is really hard for ordinary people to understand. Now, Lin Taixing was still shouting that the Jian family was hiding something. Originally, Chen Hongjun was angry when he heard Jian wanted to go to the countryside. But now, it seemed she saw things clearly. That's where she was headed. People around her couldn't hold back anymore. Thinking about the current tense atmosphere outside, going to the countryside seemed like a good idea. At least it would be quieter. "Dandin, you should go to the countryside." "You're right. The city isn't safe anymore. This Lin family will face the consequences. I'll handle these 2 jobs. I'll give them to you. What are your plans?" "Uncle, I have completed the procedures for going to the countryside. I will leave tomorrow afternoon. I also need to ask for your help with something. You know those 2 courtyards in the East District that have been empty for years? I'm not sure when I will be able to come back. Could you please help me find someone to take care of them? Mainly, I only have these 2 courtyards left. Isn't that a kind of hope? The family housing here is allocated by the factory. Now that Su Wenqing is no longer here, we'll have to move out soon to make space for others." Chun Hongjun and the union director exchanged a look, feeling helpless, but knowing the truth. As for the courtyard, when they say find someone to take care of it, they really mean let someone move in and live there. Whoever is responsible for it, it's like a gift from heaven. "Okay, I'll find 2 clean families for you. The rent will be paid to you once every 3 months. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss." Jian Dan doesn't mind. Even if others have lived there before, she will have to clean it again when she moves back. "Uncle, is there anything you're worried about with me?" "I won't need this job myself," she said shyly, changing her expression. "But I have an older sister who treats me very well. I want to ask if she needs anything. Is that okay, Uncle Chen?" Chun Hongjun was very pleased. "You're a good kid. This is your decision. You can do as you like."
No, uncle.
"I'll ask her soon. And I also need to trouble you with something else. Jobs like these are usually 1 person per position, mostly passed down from father to son." Chun Hongjun understood this well. He was giving her this favor. As for the other person, the only one who has shown kindness to Jian Dan is Zhu Yan. Naturally, she will return this favor. Jian Dan doesn't know yet, but yesterday's 2 tickets made both families very grateful to her. Now, they are busy exchanging cotton with her. When she rushed into the state-run restaurant, Zhu Yan was immediately startled and hurried out to greet her. "Elder sister, do you want a job at the steel factory?" Zhu Yan was stunned. From crossing over to leaving, it was only 4 days in total. The next afternoon, Jian Dan boarded a train heading north. She was accompanied by someone full of enthusiasm. The person's parents tried to persuade her to stay, but she politely declined. She wanted to relax in the countryside. Carrying a few bags, 1 with her personal belongings and 2 more packed, she was ready to go. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yan also sent 2 quilts and 2 pairs of cotton shoes. She gave these as a favor, but it was also a normal exchange for money. Zhu Yan's family is also very caring. Both families are well off. After discussing with her in-laws, they decided that since nothing else was needed, 1 family would give a quilt and a pair of shoes. Chun Hongjun's family did the same, sending the rent for the past 3 months directly to her. There weren't many people in the car. Now, not only is Beijing very dry, but food supplies are tight everywhere. Poor people find it even harder to go out. Once on the train, she finally relaxed a little, leaning back and thinking about the past few days. She just arrived and immediately faced a chaotic time. Being in such a sensitive position, she felt a bit scared but just wanted to live well. Under the emperor's rule, it's a sensitive and special time. If she encounters radical people, she might be seen as a typical example. It's better to go to the countryside, where it's more relaxed. As the saying goes, the mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. She can't act like her old self, freely doing as she pleased, but she doesn't have to be so restrained now. Her family's belongings are mostly with her, since she plans to return them to the factory. She doesn't mind. Those are remnants left by her original parents, just memories. The green train rattled for 3 days, and she dozed off and on to rest. On the 4th day at noon, after arriving 3 hours late, she finally reached her destination, Anji County in Linbei Province. But this wasn't the final stop. The real destination was Renovating, a small mountain village in Yangyang Commune below Anji County. It's a place you can see just by looking up. Because of the delay, she didn't see anyone waiting for her when she got off, carrying her bags. The weather was mild, neither cold nor hot, so she didn't rush. She found a spot by the side, sat on her luggage, and rested. The station was very poor. Opposite was farmland, but the crops looked half dead. Occasionally, she saw a few old farmers sighing and muttering about how heaven wasn't giving them a way out. They still held hope. They knew that in the next few years, they would have to rely on the weather to survive. This period, called 3 years, actually started in 1958 and continued until autumn 1962, with interruptions. Now, it's just beginning. She didn't want to feel pity. Although she was a wealthy young lady who spent money freely, she wasn't naive or clueless about daily life. In that mechanical era, farmers and rural people were admired, but now, farmers are really suffering. Worried about missing the other person, Simple didn't move and waited patiently for over an hour. The station was empty now. A hurried man arrived, an old man in his 50s, weathered and worn, followed by a bullock cart. The driver looked a bit older and limped as he walked beside him. "Excuse me, are you Comrade Simple?" "Hello, I am Simple." The man sighed in relief. "Comrade Simple, I am Lu Weiman, the village head of Xiangyang Commune Renovating."
Sorry, it's so dry.
I was busy helping villagers water their fields and lost track of time.
Lu?
Lu? Although with an accent, his Mandarin was quite clear. Simple took out her introduction letter to confirm. "Uncle Village Head, you mean Renovating, right?" Lu Weiman shook his head firmly. "Yes, Renovating. Today, I only have you as a youth sent to the city." "I won't mistake that." "Was this a mistake?" "But uncle, look, my letter clearly says Lu." Lu Weiman frowned, seeming to understand something. "Let me take you to the youth office to check what's going on." Without asking further, he lifted the 2 large bundles on his back and placed them on the cart. "Let's go. The youth office isn't far." Simple hurried to follow, asking along the way, "Uncle, has it not rained at all this year?" Hearing this, Lu Weiman had more to say. "That's right. Last year, there wasn't much rain either, and the harvest was about 20% less than usual. But at least no one went hungry. This year, it's already August, and we're practically walking 2 miles every day to the river to water the fields. The corn hasn't grown well, just a few sparse kernels. The harvest is coming in, but with this situation, not only is grain sharing unlikely, but just avoiding total crop failure would be good." The cart driver also sighed. "The river's water is almost gone. This morning, it took half a day to fill a small bucket, and it looked like muddy yellow soup. If things get worse, we'll have to go into the mountains. A drought with no dew, a hot season with no night rain. Just like the saying, when the house leaks, it rains overnight. The drought was so severe that even dew couldn't form. Are the mountains really that easy to reach? We've looked everywhere around, and if we keep searching, we'll have to go deep into the mountains. Third uncle, our village can't afford any more problems." It was clear something was wrong. Simple didn't plan to dig into it now. If she really went there later, she'd find out eventually. But she was eager to explore the mountains. In her past life, she was a young lady, but what kind of delicate girl could she be if she was involved in the underworld? She has learned self-defense skills, life-saving techniques, first aid, outdoor survival, and even medicinal herbs from the mountains. Since she could walk, she followed her brothers around, being mischievous everywhere. By age 7 or 8, she was more skilled in mountain ways than even the old herbalists. The mountains felt like her own backyard, and her familiarity and sense of belonging to the land were deeply ingrained. "Uncle, are there many mountains around our village?" "Yes, you know we are near the border, right?" "Our village is right next to the border. The big mountains behind the village connect directly to the other side. They are quite large, but you can't go up alone. The deep mountains are not a place for playing. There are wild animals, and if you go too far, you might get into trouble and you wouldn't be able to explain yourself." "Okay, I understand, Uncle. I'll be careful." Lu Sanyi, who was driving the cart, glanced at her but said nothing. He gently urged the old ox forward. The youth cadre office was not far away. When they arrived, only one person was on duty. Lu Weimin politely approached and asked. The person checked the registration book. "It's simple. You came from Beijing to work in Xiangyang Commune, Lijiang." "Yes, that's you. Originally, you were assigned to Liujia village, but a fellow youth who arrived earlier requested to be assigned there and arranged for a swap. Since it was a last-minute change, your referral letter didn't specify the new location. I'll register it for you and make a note on your referral letter." At this point, there was no need to say more. Based on the recent information, Lijiang was not a bad choice. At worst, she could just make a few extra trips up the mountain. Others might be afraid, but that didn't mean she was. However, Lu Weimin's bitter and self-deprecating expression made her wonder what was really going on. After completing the procedures and leaving, Lu Weimin said, "Is it because they think our village is too poor?" Lijiang was known for being wealthy, and villagers could eat well. "Our village," he shook his head, "is known for being poor." That person probably knew beforehand, but had no other options when they got here. "They've tricked you." Although she was the main victim of the scheme, the village chief, who was disliked, still insisted loudly that she was tricked into coming to their village. She didn't know what to say. Was it because he was too confident about his own village? She just wanted a quiet place to go to the countryside. Now it seemed that although the village was poor, the village chief still seemed decent. The main thing was, she had no choice but to go since everything was already settled. Thinking about it, I feel a lot more relaxed. "Uncle, you're right. I was worried earlier. If I had been sent to some Lu village, in a strange place, I wouldn't know what to do. But now I feel at ease. With a village chief like you, the villagers must be friendly, honest, united, and hardworking." He gently patted his chest, looking relieved. Lu Weimin couldn't help but smile. Isn't praising the villagers also praising his leadership? Lu Sanyi felt proud too, straightening his back. They chatted and became familiar with each other. The cart, pulled by a bull, carried 3 people and some bundles, moving easily. When they reached the county town and prepared to turn towards Xiangyang Commune, Lu Weimin asked carefully, "Xiao Jian, do you have everything ready? The supply and marketing cooperative here has more things than the commune." Xiao Jian looked at his bundles and replied, "Uncle, we should head back soon. I've brought most of what's at home. I want to organize it and see if I'm missing anything. We can come out to buy more later." Lu Sanyi turned a corner and asked casually, "How come you brought so much?" Xiao Jian didn't plan to hide it. He knew the youth office would find out anyway. "My family is gone. My dad died a while ago, and my mom was unwell. She passed away a few days ago. Now I'm all alone. A few years ago, my grandfather arranged a marriage for me. But right after my mom died, they came to cancel it. They pushed me into it. If I hadn't trained with my dad for a few years and learned to hide, I might have been in real trouble. I saw I was just a kid with no other relatives, only to be bullied. I was scared too. I have an aunt who's from the countryside. She said rural folks are very honest. She couldn't stand to see me like this, so she told me it might be better to find a place to go to the countryside. Even if I don't get food supplies and my household registration is changed to rural, at least I can survive." He sniffed and continued. Honestly, if it weren't for my dad's comrades and my mom's colleagues protecting me these days, I might not have made it here. But helping me is just kindness. I still have to rely on myself. I think, as for me, I don't mind whether I'm in the city or the countryside. As long as I'm alive, that's enough. Lu Weimin and the others understood. 1. He's an orphan but a descendant of a martyr. 2. Although he's here, he's not completely alone. 3. He has some skills from training. 4. He might also have some money. Renovating has been poor for a long time. In recent years, the commune hasn't arranged for any educated youth to come here. The two people didn't think much about it. The child doesn't seem very unreasonable, so it shouldn't be a problem in their village. Even if they are poor, they can still manage to get enough food for this child. Child, coming to Renovating means you're one of us. Think of it as your own home. No one here is dishonest or lazy. Everyone can work hard. They have no bad intentions. Most of them haven't gone to school, and only a few can read. If any of the older women say something unpleasant, just tell uncle, and he'll explain to them. It's impossible to be completely at ease and trust everyone, especially since they've only interacted with these two people so far. It's not good to judge too quickly. Uncle, your words make me feel like an outsider. Don't all families talk about their children? I don't understand much right now. I have to learn everything from Auntie and the women. If you say things like that, how can I be confident to come here? Haha, you're a funny kid. Renovating is indeed the poorest. From Anji County Town to Xiangyang Commune, it took over an hour, and the roads in the county are quite smooth. When they arrived at Xiangyang Commune, Simple looked at the sun, which was already leaning west. She secretly checked her watch. 2:50 in the afternoon. The hot August sun was relentless, radiating heat. The two in the car were too tired to talk much. They looked exhausted, sighing at the empty land by the roadside now and then. Their lips were dry and cracked, with tiny cuts that bled slightly when they spoke. They clearly hadn't brought water, and the car was empty, probably no food either. Thinking about the drought she mentioned earlier, her heart sank. Has it become this serious? Uncle, how much farther to the village? Lu Weimin turned back and pointed at the house they had left behind.
See that?
That's the commune. Follow this road straight ahead, go around the mountain in front, and you'll reach it. Simple looked with her sharp 5.2 vision for a long time, but couldn't even see the shadow of the mountain. Lu Sanyi said, "It's still far. The ox cart will take over 3 hours. If you're tired, lie down for a bit." Simple pouted. That makes going out quite troublesome. Haha, our village is remote, but not cut off from the world. Usually, I come out once a month with the cart. If villagers have something urgent, they usually go with the cart too. Some leave early in the morning. A few words later, her lips were cracked with several bleeding spots, but her expression didn't change at all. It was clear she was used to it. Simple watched this with a worried heart. Indeed, no matter how much the book says, seeing and experiencing things firsthand makes them feel more real. The small bag by the leg is just for show, holding everyday items. Inside, he pulls out a chipped enamel cup, thinks for a moment, then takes out a semi-new military water bottle. It looks well cared for, brought back by Jian Liya a few years ago. The original owner treasured it, and it still has more than half of the water inside. He unscrews the lid and pours most of the water into the enamel cup. The bubbling sound of the water seems to bring a bit of coolness to the hot, burning day. Both people can't help but look at each other, their lips moving slightly. The young girl turns around, holding the military water bottle in one hand and a large enamel cup in the other, with a faint cool breeze coming from it. "Third master, uncle, I forgot. I still have water. I told you this bag is so heavy." "Here," she says. Lu Weimin swallows nervously, pretending to refuse. No, it's okay. We're used to it. You should put it away and drink your own." Put it away. But their eyes still can't help but wander. Jian Li doesn't argue much. "Uncle, I can't carry it anymore." Coincidentally, old Huangyou also cooperates. The cart really bumps a lot. Lu Weimin quickly catches the cup, holding it steadily with both hands, not spilling a drop. Jianli tilts his head back and drinks the remaining water from the bottle. The enamel cup remains steady in his hand, and he sighs. Uncle, trust me, there's always a way out. He flips through the bag decisively, takes out another jar and shakes it. Look, I still have some. He gives him a meaningful look. Lu San, in front, is already a little dizzy. He points at the sky and Lu Weimin finally relents. He leans forward, carefully feeds water to the old man's mouth, and doesn't let him refuse. He starts pouring most of it in. The old man is afraid of spilling, so he doesn't move much. It goes smoothly, but after drinking, he looks pained. Lu Weimin looks at the remaining water and thinks for a moment. He makes a firm decision and cleans up himself, feeling distressed. Kid, this is precious. Giving it to us is not wasted. Jianli ties up the bag. Uncle, I don't like hearing that. Everyone's life is precious. Even in the fields, you can still nourish crops. How much more for a person? It's not wasted. On such a hot day, it's easy to get heat stroke. I'll say something unpleasant, but please don't be upset. You're not eating or drinking much. Yes, you can save a little, but then your health might suffer. What if you collapse? What will your wife and children do? In this drought, without the pillar of the family, how can your wife manage alone? Will she be left to face everything by herself? Will the whole family just wait to die? Don't say I'm being selfish. Besides, you're the village head. It's your duty to lead the villagers to survive. But you can only do that if you're alive. If you lose your main support, the village will have no leader, and the villagers will have no hope. I know my words are harsh, Uncle. You and Third Master have lots of experience and have seen many things. You understand these truths well, but you just can't bear to see the villagers suffer. Trust me, Uncle, there is always a way out. The ox cart moved slowly, mixed with the clear voice of a young girl. Renovating is the poorest village in Xiangyang Commune. In recent years, no large groups of educated youth have come to work here, and the few who did were sent to richer villages. So, strictly speaking, Renovating was among the first to have educated youth, and so far, the only one. Before, some educated youth from the commune had been sent to other villages, and Lu Weimin knew it was only a matter of time before they came to Renovating. He had a good plan. There was a big house in the village, once owned by a landlord. After the landlord was overthrown, it was left empty. Nothing valuable remained inside, as villagers had taken what they could use. The house was still intact, just needed cleaning, and was suitable for the educated youth to live in. Near the village entrance, not far from the foot of the mountain, there was a small house built during the war for patrols. It was very sturdy, but small, only enough for one person. There was a large open space around it. At first, he dismissed it, but when he thought about it again, he became interested in this small house. When he checked, it turned out to be a good choice. Uncle, can this small house be repaired? Can we build a wall around it? Lu Weimin immediately regretted asking. Why don't you stay in the big house? It's much more spacious. Look, the one in the middle is still a brick house. Simple and natural. I can't say I want to cook a special meal because it's inconvenient, nor can I say that there are still more than 10 years before the educated youth go to the countryside. Such a big house, how many people should live there? People from all over the country, with different habits, tastes, and customs. Just thinking about the trivial daily chores makes it lively. If she can't stand it, why not hide away early? Uncle, such a big yard. Wouldn't I feel scared living alone? I think this small house is just fine. Can you help me build a wall and tidy it up? Maybe add a heated bed and a stove? I'm just one person and I want a small, warm space. I wouldn't be afraid. No, you should listen to me. The place is close to the mountain. What if wild animals come down? How can a child handle that? Simple gestures, saying, I'll build a higher, thicker wall to block it. Besides, look, it's so close. If I shout, you'll hear me. You can't just ignore me, right? Seeing she was determined, Lu Sanni also advised, all right, anywhere is fine. It's still in the village, just a few steps away. What's there to worry about? But she preferred the quiet here. Although it's at the village entrance, most people aren't going out now, so she wouldn't attract attention if she sneaked out. It was already getting dark, and she couldn't do anything today. Lu Weimin took Simple directly to his house, at most letting her stay overnight with his daughter. As soon as they entered, he was surprised to see the house cold and empty, with no food or fire. What's wrong? He looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Just as he was about to go out, a small child ran in from outside, a dark, shiny little boy of about 4 or 5, barefoot, wearing a sleeveless shirt and torn shorts that only reached below his knees. Seeing Lu Weimin, he immediately rushed over. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the second grandma fainted. "She doesn't get better even after drinking water." Lu Weimin turned to leave quickly. It was dark outside, and the little boy didn't see that there was still someone in the yard. He ran off. Simple paused, gathered her bundles, and followed. Turning left out of the door, about 5 or 6 houses down, a group of people was gathered. Simple hurried a few steps, followed Lu Weimin inside. The room was dimly lit, and she vaguely saw an elderly woman lying on the bed, with a few people nearby holding water and some steamed bread. Lu Weimin went straight to her and asked, "Second aunt, how are you?" The woman holding water leaned over and spoke softly, "Why are you just coming back?" Old Chun came to see her. He had been fasting and not eating or drinking, and even a strong body couldn't handle that. "Has Juzi come back yet?" "No, he hasn't. There's no one to help at home, not even a little helper. We pooled some food together, but Auntie refused to eat, only drinking some water." Under the dim candlelight, everyone looked pale and gaunt, with prominent cheekbones. Their clothes hung on their bodies like they were on hangers, swaying with the slightest breeze. 2 people looked at the dark, greenish bread with bright eyes. In this era, she had read many simple books, but now she felt that words couldn't fully describe the reality of this moment. Pale, barren, helpless, and hopeless, yet still filled with the warmth and concern typical of this time. When she returned with Lu Weimin, it was already dark outside. Lu's family hadn't lit any lamps. They just arranged for her to rest in the west room. They didn't mind the simplicity. It was only temporary. The next morning, when she woke up, Lu Xiao was no longer in the room. She tidied up quickly, pushed the door open, and outside, the sun was shining brightly again. Lu Weimin came back briskly from outside. "You're awake? Do you want a small room? I'll find someone to fix it for you." She nodded quickly and followed him out. Usually, before the harvest, things wouldn't be so quiet, but the crops in the fields were so dry that even weeds hardly grew. People had become idle. At Lu Weimin's call, a group of people followed. She hurried to keep up, asking, "Uncle, how much is that house? I don't know how many years I'll stay. Maybe I should buy it. If I spend money to fix it, I wouldn't mind, right?" Lu Weimin looked a bit surprised. "Are you sure? Is it yours? It won't interfere with your living. No one in our village would try to take it from you." She didn't respond to that and just smiled happily. "Uncle, tell me the price first. Let me see if I can afford it." Lu Weimin didn't try to persuade her further. She was more aware of who benefited from the money, her neighbors, and could tell what was more important. That small house has been around for over 10 years. It's made of blue bricks, thick walls, sturdy construction. "Just give me 50 yuan. As a rich person, she naturally accepted happily. They arrived while talking, and she followed Lu Weimin inside to take a look. It was just 4 walls with 2 small rooms inside, very simple. "Look at what you want to do with it. Now there are many people, so we should fix it up quickly." She circled around and asked, "Uncle, how big of a yard can you give me? Is there a private garden or land? Can you grow a garden? Then I'll give you a 5 mu plot around the house. The main thing is to be independent and not disturbed." "All right, Uncle, build a higher, sturdier wall around me. Inside, I'll lay a heated bed." "Oh, once I lay the there's no space left to walk." "Uncle, let's do this section and connect it to the corner of the wall and the window. Build a wide multi-layer shelf here to store things. I'll also build a shelf on the other side of the where I turn, enough for me to live alone. In the outer room, help me build 2 stoves. I'm afraid of the cold, so I need to burn more firewood in winter. Also, I need to set up a small shelter to store some firewood." Others have already gone to dig soil and start working. She pulls the village chief aside, whispering secretly, "Uncle, I'll give you the wages first. You know I can't manage meals now, so take it from the wages." She pauses, hesitating as she reaches into her pocket. "But, Uncle, do you want just money for the wages? It seems like everyone is pretty tired. Can I pay with grain instead?" She realizes that in this situation, giving them money might not help them buy food. Sure enough, Lu Weiman's eyes widen immediately. You have grain?" She nods simply and softly. "My bundles. Weren't they heavy yesterday? There's about 100 jin there. You can give it to them first. My dad's boss will send me some by mail. I guess it's about 100 jin too. I'll keep a few dozen jin for myself. I think I'll have around 130 or 140 jin left. Is that enough? If not, I'll give you more money." The young girl smiles shyly. Lu Weiman, surprised, also feels a bit helpless about bullying a child. But now, he doesn't care about face. Being alive is more important than anything. He tells a group of men, and several of them immediately get teary-eyed. They came hoping for some reward, and now they find out they might get grain, though not much. It's still something they can't buy with money now. "Everyone, take good care of the girl. I'll go back and get some grain for you. After work, I'll find some water, then go home to cook a pot of porridge for my mother, wife, and kids. Things will start to get better. This side is close to the mountain, so everyone listen carefully. If that pillar shows any signs of damage, fix it immediately. Don't worry, village chief." Like they had been energized, they had been working just now, but now they're full of vigor and confidence. "Don't worry, I promise to make it sturdy, warm, and clean." Simple is not just bluffing. After getting off the carriage, she put some coarse grains into her bag. Everyone said she had moved here, so how could everything be light and easy? She has grains, but can she say, "I have food, I will give you some"? No, that would be madness. She can only exchange what they need during these times of trade. Like now, they work hard, and she gives them payment for their labor. She directly handed the bag of grains to Lu Weiman. Honestly, as the village head, his family has long run out of food. For the past 3 months, they've been eating wild vegetables mixed with old bran and crushed corn husks. Many families are even worse off. There's more than a month until the harvest, and Lu Weiman is worried. He's begged the commune, but it's no use. There's no extra grain anywhere. They are struggling just to survive, let alone think about anything else. Seeing the clean coarse grains now, he feels like they're more precious than family. Even the 4 or 5-year-old black egg's eyes widened in surprise. It's food. It really is coarse grains all harvested from the Lin family. Thinking about that family makes her feel uncomfortable. They probably can't stomach eating it. Another bag is pulled out, containing about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms of cornmeal. She hands it to Lu Weiman's wife. "Uncle, will I be able to move into the house in a day or 2? Annie, just take this as my food for these days." Wang Ho-hot is still stunned when she's suddenly handed a handful of grains. "What?" Lu Weiman glances at her, but says nothing. He gets up and quickly handles the house paperwork, while someone comes to move the grain from the house. News spreads through the village like wings, as if it can fly. "This is the proof of the house. It's yours now. I don't know how you got the 245 jin of grain onto the carriage. Grain is valuable but hard to find now. The village has taken this opportunity, house and repairs, for 200 jin of grain. With this, the villagers can survive until the harvest." Simple can't quite understand. There are at least 80 households in the village, totaling around 300 people. Many families are 3 generations living together. 200 jin of grain isn't enough, less than a jin per person for over a month. How can they survive? "Uncle, leave it all with me. I'll find third master and go to the commune to get the mail. I'll keep some for myself and give the rest to you." In her past life, she faced either ruthless enemies or wealthy people. She's never experienced such a scene. Simple feels overwhelmed and uncomfortable. Lu Sanyi looked at the sky, the sun high above. "We need to hurry if we want to go back soon, or we'll be working in the dark again." Passing the village entrance, he saw people working eagerly. Half the wall was already built. With this speed, she might even move in tomorrow. The excuse was naturally to send a letter. At the commune's post office, she slipped a letter of safety to Zhu Yan and Chen Hongjun into the mailbox. Then, she took out 3 bags of grain from a corner. Yes, 3 bags, about 240 pounds in total. Too much would be inconvenient, so this was enough. The ox cart was right across from the post office. Seeing her carry out 1 bag, Lu Sanyu was startled. He quickly ordered Old Yellow to turn the cart around and kept a wary eye on the surroundings. Why so much? Jian Dan jumped onto the cart. Plus what my dad's comrade gave me. I put it all together. Sanyi, I want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. There are many people there. You can wait at the roadside, I'll be back soon. Lu Sanyi didn't dare wander off. With so much grain on the cart, he could only remind her to hurry back quickly. Jian Dan didn't have much to buy, but since she was about to move into her own house, she needed a pot openly. That was a big item, and her bundle couldn't hold it. The supply and marketing cooperative didn't have many people. She looked around and found that rare big iron pots were unavailable. Even basic tools like knives, hoes, and sickles were in short supply. She bought some needles, thread, and small items. Thinking about the state-run restaurant a few doors away, she also bought a few lunchboxes. You can't cook without rice, and their grain supplies weren't plentiful. The state-run restaurant's food wasn't much either. Forget about meat buns or braised pork. They still had dried dishes typical of the Northeast, like large flatbreads with vegetable fillings. The dough wasn't very fine, but it had oil, vegetables, and staple food, quick and easy for housewives during busy farming seasons. It was already good fare, especially in a year of shortages, with fillings that were a rare treat of meat. She was young, with a tender face and a good attitude. After secretly giving away 2 tomatoes as a gesture of friendship, she quietly packed all the remaining goods from the restaurant, wrapping them in oil paper and placing them in her basket. At the corner, in the shade, she took out her main goal, an oversized iron pot, balanced on her head. Lu Sanyu was sitting in the cart, watching intently. When he turned his head, he saw the iron pot moving slowly towards him. It seemed to be coming in his direction. He looked back at the 3 bags of grain on the cart, startled. He jumped onto the cart, ready to drive away. Jian Dan was simply holding up a large iron pot. Although it wasn't too heavy, he was awkwardly balancing it with his arms, which made him very uncomfortable. The ox cart was right in front of him. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he accidentally glanced around. Huh? Did it turn around? Then, a scene appeared on the street. The ox cart was moving forward with a clatter, and the old man driving it kept looking back, as if afraid someone was catching up. Behind the ox cart, a big iron pot was closely following, and from time to time, a hand stretched out from underneath it. The old man in front looked pale, and was tightly protecting the bag on the cart. They quickly ran out of the street. The old man suddenly realized that the sound he heard earlier seemed familiar. When he listened again, he thought, wow, isn't that one of our people? Jian Dan was feeling upset. He had run so far with the pot, which wasn't tiring at first, but now his arms were sore. Oh, little Jian Dan, you're blocking everything so tightly. I can only see your feet. I thought someone was here to steal the grain, haha. He helped Jian Dan put everything onto the cart, then suddenly remembered and whispered, you actually bought a big iron pot? His eyes were very excited. Jian Dan understood that resources were tight now. He didn't dare to boast and said cautiously, it was just lucky. The supply and marketing cooperative only had this one left. A comrade who came in 2 minutes after me didn't get it. It was your cart that was faster, third master. Otherwise, I'd have been left behind, and that would have been terrible. The old ox slowly trotted back home. Jian Dan leaned against the grain bag, sighing. Oh, I forgot the pot lid. Third master, does anyone in the village know how to make wooden pot lids? Of course. Uncle Mingguang can make them. Jian Dan was surprised. Really? That's great. Third master. He needed a big door, and it seemed he also had to make a cupboard, a basin rack, and a wardrobe. As he thought about it, he realized he still needed many other things: bed mats, brooms, kitchen curtains, spatulas. He also needed to make a bed table, a dining table, chairs, and maybe 2 small stools. As he kept talking, he was amazed at himself. He sat up straight and started counting on his fingers. I remember I moved everything to this house. Why do I still need so many things? His confused expression made the old man laugh. Living life is about the little things. People say, a broken home is worth a fortune, right? Jian sighed. There are so many things to do. I also need to gather firewood. By the way, third master, has the person who went into the mountains come back? The old man immediately looked worried. We searched everywhere around for 5 or 6 days, but found no news. It's likely they've already gone deep into the mountains. He shook his head, worried that things might be worse than they seemed. Last summer, the old hunter went into the mountains and never came back. Juzi is a filial son, but he's unlucky. His mother is like that. My second sister-in-law. Well, you'll understand later. Hearing this, I became interested and hurried over. Don't talk about the future, third master. Tell me, so I can be careful. Humph, you just want to hear gossip. It's nothing special. Juzi is a good kid. His mother only cares about her nephew. She's always giving away good stuff, so Juzi, uncle, has become a hard worker, like a beast of burden? Exactly. That's how it is. Her nephew isn't from our village. He's from the neighboring Liu family village.
Huh?
Liu family village seemed to be a silent agreement among the 3 of them, as the old man nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the Liu family village you're thinking of. But isn't that a wealthy village? Did they get the aid wrong? Haha, it's nothing to do with aid. She just thinks her brother and nephew need her. She believes she can't do without them.
Huh?
Got it. No matter the era, there are always people like that. Uncle Juzi really is unlucky. As they joked and talked, they saw the village from afar at 3 in the afternoon. When they entered the village, Simple was surprised. In the morning, it was chaotic, but now the walls were up. Everyone was busy doing something. No one was idle. Everyone was working hard. Are villagers this quick? Lu San glanced around. They probably want to finish quickly and get the grain. Almost every family is out of food. When they heard there was grain, they all worked desperately. The village chief came out of his yard and saw a bullock cart. Then he noticed the bags on it. Simple's eyes lit up instantly. You're back? Perfect timing. We can see if there are any issues. The cart didn't stop. It turned right and kept going. Getting closer, they looked carefully. The wall was made of mud, but inside there were stones first about 2 meters high, with a big gate left open. The yard wasn't very big. The house was split in half front and back, plain and unremarkable. Inside, everything was almost ready. The bed, shelves, and stove all had been completed as she requested. As they entered the hot room, Simple was stunned. Oh my God, Uncle Village Head. Who is this? So thoughtful. Look, the bed is almost heated up. Will I be able to move in tomorrow? In August, the weather is hot, with fire and heat radiating, and working while it's hot and humid is uncomfortable. The village chief wants to say, you're eager to move in, but they are eager to get the grain. Luckily, everyone has the same goal. By evening, almost everything will be ready. When will you bring back a pot? Then they can seal it tightly to prevent smoke.
A pot.
Wait a moment. 1 minute later, the workers saw a little girl carrying a large pot. They were all surprised. The village chief quickly reacted, come here and take it. Hey, you, don't be afraid of growing taller. He looked down at himself. He was only about 1.5 meters tall. He needed to grow taller. Not counting his previous life where he was 1.7 meters, he should at least reach 1.6 meters. He didn't want to stay short. Nonsense, I'm still growing. He carefully placed the pot and smoothed the mud around it so that smoke wouldn't rise up when burning fire. The villagers finished their work and looked longingly at the stove. The village chief pretended not to see. After he left, he scolded the man, have some pride. Is a cast iron pot worth so much? Actually, he was also envious. Half the people in the village didn't have big pots, only small ones or clay jars. But it's not polite to talk about others' children's belongings. He unloaded the items at the village chief's house, then went with Lu Sanyi to order some things. They agreed to deliver everything to the new house tomorrow. Only then did he leave feeling satisfied. Lu Sanyi tied the ox and called his grandson and granddaughter. "Look what Grandpa has here." The two children were thin and bony, with bright eyes fixed on the paper-wrapped food. As they unwrapped it layer by layer, a warm, fragrant smell filled the small yard. "Grandpa, it's a big pancake." Lu Sanyi's face was full of wrinkles, trembling with excitement. "Yes, it's a big pancake. Here, each of you take half."
Wow, it is filling.
"It's vegetable buns, very tasty vegetable buns." Lu Sanyi was also surprised. The old lady was shocked. You actually bought this oily thing?" "Old man, if something's bothering you, tell me. We have children and look at our grandchildren. Our family is together. We can get through any difficulty. You must not do something stupid." Lu Guangming rushed in, covered in sawdust, holding a plain tool, followed by his daughter-in-law Sun Xiang. "Who wants to do something stupid? Who wants to do something stupid?" Startled and nervous, the two children held half a vegetable bun, not daring to take a bite. They looked at their grandfather together. Lu Sanyi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Are you not letting me speak? Who's about to do something silly? I want to say I didn't buy this. Today, I was taking the new young worker to the commune. Someone else gave this to me. I thought it was a big pancake, so I took it." The old lady sighed in relief, patted her chest, and sat back on the heated bed. "You scared me to death." The two people at the door finally noticed that the children were holding food. Lu Guangming frowned. "Dad, let the kids eat, okay?" Grandfather Lu turned and looked at his grandchildren. He was holding something tasty and trying to hold back, but he didn't move. "Huzi, Xiaohua, eat. It's okay." The children were still young. Huzi was 7, Xiaohua only 5. It wasn't a good time, and they had rarely eaten enough. They only got to eat a few buns like this during the New Year. As soon as they were allowed, they made a small sound and buried their faces in the food. Since someone had given it to them, it meant it wasn't a bad thing. It wasn't just for a moment. Since they came to the village, they would come often. There would be a time to return it. Wasn't someone just fixing some cabinets earlier? Go and help them, and tighten the broom. "Okay, Dad, I'll go now." Lu Guangming's wife also went out with him. "I'll check the bed cover and smooth out the rough spots so it won't hurt her hands." After a simple inspection, it was clear they were very careful. During dinner, they also praised the village chief. Not only Lu Weimin was happy to hear it, but even Wang Hohat sat up straighter. This was a good sign of her husband's leadership. Lu Xiao watched the young worker with admiration. A few words made her parents laugh happily. Her mother, usually so stern with everyone in the village, was smiling like a flower. The little black puppy nearby was shocked, staring at her grandmother. Lu Jianxi and Lu Dalian watched their father and the young worker, talking about village work topics and complimenting each other, building houses, clearing weeds, shoveling snow, slaughtering pigs, hunting in the mountains, setting traps, and mentioning Lu Zhuji. Then Lu Weimin sighed. Zhuji is also pitiful. Having such a mother, and now no one knows if she's alive or dead. As for his second sister-in-law, how will she support her in old age?
Sigh.
Usually, good things are given to others. Let them support her in old age. Nonsense. Who has a son, but goes to find a nephew to support in old age? If you say that, then every family that has children and mistreats them but spends everything to support their nephews, is that right? I really admire Uncle Zhuzi for enduring all these years. If I were him, how would you handle it? He simply smiles and says nothing. "Uncle, can we move into the new house tomorrow?" "Yes, move in, take a couple of days to settle, and tidy up. You can only go around the outskirts of the mountain, not inside. Do you hear me? It's best to find a companion. Since you just arrived and don't know the area well, don't wander around." The next morning, Jianjian packed all her belongings and moved into her new home. Once Lu Guangming delivered the arranged items and everything was organized, her official life as a young educated person began. At the brigade office, about 30 people who had been working with Jianjian were gathered, watching the grain bags by the village chief's side. You all know that Xiao Jian's family bought the small house at the village entrance where the guard used to stay. Originally, I thought we'd sell the house and use the money to fix the house for about 50 yuan. They saw we're short of grain and offered to exchange grain instead. I thought since grain is also scarce outside right now and we don't have grain tickets, we can't buy from the black market which costs 2 yuan per jean, and we can't afford that. So I agreed. She brought 245 jean of grain when she went to the countryside. I and Uncle San brought it back together. Yesterday, Uncle San took her to the post office to pick up the grain sent from home, another 240 jean. The young educated girl said she eats little and will keep 50 jean for herself and give the rest to us.
Calculate it yourselves.
Suddenly, everyone became lively. I don't understand. More than 400 jean for 50 yuan, and on the black market for 100 jean costs over 80 yuan. Wow, this is even cheaper than the black market. Most of them immediately became emotional and asked eagerly, "Village chief, we all remember that if the young educated girl has any trouble, we'll help her. We definitely won't just watch." "Yes, village chief, just tell us how to share it." Lu Weiman thought for a moment. With over 300 people in the village, 400 jean of grain can only help in an emergency. We're all from the same community, so I won't talk about useless things. Here's what I think. I want you all to come over. You've been working these past couple of days, and your wages will be calculated separately. I won't beat around the bush. Each person gets 2 jean of grain. Does anyone disagree? Every household is out of food, and 2 jean of grain could be life-saving. During good years, it was just enough for a meal, not even that much. No, agreed. When neighbors have work to do, we should help out. All right, no wonder all the men from Lijiatin are strong. The young educated youth even praised you, saying you not only work hard and are careful, but also tidy up well. They also said you gathered a lot of firewood, saving her a lot of trouble. She kept telling me not to let you work for nothing. Then go call people. 1 person per family is enough, and bring bags for storing grain. Okay, I'll go now. The tall man quickly ran outside. Time to share the grain. 1 person per family. Although each person only received a little, about a pound, someone like Lu Sanyi brought back over 7 pounds. It's all coarse grain, but if you add water and cook it into porridge, it can last for several days. That evening, every family in the village was happy, with smoke rising from chimneys and villagers walking around with smiles. There was no work in the dry fields, so people went up the mountain every day. If they found wild vegetables or herbs, it was a big win. If there were no wild vegetables, they just collected firewood. Winter was cold, and burning firewood used a lot of it. When Simple carried her basket out, many people were already on the mountain. After yesterday's grain sharing, villagers were very friendly to the young, educated youth. Simple smiled and responded casually to some small talk, then found a moment to slip onto another small path. She had never been to this part of the mountain before, but from what she saw, the villagers had foraged quite a lot. The wild grass was only green at the roots, turning yellow higher up, and at the tips, it looked like dry autumn grass. There were no edible wild vegetables visible. The ground was cracked and dry. Villagers picked firewood while watching the ground for edible plants. But they had searched so many times that it felt like they had scraped the land bare. From their words, Simple could tell it was getting harder to find food. She didn't plan to compete with them for land. Her goal was the deep mountains. In her past life, she often went into the deep forest for fun and adventure, usually in groups. Going alone was a first for her. The drought was severe. Even the branches looked wilted, and the leaves curled up, drooping weakly from the branches. The wild grass on the ground was sparse, but the deeper she went, the greener everything looked. Simple was more convinced that the inside would be better than outside. After walking for over an hour, she could clearly feel the shade of the trees growing thicker above her, and the smell of plants became stronger. She had already taken her weapon for self-defense in her hand. These days, people can't even find enough to eat, and there aren't many wild animals in the mountains. She came here to find a way to survive, not to lose her life. I'm not being overly kind. According to the plan, she should stay here for at least 10 years. For her peaceful life and future safety, She needs to build a good reputation among the locals. She doesn't want to leave after just 3 or 2 years. She can ignore everything and just endure it. But after more than 10 years, she doesn't want to live like a thief all the time. The chaotic days are still ahead. If she can make friends, there's no need to make enemies. Also, now it seems she has no ill will toward her, and she's willing to do something to help. The air around her is getting fresher, and she's entered the deep mountains. Not just the trees above her, but even the weeds at her feet are standing upright. Breathing feels easier now. Holding a simple stick, she pushes aside the plants. The resources in the deep mountains are truly different. Most plants are still growing normally: wild fruits, mountain plums, wild chestnuts, red mushrooms, hazelnuts, pine cones, mountain grapes. Compared to the land at the foot of the mountain, this place is like paradise. She happily gathers what she can. Since no one is around, she simply collects everything into her base. There are also some mushrooms and wild vegetables, but Miss Simple can't tell the difference. To avoid overexerting herself, she didn't dare to pick any. Even the wild vegetables she didn't measure. To her, they all looked the same. She had eaten wild vegetables a few times before, but only when they were prepared for export. She had never seen this kind of natural, living state before. She decided to skip them. Unfortunately, there's no other choice. This is the deep mountains. And since everything is grouped together here, she can't say much. If there were large patches of edible plants that could fill her stomach, then it would be worth risking a trip to the village. She came up once and didn't rush back. That night, she slept at her base, and only on the 3rd day did she start her journey back. The mountain is vast. In 3 days, she only covered a small area. She's not greedy. It's so close, she can come again anytime. If she doesn't go back now, it might be hard to explain to the village. If she disappears the day after moving into her new home, it would cause a fuss. Maybe she thought her trip went too smoothly. On the way back, she somehow triggered a snake. She had been quite tired these past few days and didn't react in time. The snake's tail hit her, knocking her directly into a tree over 10 meters away. Simple let out a muffled cry. She was knocked down, feeling as if all her bones had shifted. Moving even slightly caused intense pain, and she saw stars. However, she knew this was a matter of life and death. Just before the giant snake arrived, she used all her strength to rush into the base. The angry snake was confused by the sudden disappearance, and its fury grew even more. It swung its large tail wildly, destroying everything in its path, trying to find the culprit that had disturbed it earlier. She landed steadily on the ground of the base and finally relaxed a little. Supporting her increasingly heavy head, her vision blurred more and more, and she finally realized something was wrong. She pinched her thigh to stay awake, checked herself carefully, and discovered 2 small black holes on her lower leg. She hadn't noticed being bitten, so was the snake attacked because she accidentally stepped on its tail? There was no time to think too much. She teleported to the medical room and forced herself to inject a dose of serum. Only then did she feel relieved and collapse onto the ground. When she woke up again, she immediately checked her lower leg. Luckily, the skin color had returned to normal.
Oh.
She let out a gentle sigh. She had been too relaxed. Someone who explores deep mountains every day got bitten by a snake. She'd be embarrassed to tell anyone. This was a warning to her. Danger is everywhere, no matter the era. Improving her self-protection skills was urgent. Even she, who believed she could foresee future events, was not an exception and had no advantage. Her only advantage was that she had the base, enough food, supplies, and no worries about clothing or shelter. Even if she didn't leave the village or work, she could live comfortably for generations. Time inside the base moved slower than outside. When she came out, the sun was still high in the sky. The surrounding trees had suffered some damage, indicating that the snake's temper was not good and that it was vengeful. She couldn't help but feel grateful again. If she had been a second slower, that tree trunk would have been her fate. Looking at her small frame, she thought she was still too weak. When she set out again, she was very alert. The path was different from the one she took up the mountain, and the plants beneath her feet were also different. She walked while observing her surroundings. Her eyes were like radar. Anything useful couldn't escape her sight, of course, limited to what she recognized. The farther she went, the fewer plants and weeds she saw, and the variety of species decreased. Inside, she also found several medicinal herbs and didn't miss any. As she hurried out of the deep mountain area, two brightly colored wild chickens suddenly flew past her, startled and flapping their wings to escape. Quickly, she threw a few stones in their direction. Not long after, she heard two screams and the sound of heavy objects falling. She happily went to collect her loot. Although she fought quite a bit inside, she didn't mind having more things. Isn't chicken soup supposed to taste good? In her excitement, she ignored her feet, and tangled vines wrapped messily around her ankles, making her unable to move. Only then did she realize something was wrong. She squatted down to look and, oh, the young lady was amused. She recognized this thing. At this moment, it was actually a good find. She was worried about it, but now, wasn't this just a gift that came to her? With a clear mind, she stopped hesitating. She didn't go straight home after coming down the mountain, but went directly to find Lu Weiman. In the village office yard, Lu Weiman and several village officials and elders were gathered. The wrinkles on their faces seemed unchanged. Luckily, this amount of grain can last for half a month. Yes, but what will we do after half a month? The land on the mountain has been stripped bare. The village well water is also muddy and looks terrible. Who knows when it will stop flowing in the mornings? And the water in the river is running low every day. At this moment, Giant Pain, carrying a basket, strolled over. Lu Weiman smiled and said, "Little Jian, are you tired? I haven't seen you around these days." Since the crops were withered from drought, there wasn't much work to do. Villagers went to a small river 2 miles away to fetch water and then watered the fields. Although it was just a little for the villagers, watering a bit more meant a better harvest. They didn't make Giant Pain join the work. "Uncle, I went into the mountains." The faces of Lu Weiman and the others changed. Just as they were about to speak, Giant Pain threw down the basket. "Uncle, look, could this be edible?"
Now, food was life.
When they heard edible, everyone immediately lost their other thoughts and gathered around. They were all experienced farmers and could tell almost instantly whether it was edible. "Is this wild yam? Let me see, really is, huh?" As they spoke, they became excited. The oldest man with a white beard trembled. It really was wild yam. Oh, for the people, this was a rare find. Had they not dug it up in years? Lu Weiman was also very excited. That made him remember Giant Pain's earlier words. "Did you find this in the mountains?" Since they knew each other, Giant Pain didn't care. "Uncle, I was in the mountains almost at the deep part." "Not quite there yet." It seems like that whole area is like that." "One area? Not in the deep mountains?" Giant Pain looked thoughtful. "I don't think so. I'm not sure, but the grass there is still a little green." She simply threw down the basket and left it behind. Half of the contents inside the basket were a lifesaver at this critical moment when we were almost starving. "Uncle, I'm going back now. You all decide what to do. If you need me to guide you, just find me. I won't go up the mountain. I'll stay at home." A few people looked at each other in silence. "Second Master, is this wild yam? A slap was delivered, are you kidding? You don't recognize this? Haven't you eaten it in past years?" Lu Weiman rubbed his head, feeling a bit wronged. "I just can't believe it. We've searched almost everywhere around here, and yet as soon as someone comes, they find this good stuff." Second Master Lu looked down calmly. "This child probably went deep into the mountain. The grass around the edge is all dead, and even the green plants are half dead. Look at this yam, see? It's still fresh. Do you understand now?" Lu Weiman nodded silently, then suddenly sighed. "Second uncle, we keep telling everyone not to go into the mountain.
But they go anyway.
Not only do they come back safe, but they also find this. Do you think we're being too cautious? Skilled people are brave. Think about the pole. How many days has it been up there? Yet, no one has died or disappeared. Jealousy is one thing, but do you have that ability? The young educated youth clearly have self-protection skills. In the village, do you dare to do the same?
Lu Weimin stood up. Ah.
Second uncle, you're right. Skilled people are brave. I'll go call someone. If they find food, everyone will be so happy they'll go crazy. He casually returned to Lu Weimin's house. Wang Hohat was in the yard tidying up. When she saw him come back, she called out, "Hurry over.
I've found some seeds for you.
I've wrapped some for you too. Take them all." Right now, only cabbage and radishes could still be planted. Before the frost, they'd be ready to harvest. The rest can be saved for planting next spring. She took the seeds happily. "All right, thank you, Annie. I'll go back and get ready. If I have any questions later, I'll come bother you again." Wang Hohat smiled kindly. "Go back quickly. If you need anything, just come and call me." After a few busy days in the mountains, she had a good harvest, but was also quite tired. The original owner was only 15 years old, still a child. She was even hoping to be at least 168 centimeters tall in her life. After locking the door, she happily took a shower at the base, ate a full meal, and then lay down on the small bed, falling into a deep sleep. The village committee was lively now. All the men from each household gathered there, surrounding Lu Weimin and asking nonstop, "Village chief, is it true? Is there really food now? Village chief, when are we going? I need to go back and get a knife." Some men cried as they ran outside. "I have to tell my mother that there's food now. She wouldn't even drink a bowl of thin porridge. I need to go back and tell her we have food so we can survive." Lu Weimin looked at the neighbors. "Have you all decided? It might not be far from the deep mountains, but no one can guarantee there are no wild animals." There was a moment of silence. "We've decided to go." The newcomers dare to explore blindly, and if they find food, they can tell us where it is. That's like bringing grain right to us. What's left? Do we have to wait for someone to feed us? If no one dares to go, then we might as well stay home and wait to starve. Where there's one, there's usually a second. That's right, village chief. Staying at home is just waiting to die. They've shown us the way, so shouldn't we hurry? Our lives depend on this one chance. What can we do? What about our parents, wives, and children? Should they just lie there waiting to die? Exactly, we men are tough. At worst, we risk our lives. If we come back with food, maybe our wives and children can survive a few more days. Yes, yes, village chief, we all will go.
Go.
Lu Yi and the others watched quietly. The men of Lu village are brave, and that's good. He cleared his throat and stood up. "I know our men are strong, but I want to be clear about something. The young people are willing to go because they don't want everyone to keep starving. They have kind hearts. And everyone can see that the young ones are strong and capable of protecting themselves. So don't think that just because a kid can go, you can too. And don't be upset, thinking I look down on you. When it comes to farming, you're experts. Climbing mountains and working in the fields, you're fine. But we're just ordinary farmers. If you don't have the skills, don't try to do dangerous jobs. This mountain is the territory of wild animals. It's lucky if you don't encounter any, but if you do, just look at yourself. Are you strong enough to stand up to wild animals?" Laughter erupted below. "And one more thing, if someone finds food for you, whether you go or not is your own choice. To be honest, if Weimin told you there was gold ahead and you went to pick it up and got bitten by a dog, can you blame Weimin for telling you?
No.
He's helping you, so remember that. Remember this, our Lu village has no ungrateful people." After taking a look around, he also sighed. "At this time, I can't tell you it's useless. Think about our parents, wife, and children at home. Think about the little bit your mother saved just to survive. Who doesn't want to live? Who doesn't know how hard it is to go hungry? What can I say? Those who suffer know the pain. Those who are hungry understand." Lu Weimin feels the same. Almost everyone in Lijiaten has tasted hunger. Now, their desire to survive outweighs everything, and they cling to the hope of rescue without hesitation. The next day was still a bright, sunny day. When she opened the door simply, she saw Lu Weimin smiling like a sunflower. "Uncle, what are you doing? Little Jian, are you rested well?" Although Lu Weimin has always been kind to her, she isn't used to his straightforwardness. "Uncle, are we going up the mountain?" Lu Weiman nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. If you're rested, shall we go? It's better to bring back what we find and feel more at ease. Okay, uncle. Wait, I'll go get a basket. She had just returned yesterday, took a quick nap, and ate at the base. There wasn't much to pack. Lock the door and they could set out. Looking behind, almost the entire village was mobilized, carrying baskets, burlap sacks, and knives. They still looked ragged and pale, but their faces were full of hopeful smiles. Jian didn't know what to say. She felt her throat tighten. The villagers usually stayed around the outskirts, picking wild vegetables or gathering firewood. They were familiar with going up the mountain and didn't get tired easily. At first, they still chatted happily. As they moved inward, the grass grew greener, and her eyes widened with excitement. If Lu Weiman hadn't kept stopping them, many wives might have started digging for wild vegetables right away. They were so excited that they stepped into the deep mountains without noticing, still dreaming of finding food. When they reached the spot, Jian was told simply, "Beyond here is the deep mountain." Seeing this vast area, the villagers were so excited they almost cried on the spot. They forgot about the wild vegetables they had been thinking about. Hearing Lu Weiman, they immediately put down their baskets and started working hard. These were all food supplies. Jian didn't go far, just wandered nearby, ready to warn if any wild animals appeared. But clearly, the villagers' luck was good this time. Everything went smoothly. They went up the mountain full of hope, and by the time they came down, night had fallen. Still, everyone felt very satisfied. Today, everyone's harvest was piled up in the village office yard. Whether they went up the mountain or not, people surrounded the yard and its surroundings, all staring at the ground and unwilling to look away. Some older folks, after watching for a while, had tears in their eyes. "I thought I was going to die like this, never expecting there could be a way out." That's right. That day, I shared a few pounds of coarse grain. I thought about not eating it myself, saving it for the kids to make porridge so they could eat a few more meals.
I'm old and weak. What does it matter if I live or die?
I can't help the kids at all, just a burden. Don't say that. The kids say that as long as we're alive, there's hope. Heaven won't just give up on us. Yeah, hope. Haha, isn't that what hope is? Look, since that young educated youth came, everything has been good for us, hasn't it? Exactly. Our village is lucky. We're sharing the young educated youth, Xiao Jian. She's kind-hearted. Let me tell you, I went back to my parents' place yesterday. My parents live in the neighboring Renovating. My sister-in-law said it's been lively there lately. They had already arranged for some educated youth, similar to Xiao Jian, and 2 more came along. Haha, those 2, since they arrived, haven't had a moment of peace. They complain about the poor living conditions, bad food, and right after they arrived, they even beat the old educated youth to take back the water they had fetched. Now, no household has much water, and fetching it isn't easy. The old educated youth can't do it, so they all ended up fighting together. They argued with the old educated youth and refused to cook their own meals. Both of them didn't know how to start a fire and almost set the youth center on fire. The old educated youth were so angry that in the past few days, they've had several fights. When I was young, my hometown didn't have running water, so we fetched water from the small river in front of the house. Usually, the river water was clear enough to drink directly, but during heavy rains and floods, the water became muddy and turbid. The water fetched had to be left to sit for a long time so the sediment could settle before it could be used for cooking. The locals called this process sitting clear. A few people nearby patted their chests, looking relieved.
Wow, such troublemakers.
Luckily, they didn't come to our village.
Not only that,
maybe they were upset at the youth center or just couldn't adapt. They talk to people rudely and don't watch their faces. In less than a day, they even offended the team leader's grandmother. That old lady from Renovating is quite long-lived. She's famous in our commune. Yes, the village head may not always be right, but he is a filial person and very close to the elderly lady. Can he be happy about this? As a result, the old educated youth only managed to repair their good relationship with the village after several years, but in just a few days, it was all destroyed by those 2. Now things are lively. The new educated youth and the old educated youth seem like enemies, and they are also at odds with the villagers. The old educated youth. Now even the villagers ignore them. The villagers look at each other nervously. No, I always thought that educated youth were all like Xiao Jian's group, but it turns out not everyone is. Of course not. My sister-in-law said that when those old educated youth first arrived, they weren't as good as Xiao Jian's group. At most, they just didn't cause trouble. Lu Weimin and a few others listened for a while, then cleared their throats and came out. Fellow villagers, you've seen Xiao Jian's abilities. You all know what's going on. I won't say much more. I believe the brothers in Lu family village are strong and brave. They don't expect gratitude, and they don't ask for anything in return. At least, they shouldn't secretly cause trouble for others. Anyway, from now on, she's one of us in Lu family village. Do you have any opinions? The villagers all spoke up, though they were still excited, and their words might not be sincere. When they calm down, they might think more carefully. But Lu Weimin isn't asking for anything else. He knows the villagers well. They're not really malicious or wicked, but they do sometimes take small advantages. He's just giving a warning to prevent envy or someone being too soft-hearted, which might lead to trouble or embarrassing incidents later. Also, based on what the commune leaders hinted, there might be more educated youth coming after the harvest. Our village probably can't avoid this. He needs to think ahead and plan. All right, all of us men and women are honest and straightforward. I trust you. From now on, Xiao Jian's group is like our own children. Everyone, especially the men and women, should watch out for them. One more thing, I know everyone has relatives in other villages, including myself. Life is tough for all of us. You need to judge for yourselves. If you borrow something, keep your mouth shut about it, know what to say, and what not to say. If you don't borrow, still handle your relationships well. Don't cause trouble or come knocking on doors again. Of course, my thoughts are just my own. If you really feel sorry for your father-in-law or siblings, you can help secretly. Just don't make a big fuss about it. When people ask where you are, will you tell the truth? We all know they brought everything back. Do they believe it? What if something goes wrong? I can't just follow your orders blindly. You should think carefully about everything. Also, everyone has a small share. It's not much, but considering the current situation, it's quite a lot. People say they will hold out until the harvest, but everyone knows the crops are withered. Honestly, not harvesting is actually better. Everyone has elderly parents and young children. Think further ahead. All right, enough of that. Come on, let's divide the supplies. The mood, which was dampened by the harvest failure, suddenly lifted again. About 200 people from the village of around 300 went up the mountain today. Each person brought back at least 100 jin, so the strong workers brought back at least 200 jin. One person can share about 70 or 80 jin. When they heard this, many people started crying again. What does this mean? Since spring, every family has been barely surviving. 70 or 80 jin is enough for a family for about 2 weeks or 20 days, especially when mixed with wild vegetables and crushed corn husks. Now, one person can get this much. Maybe we can hold on until the harvest. Yes, yes. Some children, already drooling, asked, Mom, is there food now? Grandma, is this for us to eat? Simple, who only recognizes the little black egg, widened her eyes in surprise. Is this food? For children to eat? Wang Hohat also had tears in her eyes, gently rubbing her grandson's small shoulder. Yes, it's food. We won't starve now. That night, the air over Lijiatin was filled with a sweet smell. The food Simple received was sent by Lu Jian, Lu Weimin's son. Lu Jian didn't say much, just told her before leaving, Jiansing, if you need anything, just ask. He left before Simple could reply, which surprised her a bit. But then she thought it's not bad. At least he's grateful. Since the weather was good, Simple took the cabbage and radish seeds Wang Hohat gave her. There were quite a few, so she planted them all on the empty land. Whether they grow or not, she decided to adapt to local customs. She's going to stay here for more than 10 years, so this will be her daily life. She needs to get used to it. But during this season, it seems she can't plant anything else. She walked around the front and backyards, digging out thorny bushes from the deep mountains, planting them along the wall. She chose these carefully. They can grow over a meter tall, almost as high as the wall, and are full of thorns, adding extra security. She also planted 2 small pine trees on each side of the main gate. She wanted to build a grape trellis, but after thinking about the chaos that might happen in a few years, she decided to hold back. The foundation was already fragile, so she didn't want to attract attention or give others a reason to think she was just after enjoyment. Instead, she chose a tall, straight pine tree that symbolized honesty. Recalling the rural novels she had read, she wondered what else could be done in the countryside these days. Drying vegetables seemed unlikely this year because of the severe drought, which prevented anything from growing. The vegetable seedlings in each household were barely enough for food. After a long while of thinking, she realized that her best option was to go up the mountain, where good things were usually found. All right, since she had nothing else to do, she put a basket on her back and left through the back door. The mountain was closer than usual, mainly because the paths to the mountain and the village were different. The bottom of the mountain was probably searched thoroughly, but going a bit higher was slightly better, though still very wild and empty. She didn't care much and just gathered dry branches and withered twigs for firewood, making a fire wall. In winter, firewood was needed for warmth. Days passed quickly, and soon it was time for the autumn harvest. As the date approached, Lu Weimin grew more anxious. Several village officials and elders stood at the fields all day, sighing heavily. On the day of reaping, Lu Weimin's speech was weak, and he hurriedly finished a few words before starting work. Last year's heavy corn cobs were now very light, almost weightless. Although everyone knew this would happen, seeing it was still disappointing. Many people worked with red eyes. The joyful atmosphere of previous harvests was gone, replaced by silence. Old farmers feared that the weather wouldn't cooperate. What normally took 10 days to harvest the corn was done in just 5. Some cobs had a few grains, but most only had a few left, like crushed feed for pigs in later years. Yet no one wanted to throw them away. Even a single grain was carefully saved. The entire yard was filled with corn stalks, but they only harvested less than 1/10 of last year's grain. Throughout, everyone remained silent. This little grain was not enough even for the state's quota, let alone for themselves. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. Many couldn't lift their arms or legs. The good mood from a few days ago was gone, replaced by deep despair. Even children lowered their voices and dared not make noise. The sweet potatoes and potatoes fared better because they were drought-resistant. Although this year's harvest is less than previous years, it is still better than corn, which gives the desperate villagers of Lijiaten a small amount of comfort. The poor harvest means less work than before, which is a challenge for Miss Jian, who is new to farming. Luckily, she is strong and eats well, which helps. The autumn harvest took only half the time it usually does, but the main crop for paying taxes, corn, still failed. This is not just a problem for Lijiaten. Almost the entire commune, county, and province face the same situation. Several areas are so badly affected that some people have even died from hunger. Lu Weimin, who went to a meeting, feels very lucky that Lijiaten's situation is simple. If it had been the old days with young workers, a tragedy might have happened. Thinking about it makes him feel scared. He hesitated when going into the mountains, but what made him stay firm? Most villages are in similar trouble, and the commune is helpless. The city still relies on this grain supply, but they can't push farmers into despair. The commune supports the farmers, while the city gets more help. After a week of arguing, they decided to replace the usual grain with potatoes and sweet potatoes, paying only 1/3 of last year's amount. Even so, many village heads cried on the spot. Lu Weimin also feels very sad. 1/3 of the usual grain is almost a death sentence. Some village leaders, feeling hopeless, were given a few young workers before leaving, just in case they rebelled. They were told to accept the grain, even if they didn't want it. Some villagers sat down and cried right there. "Secretary, you're pushing us to death. We worked so hard watering the crops this year, but we only got 1/4 of what we usually harvest. We have to pay so much grain, and yet we have so many mouths to feed." Secretary, how are we supposed to survive? Others couldn't hold back their tears either. They've only been farming in the countryside for a few years, so they haven't caused much trouble, but they truly can't farm well, and they really need their food. Secretary, you know how bad our villages are. The crops have been dry from the moment we planted them. We had to carry water from the river with our own shoulders. The whole summer, everything looked wilted. Nothing grew. During harvest, the corn was hollow. You say a third is not a small amount, but how can we pay that? How can the people survive? During this summer, 10 gene of grain fed about 10 people for over a month. The mountain has been stripped bare. Our village didn't experience direct starvation, but one young man was forced to go deep into the mountains and never came back. The commune secretary is a man in his 40s, with a dark face and prominent cheekbones. He's a retired soldier, limping on his left leg, with a furrowed brow that never relaxes. I understand everyone's difficulties. It's not just our Xiangyang commune, but all of Anji County and Linbei province facing similar problems. I attended meetings and heard the same news everywhere. Comrades, the country is going through tough times. We protect the land and forests, which are our natural treasures. We have more hope than our worker brothers. I hope everyone can overcome their fear of hardship and fatigue and make use of what we have to help ourselves. We all know how hard you work. We are trying to find ways to help you now. Hang in there. These difficulties are temporary. The country still needs everyone to build it up. Seeing that these words were spoken firmly and without leaving room for argument, a few people also realized there was little they could do. Their steps felt heavier as they left, and their eyes toward the young educated youths were less friendly. A few young educated youths were startled by what just happened. They hadn't recovered from the shock and could only follow their village heads in silence. Lu Weimin always thought his village was the poorest. Today, hearing that other villages had people who starved to death, he suddenly felt a bit more important. He was glad and believed the simple words. Otherwise, he might have been the one famous for this today. Thinking this way, his mood improved a little, and he no longer worried about paying the grain tax. No matter what, the lives of the villagers were saved. Thanks to the simple words, he also found the 3 young educated youths more likable. Do any of you want to buy something? The village cart has arrived. You can wait a little. One man and 2 women looked at the village head. Just now, they had argued fiercely and seemed ready to fight, but now they smiled politely. They felt the village head's temper was not very good, so they didn't dare say much. They only said they would go to the post office to pick up their parcels. The 3 of them, with 3 parcels, quickly got on the ox cart. Xiao Jian hasn't come back yet? Lu Sanyi was feeding the ox, lifting his chin. Yep, isn't he not coming back? Lu Weimin looked up. Xiao Jian was carrying a small basket and ran over happily. She was a 15-year-old girl, still a child, with a hint of innocence. She glanced at the 3 strangers on the cart and the pile of luggage, understanding the situation. She smiled and said, "Village head Sanyi Fu. I hope I didn't come back too late?" Lu Sanyi smiled with many wrinkles on his face. No, they just arrived too. Everything's done? Come up quickly. Let's head back. Okay. He simply took off his basket and placed it on his back, then sat down next to Lu Sanyi. The old ox dutifully started walking back. Jian was the kind of person who liked to make small talk. "Uncle, are we going to work tomorrow?" Lu Weimin didn't think much. "Take 3 days off, let the corn stalks dry out, and in a few days, we'll bundle them all up again. Are you getting restless? Want to go up the mountain again?" Jian didn't deny it. "I'm just thinking staying here is the same as staying here. Might as well take advantage of the snowless days to gather more firewood. Isn't it supposed to be really cold this winter?" "Yes, it's cold. Once we finish the work in the fields and your own garden, we can basically hibernate. We should gather more firewood." "Third uncle, should we go up the mountain now?" "Of course. Xiao Jian, don't worry. Wait a few days. The whole village will go up together." "Are we going deep into the mountains?" Lu Weimin's hands itched. "Of course not. The deep mountains aren't easy to enter. You should stay away from there. There's all kinds of things. When it snows, hungry wild animals will come out looking for food, so don't be careless. She could tell his good intentions and bad intentions, and she simply agreed. Hey, third uncle, with such a drought this year, what do you think is still in the mountains? Why not? The mountains are different from the lowlands. They can store water themselves, plus those trees are powerful. He thought back to his childhood. From spring to autumn, it didn't rain at all. The crops could only watch as they withered away. The land was so dry, it couldn't be farmed, and the wells were full of mud. The river was completely dried up. There was no way to survive. There was no wild vegetables, nothing at all.
It was just barren land.
Later, the villagers started going into the mountains. Staying behind was like waiting to die. Going up the mountain was their only hope. Do you know what was the first edible thing we saw? It was mice. And snakes, spiders, bugs, anything alive, people would rush to eat it. Some couldn't wait and would stuff it into their mouths right away. They were starving, their stomachs and guts hurting unbearably. The deep mountains had plenty of things, even some ripe fruits and mountain goods, but there weren't many people left. Some were killed by tigers, some bitten by poisonous snakes, some ate poisonous mushrooms, some fell off the mountain, and one person, after finding a water source, happily drowned himself. A few people listened quietly. Finally, Lu Weimin sighed deeply. What's the name of those young city kids? The young people suddenly remembered a scene at the commune where De Xiong was acting tough. They had prepared their words, but became more cautious. The first to speak was a girl with short hair, sounding cheerful. Village chief, my name is Li Yan. We all came from Nanshur. Then, a quiet-looking girl, dressed simply with patched cuffs on her clothes, said, my name is Lin Zhaodi, village chief. Finally, the only boy spoke, village chief, my name is Chen Jiangwo. We responded to the call to go to the countryside to help build the village. I hope, under your leadership, we can improve our village. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Lu Weimin did too. Chen Jiangwo spoke confidently and politely, which was not annoying. He nodded in approval. Good, good. Let me tell you about our village. As you saw at the commune earlier, this year there was little rain, so our harvest was very poor. Actually, when you arrived, it was not the right time. If it had been a normal year, I could tell you to work hard, and by the end of the year you'd get grain and have enough to eat. But this year, after paying the grain quota, the village has no surplus food. Not only you, but even the villagers are struggling to get through winter. We haven't figured out how to survive until spring next year. The young people listened without much surprise. Chen Jiangwo was the quickest to respond, village chief. To be honest, the situation in the city is even worse. My older brother works in a factory and gets some grain supplies every month. But the amount is very small, less than a fifth of what it used to be. Many families rely on relatives from the countryside for help. That's why my parents decided to send me to the countryside. They believe that, even in the worst times, a handful of grass can boil into a pot of soup. It's better than waiting to die in the city. If I really can't make it, then it's just my fate. He looked at them simply but with clear understanding. The cheerful Li Yan said, village chief, we all understand that this is the situation everywhere now. The quiet Lin Zhaodi added, yes, we have no food at home either. My younger brother has started drinking porridge. The others asked simultaneously. Li Yan directly inquired, didn't your brother drink porridge before? Lin Zhaodi replied naturally, yes, he used to eat rice. Our family has 3 people working, but this year, because of the food shortage, my mother told me to give my work to my brother, so he could go to the countryside. My mom said, in the countryside, there's food everywhere. If you're diligent, you won't go hungry. Everyone on the bus fell silent. Jian was a bit surprised and honest. It's common to see stubborn girls, but she was surprisingly happy about it. In the distance, the shadow of Lu Jiaten appeared in sight. Lu Weimin cleared his throat and said, later, I will find you a place to stay. First, get ready, rest for 3 days like the villagers, and get familiar with the village environment. Then start working. By the way, Xiao Jian came here earlier than you, as a young educated youth. If you have questions, ask her. Feeling helpless, Jian could only greet them. My name is Jian. I came here a few months earlier than you. The 3 were surprised and looked at each other. No one expected she was a young, educated youth. Seeing her talking casually and friendly with the village chief and the driver, They thought she was a relative or at least a local villager. No one expected she was just like them, a young, educated youth. After entering the village, Jian got off the bus, picked up her basket, and said, "Third uncle, Uncle Village Head, I'll go back first. If there's anything, just ask the kids to find me." She nodded to a few other young educated youths and then carried her basket back home. The young educated youths, just stepping out of their previous roles, faced a second mystery. They looked at each other, but didn't dare speak easily. The ox cart slowly entered the village and stopped at the big blue brick tiled house at the entrance. Since they knew young educated youths would come down, Lu Weimin had someone tidy up the house. He still felt a bit regretful that Jian didn't stay in the ready-made house and had to spend money repairing the small, broken house. Didn't these young educated youths see the surprise in their eyes? Leading a few people into the yard, he said, "This was the landlord's yard a few years ago. Now, it's just a place for you to stay as young educated youths. We're all adults, so I won't say much about what you can or can't do. I have 2 requests. Work hard and don't cause trouble. All these rooms are livable and have been cleaned. You can divide them yourselves. If you have questions, ask Xiao Jian or come directly to me. My house is in front. Just ask around in the village and you'll find it." The 3 were very happy with the living conditions. They had never had such good conditions even at home. When the village chief was about to leave, Li Yan suddenly remembered, "Village chief, the youth office said that our youth allowances can be exchanged for grain in the village. What do you think?" Lu Weimin sighed and calculated in his mind. Given the current situation, as you all see, this year's harvest is almost a failure. The village can only spare 50 jin of sweet potatoes and potatoes per person. He felt heartbroken as he spoke. "I'm just following the policy, considering that it's not easy for you to leave home. But this is also very tight. The villagers can't share so much. You all need to save food, maybe until next spring." The group was excited and didn't think much, carrying their luggage to find a room and started packing. They didn't care much about the simple surroundings. The weather was hot, so they drank cold water first. Refreshing. Then they washed up, tidied their things, boiled water, and heated the lunch they packed from the state-run restaurant. Delicious dinner. Li Yan and the others quickly tidied up and went out to find the village well. When they drew water, they were very disappointed. "Why is it so muddy?" A nearby villager saw the newcomers and knew they were new youth. They were simple and friendly towards them. "That's good. Just take it home and let it sit for a couple of days." The excitement from earlier was now replaced by reality. They had no bucket, so they carried a basin back to the youth station. Looking at the empty stove, cold stove table, chilly Kong bed, and murky water, they realized this was countryside life in a strange place. They looked at each other in silence. After a while, Chen Jiangwo tentatively suggested, "Maybe we should go find the village chief to exchange the grain first, then ask about the simple youth, and see what they need to prepare?" Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi had no other options and nodded in agreement. Lu Weimin was just sitting on the Kong, ready to eat, talking to Wang Ho-had about the new youth, when they heard a knock on the door. Lu Weimin froze with his chopsticks in midair. "Can't I just have a peaceful meal before someone comes?" Lu Dalian hadn't gone to bed yet and turned to go outside. "I'll open the door." Lu Weimin stood up. "Eat first, I'll go. It should be someone coming to exchange grain. I'll call Igua and go straight to the village office to handle it quickly." Wang Ho-hat whispered, "Don't exchange too much. The village doesn't know how they'll get through this winter. I know, I have a plan. You all eat first." "Village chief." Lu Weimin didn't stop and went straight out. "Are you here to exchange grain? Let's go, I'll take you there." Accountant Lu Igua was also called away from the dining table. The policies for the new youths had been discussed among a few people long ago, so now there was nothing more to say. They received the money, gave out the grain, and kept the records. The 2 people, one with a red face and one with a white face, were used to it. They could work together perfectly, without needing to be told in advance. Watching the 3 people carry their grain bags away, Lu Igua still found it hard to believe. Is it because the youths are too sensible, or because our cooperation is too good? It's so easy that I feel a bit strange. Lu Weimin chuckled. When I went to the meeting, they were also there. I overheard the tail end of it, right when we were complaining. No wonder. Don't tell anyone, but the effect was really good. I've heard that other villages have all sorts of problems with their youths.
I've been worried about that.
We don't expect another Xiao Jian, but I just hope they don't send us two troublemakers like before. Life is already hard enough. If they cause more trouble, it'll be even worse. Yeah, we're not afraid of being poor, but we're afraid of troublemakers. At the meeting, they complained to the secretary that the youths only eat grain, don't work, and cause chaos. I didn't dare to say anything, afraid I'd laugh. Do you know how Xiao Jian's youths are doing? I knew before, but now that I compare, I feel like we hit the jackpot. But we can't let others find out. You old guy, you better hide and protect her well. Today's few people seem okay, but maybe they're just scared. They haven't recovered yet. We still need to be careful. Lu Weimin was blunt. After these 3 days, they'll go back to normal work. How long can we keep this grain? If we have no money to buy more grain, we'll have to stop working. When we're too tired to lift our arms, we won't have the energy to think about anything else. Lu Igua nodded. As long as you understand. By the way, what about Xiao Jian's youths? Before, there were no outsiders, so everything was fine. Now more youths have come, and they're all youths. We're treating her too specially in front of others. I'm worried they might have opinions about her. Plus, even if she doesn't work, the villagers are very close to Xiao Jian's youths. If we get too special, it won't look good. She saved our lives. We all know that. The villagers know, but the newcomers might not understand. Don't you think? I also know that she didn't seem to want to slack off before. Anyway, working now isn't too tiring, just tying up corn stalks and such. This year, that's how it is. Tomorrow I'll ask her again, and in spring next year, we'll decide then. Seeing no one around, Lu Weimin lowered his voice. From the recent meetings and the news from the commune, it seems things are a bit chaotic at the top. We should be very careful in what we do. Don't attract attention. Lu Igua sighed. Why can't we just have a good life? It's always about this or that problem. Enough. Don't say everything. When work starts, the villagers also need to be disciplined. Even though our village is small, everyone should know what's okay to say and what's not. Especially those who like to gossip about others. Make sure to talk to them properly. It's just idle talk. If they go hungry, they won't have the energy to worry about other people's affairs. Oh, you. Li Yan and a few others carried their grain out of the village office. In the city, the girl who usually does the most work at home, Lin Zhaodi, carried 50 jin, about 25 kilograms, which isn't light. Chun Jiangwo is a man, and Li Yan isn't weak either from working in the factory. They walked and stopped a few times, so it wasn't too hard. After all that, when they returned to the youth camp, it was getting dark. They looked at each other. No pot, no firewood. Maybe we shouldn't eat tonight. Tomorrow, we should ask Jian Jiqing. Just having grain isn't enough. The other two had no objections. Luckily, they still had some food prepared for the road. They drank some cold water, having sat outside for hours, and they could get through the night. The next day was a rest day. They didn't slack off. They planned to go into the mountains today and stay for 2 days. They knew they couldn't go too deep with the villagers around. She wanted to gather some things before it got colder and also collect more firewood. As soon as she got up, she heard the door knock. For a moment, she was confused, then quickly brushed her hair and put on her coat to open the door. Are you looking for someone? The words almost got swallowed back. Oh, it was the new youth who arrived yesterday. What's the matter? Her voice was a little hoarse from just waking up. Sorry, are we too early? Sorry, we just changed places to sleep and woke up early. She didn't expect her to be up at this time. They were all awake, and she didn't plan to go back to bed. It's okay, come in and sit. In the yard, there were a few wooden stools they had made when repairing the house. It was a good place to sit outside. She simply opened the window to let in some fresh air. Have you finished tidying up the youth station? Her main goal was to stay low-key and not cause trouble or conflict. She started the conversation, and everyone relaxed a bit. It's all done, and it's much better than I expected. Yes, at home, 10 of us are squeezed into a small dorm building. Moving around is hard. I didn't think I could get such a big room here. Seeing that Jian was hesitant to speak, Li Yan quickly asked, What's wrong? Did we say something wrong?
Jian waved his hand. No, no.
I just want to say that Lijiaten didn't assign youth to us before. I was in the first group and you are in the second, but you are the first to move into the youth station, so. Li Yan understood immediately. Oh, that's fine. It's already good enough to have some private space for a while. Lin Jiaodi also realized this and looked a bit regretful, but didn't argue. This is already much better than at home. We're here to support rural development, not to enjoy ourselves. Chen Jiangwo was curious. Jian, when did you come here? August, and it was even hotter then than now. You guys are in a good season now. Harvest is over, the weather is cooler, and winter is coming soon. The most important things now are food and staying warm in winter. They had a good attitude, and Jian was willing to talk more. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. We came here to ask about the firewood and pots. Honestly, last night, we couldn't get the fire started. Firewood is easy, just go up the mountain and gather some. As for the pots, I was lucky to buy one. You can try your luck at the supply and marketing cooperative. If you can't find any, the youth station probably has small stoves. Do you have any clay pots? You can put a clay pot on the small stove. Many families in the village cook like that without iron pots. There are also wooden basins, buckets, cabinets, and other things. Lu Sanyi, who drives the cart, has a son who is a carpenter. His work is good and durable. I also got all my wooden items from him. There are also beds, brooms, baskets, bowls, chopsticks, and wooden spoons. He has all these small items too. The three were stunned. Li Yan let out a cry. We didn't think of those. We only worried about not having a pot to cook with. Chen Jiangwo is probably not the type to avoid family matters. His back, which was straight, has now softened. Oh my, I didn't think of these things before. Lin Jiaodi was not very surprised and continued to list items. There are shovels, curtains, cooking oil, salt, vinegar, wash basins, clotheslines or ropes, dustpans, sieves, baskets. We don't have these, but they are shared items. Not used every day, but we need to have them. Also, needles and thread, but it's not urgent. Still, if we go to the supply and marketing cooperative, we should gradually buy more. Her simple first thought was that she was just an ordinary person trying to live a good life. Yes, we'll start work in a few days, but it won't be as busy as before. You can take your time to buy things based on what's most important. She heard that snow might come early here. She guessed she would go up the mountain a few times, and once it snows, the roads will be difficult to travel. Going out won't be as easy as it is now. Jian Jiqing, why didn't you live at the youth commune? Simple smiled. It wasn't a secret, and she knew someone would ask. When I first arrived, I was alone. The yard was so big, I was afraid to live there. I saw this small house and thought, this is perfect. I tidied it up and bought it. You bought it? Simple understood their confusion. They had a good place to live, no need to spend money, and the environment was nice. Why would she spend money on an old, broken house? She couldn't tell them that many more youth workers would come later, and it would be crowded, leading to conflicts and disagreements over trivial things. Yes, we came to support rural development. We don't know when we'll go back to the city. Buying this house makes it ours, like a home. It's mainly because the house was very broken and not expensive. I couldn't afford it otherwise. It almost drained my savings. Plus, I want to go up the mountain to gather more food. We can't survive the winter with just this little grain. She heard that mountain produce was abundant here. When the time comes, she planned to gather a lot of good things. Whether for their own eating, giving to others, or mailing home, it would all be good stuff. She wanted to use their words to say that she bought the house. It wasn't expensive, and she had no money left. She planned to tell others later, so no one would be tempted to take it. Right now, they were just starting their work in the countryside, full of enthusiasm. But when many more people arrived and it became mandatory, people's minds would change. When there are many, there will be more schemes and tricks. Now, she does everything she can to do her best and be thorough, even if it's just to lay a foundation for a peaceful life in the future. Also, suddenly she remembers Zhu Yan, who wanted to adopt her as a sister. Since she came, she seems to have forgotten about her. Maybe she should write a letter to check in? And there's also Chun Hongjun, the factory director, who has helped her many times. Chun Jangwo looked at her for a long time and finally asked the question he's been wanting to ask. Jian Jiqing, are you still young? Are you an adult? Since yesterday, he felt that Jian always seemed a bit innocent and youthful. Jian smiled and said, "You're right, I am 15 years old. Compared to you guys, I am indeed the youngest." Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi immediately felt motherly affection. What? You're only 15? You're so young to be sent to the countryside? They all knew that families who cared about their children wouldn't easily send them away for rural development. My family is gone, and I'm all alone now. My grandfather once arranged a marriage for me, but when he saw that something had happened to my family, he quickly called off the engagement. We don't live far apart, so I'll see him often.
It's a bit awkward now.
When I saw the policy about going to the countryside, I thought since I have no family left, I might as well go and find some peace. The three of them were silent for a while. Then Jian spoke up. I have an older sister and an uncle who treat me well. The village is going up the mountain soon, so I thought I could gather some mountain goods and send some to them. They skipped her background and naturally moved on to talking about going up the mountain. Jian thinking, do you have any plans today? Can you take us for a walk up the mountain? We want to get familiar with the area and gather firewood. It's getting chilly in the mornings and evenings, and the stove is a bit damp. It's about time to start a fire. Jian had no objections, so they agreed to meet at the youth center later, then went to buy baskets at Lu Sanyi's house. The three of them left, and Jian quickly ate some breakfast, packed a few dry foods and a water bottle into her basket, then locked the door and headed to the youth center. Chun Jangwo and the others didn't have much to pack, and their food was limited, just enough for a meal. Jian was already waiting at the door when she arrived. At Lu Sanyi's house, 7-year-old Huzi opened the door and was very happy to see Jian. Jian, are you here to see Grandpa? Jian smiled and replied, yes, these older brothers and sisters want to exchange some things. Who should I look for? Huzi turned around and shouted, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister Jian is here. Jian was surprised. Was the situation a bit too grand? Lu Guangming and his wife came out first. Little Simple, a young educated youth, without much greeting. Uncle Guangming, this is the new youth who arrived yesterday. He wants to exchange some things. I brought them here. The couple took the youth to the warehouse. The old lady also came out with a cheerful smile. Little Simple, sit for a while, no rush. There were stools in the yard, and Simple sat down without hesitation. Grandma, are these shoes you're making for Third Master? Yes, as it gets colder, he often goes out. In winter, he needs to shovel snow, gather firewood, and feed the cattle. Last year's cotton shoes had holes, so these days when it's not busy, I'm fixing the soles first, and then sewing the tops.
No rules.
The shoes had multiple layers of soles. The young lady had seen such shoes on her father in her past life, but those were specially made, slightly different from this pair. She looked at them carefully. Grandma, is this a pair of layered-soled shoes? Yes, and later, we can put on a pair of Ural grass shoes over them. The thick soles can protect against the cold. Grandma, is it true that the snow here is very heavy? The old lady tugged the shoelaces. In previous years, yes, the snow started falling in November. By late November or December, the mountains were usually blocked by snow. Last year, there was no heavy snow. At the start of winter, there were 2 snowfalls, but afterward it stayed clear and dry all winter. Why is it so dry this year? Outside, the sky was clear and cloudless. The old lady glanced at it and continued working. This winter, I don't know what's going on. If it stays this dry, next year will be even harder. It won't be. The weather has been more normal lately. Maybe it will snow in a few days. You're right to prepare early. We're also going to gather firewood soon. If a big snow blocks the mountain, we'll have some firewood to burn. Yes, as the weather gets colder, we must prepare. She looked at Simple with concern. Have you prepared your winter clothes? Did you bring cotton padded clothes? Cotton shoes? Are your quilts thick enough? The bedding doesn't need to be too heavy. As long as the bed is warm, it's fine. The windows here aren't tight, so in these days, we need to seal the cracks. The northwest wind is strong and often blows in, so when sleeping, the cold wind at your feet is blocked by the thick quilt. Simple mumbled back, I brought a cotton quilt, it should be enough. My room is small, but my uncle's patched it up well. I'll try sealing the windows too. My older sister brought me a set of cotton clothes and pants. I will be careful not to get them wet. I think I brought an old pair of cotton shoes. I will check later when I go back. Auntie, what if I don't know how to do it? This whispering feeling clearly made the old lady very happy. She softly said, "You want to do it? I can help you make it. I tell you, my craftsmanship is well known in the village. Uncle Mingguang and your third grandfather both like to wear the shoes I make." Her tone returned to normal. "Your aunt has already made shoes for your third grandfather. Since I made them, they fit perfectly, right?" This simple statement felt like a wave of sweet affection. "Oh, third grandma, does third grandfather really like the shoes you made?" With a strange tone, the old lady couldn't help but lightly hit her with a pair of shoes. "You little girl, joking with grandma now." Just then, 3 young workers also took out their things and quickly ran off, calling from afar, "Third grandma, I'll come again another day." Seeing this close affection, Li Yan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "Jian Jiqing, are you very familiar with this family?" "Not too bad. We just get along more often, so we're familiar." Jian didn't want to argue about this. "Have you all chosen your things?" The others showed the baskets on their backs. "Yes, we've chosen. We'll send the rest later at night. We've already taken out the baskets. Let's go quickly. We've wasted a lot of time." Down the mountain, villagers were gathering firewood. Jian and the others confidently walked along the usual path villagers used to go up the mountain. The nearby areas had already been picked clean early on, so further inside, only small twigs kept falling. Small twigs add up over time. The thicker ones need to go inside. This year's drought has left even the outer trees half dead. Recently, when it gets cold and the wind blows harder, branches start breaking or falling off. Those dried leaves can be used for fire, but they burn quickly and don't last long. I don't like carrying them back, because it's troublesome. That basket will be burned through soon. I gather branches, then go back to pick some corn husks from the fields. They're very good for starting fires when dried. The 3 of them gathered firewood while listening to Jian's experience. Jian also felt a bit regretful. If only there were some dead trees, pulling them back would last several days for firewood. The trunks burn well. "Jian Jiqing, what about these?" Jian glanced at them. "That's mugwort. It can also be burned. I heard that in summer, people burn some still green mugwort using fire. Isn't it wet and hard to ignite? But that smoke is very effective against the bugs and mosquitoes in the countryside. However, it's quite strong and pungent. When it's lit at the door and the wind blows, the smoke can be seen from half the village. Now, the mugwort is completely dried out, and you can't see the original leaf shape anymore. It's so brittle that it crumbles easily with a touch. Even after watching for a long time, 3 of us couldn't find a hole in it. Next year, I'll tell you again when it's ready. It smells good and doesn't bother people." "Hey, Jian Ziking, I think I've seen that red fruit before. Over there. The 3 of us rushed over like we discovered something new. This is a wild red mushroom, and it's the only one still alive on this mountain. The colder it gets, the sweeter it becomes. After frost, it tastes even better. You can pick it and string the stems together with a needle and thread, then hang it on the door or window. Isn't that pretty?" The male comrade is still missing some, but the 2 young women feel the same. "Yes, it's really colorful and festive. Exactly, if you're hungry, just pull one down. Also, the skin of this mushroom is good for reducing inflammation and calming fire. If you have a sore throat, you can brew the skin in water to drink. It works very well. Isn't this all valuable? Just pick them all and take them home. Yes, take them all. There aren't many on this mountain anyway. This one is a lucky find. Otherwise, they'd have been picked clean long ago." This unexpected discovery made the newcomers very happy. Their resentment toward climbing the mountain eased quite a bit. There are still good things on this mountain. Of course, it's a treasure trove of nature. If the people down below can't survive, this mountain is their last hope. We found 2 simple dead trees. We broke off the branches and twigs and bundled them with the firewood we collected. The remaining bare trunks, we dragged away. That one is yours. Pack it up and let's go. The three looked at each other, and finally, the only male among them rolled up his sleeves. He tried to trim the trees in a simple way, but almost fell over when he lifted them. He was surprised and swept his gaze over the two pieces of wood. Jianziking, do you really find it easy to carry? Li Yan went over to try. She didn't lift them at all, they just swayed slightly. The three of us looked at Jianziking with even more admiration. Jianziking, are you a strong man? After the harvest, there wasn't much work to do. Simple had already forgotten that he was stronger than most people. Not bad, I guess. I just have a bit more strength. It's in my genes. You can't envy that. Simple was carrying a piece of wood in front, with a small basket filled with broken branches. Behind him, Lin Jiaodi was carrying 3 pieces of firewood she had gathered. Chen Zhangwo and Li Yan were slowly following, lifting a dry log together. Next time, can we bring tools? If we run into this kind of thing again, we could handle it better. It would be a shame if we couldn't carry much. Of course, as long as you have tools, we can do it however you want. Li Yan couldn't help but laugh. She relaxed her grip, and the things in her hands slipped out. Chen Zhangwo reacted quickly, letting go and stepping back to avoid the falling items. Simple heard the noise and turned around. He saw 2 people jumping with frustration, while Lin Jiaodi stood far away. He shook his head helplessly. Are you guys trying to get injured while looking proud? The 2 hurriedly helped each other, and this time, they worked together better. They finally made it down the mountain smoothly. Back at the youth cadre's courtyard, both of them let out a sigh of relief. They threw down the wood and rubbed their wrists. Wow, we finally made it. My hands don't feel like my own anymore. All right, you can pack up now. I'll take these things back and go to the commune. You're going to the commune? Jijian, can we go with you? Simple paused. You want to go too? Li Yan and the others looked at each other awkwardly. We figured we still need to buy some miscellaneous items, like seasonings and such. Looking at the sky, it's noon now. Should we go? We might get back before dark, and you can cook a good dinner tonight. Okay, we'll tidy up a bit first. I'll go find third uncle. Last time, I thought about writing to Zhu Yan and Chen Hongjun, sending mountain goods by mail. Today, someone was following me, so I hadn't taken anything out. When they arrived at the commune, everyone had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative. She quietly put the items into her basket and entered the post office. It wasn't much. Each package contained a few pounds of chestnuts and hazelnuts. Everyone knew it was dry, and there weren't any other mountain goods, which was normal. After putting the letter and package away, she thought for a moment and decided to call Zhu Yan first. Zhu Yan's phone number was from the street office, near the state-run restaurant. After a few minutes, she called, and a familiar, breathless voice answered. When she mentioned needing some cloth scraps, Zhu Yan was stunned. Are you planning to make clothes? I'll go find some pieces of defective fabric for you. The scraps are colorful and patchy, made from leftover bits. Yanjia, it's not for making clothes. I want to patch some things together. Don't need good fabric. Any kind, any color, as many as possible. I just sent you a letter and a package. The money is inside. From the last ticket exchange, she could tell this girl was someone special. After all, she just liked her. Okay, no problem. I'll go after lunch and send it to you as soon as possible. You asked me to send things again. I heard that the countryside hasn't collected much grain. Jia, I went up the mountain with villagers to find mountain goods. I kept some for myself. Try some. The village chief said that the sweet potatoes and potatoes they collected barely met the quota. It seems that next time going up the mountain might still be a tough task. Zhu Yan moved quickly. After lunch, she went out to find someone. Her family is here, both her husband's and her own. Almost everyone has work. Their connections are widespread, not few. When asked about the fabric scraps, no one even hit their son. There are plenty of these. They can't be used for making clothes, just for shoe soles. But Zhu Yan was still worried about her sister. Can you give me a few big bags of usable scraps? How many bags? Yes, I have a sister outside the city. They need this stuff. If used well, even though it's small, it can help the factory make more money. She didn't expect her sister to be so decisive. After finishing her work, she went to a state-run restaurant and leisurely looked for a bullock cart. The environment is still quite simple. The people in the commune are few, and most look thin and pale. Halfway there, an old woman swayed and almost fell. Zhu Yan reflexively took a few steps back, then remembered she shouldn't be afraid to help. In an instant, the old woman collapsed. Zhu Yan stepped forward, squatted down, and patted her. "Old lady, can you hear me? Old lady?" She dropped a little water on her lips. After 2 or 3 minutes, the old woman finally gasped and woke up. Zhu Yan let out a sigh of relief. "Old lady, are you okay?" A few people around stepped aside. "She probably fainted from hunger." "Yes, isn't that Mrs. Sun from the front street?" Upon hearing that someone was known, he didn't delay and quickly got up while explaining, "Everyone in Yangyang commune is so warm-hearted and helpful.
They are all good comrades of the party.
When it comes to neighbors, they are as warm as spring." He then asked, "Could you help contact his family? I came from the countryside for some errands and need to go back quickly. I really don't have time to send this elderly person home. Thank you all for your kindness." He bowed and waved his hand, then ran away quickly. The elderly woman, awakened by a few drops of water, only saw a small figure running with a basket on his back. When the onlookers realized what had happened, the person was gone from the street. When Chun Jiangwo and others returned with their baskets, they were still talking. "Someone fainted over there just now. Someone helped him, but didn't want others to know who he was. Isn't that an anonymous hero?" "Yes, there are still many good people." The anonymous hero silently kept quiet. "Everyone sit down, we're going back now." "Third Master, will you come again in a few days? Isn't it time to bundle the corn stalks? No one has come to the commune these days, so I won't go out. After finishing, it will probably take about 6 or 7 days. Then, I'll come again, and after that, it will be time to go up the mountain to harvest. Once all these tasks are done, if you come again, just look for me. No one else is around the village." Li Yan, quick-witted, asked, "Why is that?" When Lin Zhaodi reached out to pull, it was already too late. The old man sighed. "What else? No money, no grain. Why go to the commune? In previous years, I would pick vegetables from my own yard, gather mountain goods like hazelnuts, chestnuts, pine nuts, mushrooms, and so on, and sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative to get some money, buy needles and thread, or just cut a few pieces of meat at home to satisfy cravings. This year, after paying the grain tax, the village is completely empty and no one gets anything. This winter, I'll have to go up the mountain. What's left to sell? I just hope I can gather enough to fill my stomach. Otherwise, how will I get through this winter?" Li Yan also realized the topic was inappropriate and awkwardly fell silent. She sat simply by the cart, swinging her little legs. "Third Master, isn't the shoe your third grandma made especially comfortable?" Unexpectedly, the old man didn't think much and casually replied, "Of course. My wife's craftsmanship is famous. I'm quite lucky in that regard." "Hey, kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Hee, am I just talking nonsense? I still want Grandma San to help me make a pair of cotton shoes." "If you say it like that." The old man quickly changed his tone. "It's no problem. She's the best at that." The most tiring part of the autumn harvest, the shrinking of the crop, is now half done. The remaining corn stalks are mostly easy to handle, just mechanical work. For the villagers, it's a very ordinary task. During harvest, the cut corn stalks are laid across the ridges to dry in the sun. The weather has been dry lately and they're almost dry now. Adult men squat down, stretch their arms to gather all they can reach, then fold the already twisted grass ropes around their waists, one by one. Pull, twist, and tie, finishing the bundles. Someone else then carries these bundles to the edge of the field, leaving enough feed for the old yellow oxen for the winter. The rest, like the grain, is also used as firewood by the villagers. However, the village chief still habitually reminds them, don't place the corn stalks next to the haystack or near anything that can easily catch fire. Got it, village chief. Understood. Put the stacks outside the door. Chun Jiangwo followed along foolishly for 2 days, finally couldn't help but ask, why can't they be near the haystack? Isn't it all used for burning? Does this have a special purpose? Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi also only half understood but didn't dare to ask, all looking at Jian Dan. Jian Dan only recently found out why corn stalks and the branches we pick up, what's more flammable? Corn stalks. Then tell me, what if, just what if, some sparks fly and the corn stalk pile catches fire? What would happen? The three of them looked at each other and suddenly felt a cold sweat. Because of the drought, all plants are growing poorly. The only good thing is that there's less work afterward. Besides the corn stalks, there's no other big task. After finishing, Lu Weimin organized people to deliver the grain tax. Watching them work hard all summer, fetching water from 2 kilometers away, watering and nurturing the sweet potatoes and potatoes, they were all silent as they carried the crops onto ox carts or balanced them on shoulder poles. Lu Weimin also felt uneasy. Fellow villagers, I believe that even the hungry sparrows won't starve to death. Go home and tidy up. Tomorrow we'll go into the mountains. There was only one cart in the village, the one Lu Sanyi usually used to drive his oxen, loaded with a full load of grain. The old man's worried expression was very obvious, but since the villagers were carrying their shoulder poles, he couldn't say anything more. Originally, he planned to go to the commune these days, expecting Zhu Yan's things to have arrived by now. Since the cart couldn't be used, he thought it would probably be empty on the way back. After some thought, he decided to leave with the main group. In front, the ox cart, behind, the long line of shoulder poles, clearly heading to deliver grain. On the way, some people looked at them with envy. The bags were full of grain. There were still quite a few people at the commune, but it wasn't noisy. Everyone seemed to be there to deliver grain, all looking thin and worried. Usually, some might compare or compete, but this year such things were considered good. The grain was delivered quickly. The villagers leaving felt lighter on their shoulders, but their steps still seemed heavy. They had delivered the grain, but now they faced more difficult days to come. Seeing Lu Sanyi unload the cart, Jian quickly called him to go to the post office together. Sure enough, when they mentioned the name and checked the ID, a package had arrived. But the look in his eyes was strange. In the next second, when he pointed to several large bags, Jian was momentarily confused. Jija, are these all mine? Although she meant it that way, was Sister Yan's efficiency a bit too high? She wanted to keep everything she saw, and she said the more, the better. But she didn't expect her to bring so much at once, nor did she think she could get so much fabric so quickly. Zhu Yan's skills were impressive. All right, she underestimated her. She apologized to Sister Yan. Thinking this, she took another bag of mountain produce from her basket and sent it to the address from last time. Then she received a letter, moved her few large parcels outside, and tucked the extras into the corner of the hall, leaving only one outside. Lu Sanyi, who was feeding the oxen, was suddenly startled. Before he could limp over, Xiao Jian, the educated youth, gently lifted and set down a huge parcel on the ox cart. Okay, he forgot. This kid was strong. When Lu Sanyi went to the grain station at the commune to pick up some people, he asked, "Are you bringing more quilts?" Otherwise, who could carry such a large parcel? Looking at its shape, it seemed soft. I didn't expect to suddenly become the center of attention because of this. If I had known, I would have chosen a different day to come, but now it's too late. I sighed and said, "Third master, didn't I mention that I wanted to ask your third grandmother to help me make some cotton shoes? I just told my sister about it and asked her to keep an eye out. If she finds any scraps of cloth, she could help me gather some. Wouldn't it be good to use those to patch my coat? It wouldn't be a waste." I didn't expect her to send me so many things. I wonder how many scraps she collected. She probably sent me a quilt too, didn't she? The old man's eyes lit up brightly. Do you still know the fabric factory? I quickly opened Zhu Yan's letter and read through it. Where is it? With my current situation at home, knowing people there doesn't help much. My sister helped me exchange the fabric. She said she knew I couldn't make shoes, so she got some extra fabric for me to ask someone to help make the shoes. You can't just ask for help without offering something in return. Wow, she really did exchange the quilt? He sniffed and said, Sister Yan is really kind. I'm already so grown up, but she still treats me like a kid. Lu Sanyi looked at the bag. Besides the quilt, it could hold quite a bit. Thinking back, she mentioned she wanted to find his wife to help make shoes, so this fabric, maybe they could also get some from their own supplies? Oh, that's great. No matter what kind of material it is, it's good stuff. When enough is saved up, his wife could sew a new outfit for her grandson or granddaughter. Thinking about this made him feel happy. It wasn't that he was greedy for the child's things. It was just that they were very poor. You're saying that, but aren't you still a child? At this moment, he met someone else. Lu Sanyi was in a good mood and didn't mind the old ox anymore.
Come up and rest.
Someone hesitated. Third master. Aren't you worried about the ox? Don't worry. You guys haven't loaded enough grain yet.
Come up and rest.
When you go back to work, there will be less to do, and the old ox can rest for a while. All right, got it. Little Simple, your package is so big? They all knew each other well, so there was no need to ask. Simple looked a bit helpless. It's from my sister. She was worried I might get cold, so she specially exchanged the quilt for me. Actually, quilts are rare here too. Usually, families have one quilt that they use for 3 or 5 years. When it gets hard and no longer warm, they put it under as a mat. Of course, there are still families with a second quilt. Many families only have one quilt, and some even have just one for the whole family. Online stories say that some families wear only one cotton coat in winter. Whoever goes out wears it, and those who stay inside curl up on the bed. It's not an exaggeration. Many newlyweds, whether as a gift or bride price, can be proud if they have a new quilt. It makes the villagers admire them. The men looking at those wrapped bundles seem more interested than when they look at their wives. Lu Weimin also doesn't have much. He often glances at the bundles. Not just others, but even his own family is considered well off in the village. The clothes that Hey Dan wears are actually made from his old torn clothes. As for the quilts, they are even more basic. He and his wife hug Hey Dan together. Their son and daughter-in-law share one, and their daughter's bed is made from an old mattress they couldn't throw away earlier. Now that the girl has grown up, they had no choice but to do this. People in the cart keep glancing over. Even someone simple-minded would notice, and she is quite sharp. She secretly feels worried. She's reluctant to give things away, but it might seem like showing off wealth. If she had no skills or if villagers had bad intentions, she could be in real danger. Zhu Yan thinks to herself that she will send her more supplies later. She's determined not to let anyone see her again. She needs to be careful. It's too frightening otherwise. Under the watchful eyes, she carefully brings the bags into the yard, closes the door, and finally feels relieved. There's no fear of theft, but it's uncomfortable to be stared at so much. Now that she's alone, she doesn't need to hide. She takes out the bags and opens them one by one. Wow, there are really quite a few. The bags are full of colorful cloth. She doesn't have the patience to take everything out and organize it. She grabs a handful and pulls at it. Some are thick canvas, some are twill fabric, and others are pure cotton cloth. All are good quality. Most importantly, the fabric pieces are large, big enough for making shoes or even clothing. Looking at the sky, she sees that today's grain quota has been delivered quickly. It's not delayed at the commune, and she's back by ox cart. It's only afternoon. Since she's not working, she probably has time for 2 meals today. She decides to tidy up first. The several bags of cloth can't all be shown openly, but no one will specifically watch how much she has or how much she's used. She thinks for a moment and takes out about half a bag. If she makes shoes, she can probably make around 100 pairs, enough for everyone. It's really like this. Here, they're so poor that they lack everything. They don't have enough to eat or wear, but they're willing to work hard. She's too lazy to cook and simply went to the base for a meal. She doesn't know that several families in the village are now talking about her. Lu Sanyi took a sip of thin porridge and asked his wife, "That young girl asked you to make her shoes?" That day, she saw me making shoes and mentioned she didn't know how. She said she would exchange some things and bring them to me to help make shoes. So what happened? Did I tell you? Today, she went to the post office and brought back a big bag of things. Soft stuff. She said her older sister traded for some scrap fabric and also made her a quilt. A quilt? The old lady exclaimed, "That's a good thing." Yes, her sister was worried she might catch a cold, so she made it for her. Everyone around is jealous of that bag, just staring at it. Sigh, everyone is so poor. The old lady also sighed. What can we do? With the current situation, we just have to get by, right? Yeah. That girl said her sister asked her to find someone to help make shoes. She hinted that she was giving her more fabric, and even left some as a favor. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she spoke more vaguely, and the old lady understood. I'm not jealous of the girl's things. I just think if you have fabric, you could keep some for the children to make clothes. Juzi was easy to talk to, and Xiaodanzi, her brother, was fine with just being bare-bottomed. Xiaohua is 5, and she'll be 6 during the new year.
She's a little girl now.
Think about what they've worn over the years, mostly patched up old clothes.
Exactly.
Those clothes were even mine before. They've become so worn out after so many years, I dare not wash them hard. That day, Xiao Jian brought some exchange items from the new educated youth, Gulai, and sat talking to me. Xiaohua was inside, peeking through the door. When they left, I asked her, guess what the kid said? What did she say? She said, Grandma, Xiao Jian's clothes are so nice, no patches, they look very comfortable. They dress simply, mostly gray clothes, some original, some vintage styles from the base. The fabric looked the same, but the quality was different, thicker and better. Oh, I didn't know what to say to the kid at the time. If Xiaohua had a more shallow eye, I could say more, but she's so sensible, helping with chores, never complaining or crying, just feeling hungry but still understanding. It's heartbreaking. Huzi is also sensible. He doesn't go out to scavenge anymore. If he goes out to play, his clothes will wear out quickly. If this one gets torn again, he'll be completely bare. Lu Weiman and his wife were casually talking. You see, how does that person have connections? You don't know, when I saw that bag was filled with cotton quilts, my mind went blank. I just stared at the bag and couldn't look away. He continued, I keep thinking since I'm the village chief, I should have some skills, but the village is still poor, and we're still hungry. Wang Hohat advised him, if you say that, then if it were our own family, things wouldn't be much better. We're all poor everywhere, lacking everything. I think Jian Jiqing knows some tricks. Since she told you, she's not afraid of you knowing. Maybe you should think about whether she can help connect you with someone. Since she's going to live here, haven't you noticed? She's also trying to help everyone. Maybe she's waiting for you to make the first move. Lu Weiman felt tempted, but still thought it was unlikely. Really? With our current situation, who would be willing to share good things with others? Wang Hohat scoffed. That's why I say your brains aren't good. If she didn't want you to know, why not ask Uncle Sam to take her aside someday? Why does she have to do it in front of so many people today? She wants to help you. Are you waiting for her to come to you and say, I have a way to get this or that? That's crazy. Even us rural women know that's not good. It could cause trouble.
Is she silly?
Lu Weiman scratched his head. You guys are so secretive. Just say what you mean. No need to guess around. Wang Hohat no longer wanted to talk to him. Humph. Do you think everyone is like you? Dull, and only looking at the surface? Who do you think you are? Can they run away from you? She stood up, tidied the table, and ignored him. Lu Weiman frowned alone, deep in thought. The accountant, Lu Aigua, came to find him. When asked about going up the mountain tomorrow, Lu Weiman was still confused. Brother Aigua, you say? Lu Weiman knew he wasn't very clever, so when he couldn't understand something, he didn't worry too much. He would ask Lu San, Lu Aigua, or some village elders. There were many people, and more brains meant better understanding. He explained the matter and finally asked, Brother Aigua, you think? Lu Aigua looked him over. Weiman, I think your sister-in-law's idea is right. In the future, when you encounter situations involving women, you should ask your sister-in-law how to handle them. No, patriotic brother. Lu Aigua turned and walked away. If he kept talking, he might lose his temper and start a fight. Tomorrow he will go up the mountain, so he decided to inform everyone. Lu Weiman stayed where he was. Patriotic brother, patriotic brother. He quickly packed some things, grabbed a blanket, and roughly stuffed the rest back into his bag, probably about a third of it. He carried it out without knowing that she had already become a hot topic in the village. Although he didn't notify anyone according to the previous plan, they would probably go up the mountain in the next day or two. The villagers were at home tidying up now. He didn't see many outside, only children running around barefoot and with no clothes on. At Lu Sanyi's house, Huzi had just run out, and the door was still open. Jiandan stood at the door and called out, "Grandma, are you home?" As soon as the elderly couple finished speaking, someone came to the door. They looked at each other. The old man remembered that he had been thinking about her things just now and felt a little uncomfortable. "Take her to sit in the shady spot by the landlord's house. I'll lie down for a while and won't go out." Jiandan had been thinking on the way here. The thing was brought, but how to send it out? What excuse could he use? He was still growing, so he could make a few bigger shoes, make some for Sister Zhu Yan, sew some grain bags, or make some quilt covers. It wouldn't take much. He racked his brains but couldn't think of a good excuse. Maybe he could swap something? But what did they have at this time of year? Sigh, it was hard to find a good excuse. While he was thinking, the old lady came out. "Have you finished eating? Come in quickly." Jiandan carried his bag inside and followed the old lady under the eaves of the house. I just finished eating. I'll go get the things now," she said. They both knew the other knew, and they both knew that the other knew, but they pretended not to. She took out a handful of colorful scraps of cloth, and the old lady showed a hint of surprise at the right moment. "You said last time you wanted to make shoes, not just joking but really making shoes?" Jiandan stretched out his foot. "Of course, I'm serious. Look, I've been wearing this pair since I came here, and the soles are almost worn through. If I don't make new ones, I'll have to go out barefoot like Huzi someday." "Ha. Okay, I can do that. What kind of shoes do you want? I'll get some samples for you to look at." "Oh, okay." The old lady was quick and soon brought out a book. While flipping through a book, I was explaining to her actually there are only a few types of shoes in the village. The soles are a bit thicker so they don't hurt your feet when you walk, and they last longer. Jian was really looking at the shoes and found they were quite similar to the original owner's shoes. "All right, Grandma-san, these will do. The cotton ones should also have these laces." "Grandma-san, I'm lazy. I don't want to work and clean shoes at the same time, and I don't want to keep polishing shoes. I prefer black, sturdy shoes." The old lady pulled out some colorful fabrics, and when she opened them, her eyes widened. "Are these really so big? These colors look so nice on young girls, don't they?" Jian shook her head like a rattle drum. No. I just want the plain black ones. This fabric is fine." She picked out the most common black cloth, which was thick and strong. Most young girls love new and rare things. "But why are you so plain?" "Oh, Grandma-san, I prefer simple ones." The old lady sighed. "All right, I'll make you a few pairs of fake shoes and cotton shoes. Come here and measure your feet. Make them a little bigger so they can last a while. When your feet grow, they won't be tight." "Okay, but don't make them too big. If they're too large, walking will be hard." "Fine, I'll do as you say." Grandma-san, make a few pairs of fake shoes and cotton shoes in different sizes. I'll ask my sister for her shoe size. Haha, I can't make them myself, so I'll just borrow your skill to thank her for her help." The old lady chuckled with a bit of frustration. "Child, you're so young and already saying you can't do it? Just learn, it's not hard." No, I can't learn this. I'd rather go chop firewood. I really can't manage it." As Jian emptied her bag, the old lady picked up some fabrics and casually asked, "Even if you make 30 pairs of shoes, you won't need these old fabrics? My sister and I are the same. We don't understand these fine crafts." She probably just brought whatever others gave her. "If there's extra fabric, can you help me make 2 quilt covers? I don't care about the color. They go over the quilt, so the inside and outside don't need to be separate. It's like a big pocket, with the same length and width as the quilt. Leave one side open, and I'll stuff the quilt inside, then seal it. If it gets dirty, I can just open the seam and wash it. I'm really not good at sewing quilts. Taking one apart and washing it is a lot of trouble, and I'd have to sew it again afterward. It's too much hassle. Would this make things easier?" The elderly lady also felt increasingly convinced, but she could only think about it first. After all, even if she wanted to try, she didn't have the resources. All right, I understand what you mean, she said after taking a look. But that won't be enough. There's so much here. Is there anything else you want to do? Let me see. Since you're not busy, I can make everything for you. She showed a simple look of surprise. Are these things so valuable? I only kept a little and these can make so many items? Then
I'm stuck.
Third aunt, do we need to make our own grain sacks? I don't have any. Maybe I should make a few grain sacks? Honestly, I don't know what else I could do. My sister doesn't seem to have much to do either. Her household doesn't lack these items, and they probably don't lack fabric either. I really don't know what to make for her. Just make these first. Later, I'll ask about the sizes and send her some shoes she can wear. Since I'm going up the mountain this time, I'll see if there are any mountain products or local specialties to send her. It'll be a nice surprise, and she can try something new. Things in the city are quite rare. Really? Does your sister like mountain products?
Probably.
Anyway, my brother-in-law likes them a lot. I saw him exchange with others 2 or 3 times already. Hearing this, the elderly lady put down the fabric she was holding and hesitated. Xiao Jian, I want to discuss something with you. Do you think it's okay? Here she comes. Xiao Jian pretended not to understand. Third aunt, just tell me if you have something to say. Do we really need to be so formal? If that's the case, how can I feel comfortable asking you to help make things? The elderly lady paused for a moment, then smiled. Yes, no need to be so formal. If you say so, then I'll be straightforward. These fabrics you have, even though they're scraps, they're good stuff. I hope you won't laugh at me, but with these scraps, not many families in the village can afford to buy them. She continued, besides what you mentioned, there's still quite a bit left. I was thinking, since you're taking some home, maybe you could exchange something with me? She felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Now, resources are very tight. The items brought from the capital are just fabric scraps, which shows they're not well off either. She was still making this request. But she truly couldn't think of another way. The supply and marketing cooperative's fabric wasn't much, mainly because of the need for ration tickets. So, the entire Liu family is made up of farmers. Over the years, I've never seen a single ticket. They say everyone who goes to the factory gets one, but how would old farmers have that chance? She looks confused and says, exchange? Why would I exchange? Grandma-san, are you going to make shoes too? Oh, I wouldn't waste such good stuff on shoes. I was just thinking if you have any leftovers, I'd like to exchange for some to make clothes for the children. We're really poor. Tiger is 7 years old, and Little Flower is 5. Neither of them has ever worn good clothes. Even their clothes are just old ones patched up. They're almost unwearable now.
Oh.
It's hard to talk about this with a young girl like you. Jian was not as troubled by this as she thought. Grandma-san, you're making this seem too formal. I don't know how to sew at all. I can move my arms and legs, but I've never learned fine sewing. I don't know what to do with these fabrics. If you don't mind, could you help me exchange them? The old lady was surprised. Are you serious? She felt a little surprised that the young girl was so straightforward, but she was also happy. Of course I'm serious. But it's going to take some effort on your part. It's no trouble at all. My wife and I will benefit from this. I can exchange it for mountain goods, okay? You have so much left, and I don't need much for these projects. I'll exchange everything. All right, I don't need it either. If I want to use it, I'll go see my sister. If I exchange for mountain goods, I can send them to my brother-in-law. When he receives my things, he'll surely help me out. But Grandma-san, is it easy to get mountain goods? I heard that after paying the grain tax, people don't have much left. Don't worry. Collecting mountain goods is a skill we've had for many years here. It only happens a few days each year. As long as there's some, we can get it back. Most of the winter depends on mountain goods. Rest assured, I'll pick the best for you. It's good for you to give as gifts, isn't it? Jian was happy to fulfill her wish and went home happily. The old lady was also smiling happily, carrying a bag into the house and carefully placing it on the Kong heated bed. Look, these are all big pieces. They're called fabric scraps. Just look at these few pieces. Enough to make a small girl's outfit. Lu San was lying on the Kong and could clearly hear the conversation outside. He got up and looked carefully. City folks really don't know how to live. They throw away such big pieces of fabric? Isn't that right? They're quite large, aren't they? The elderly lady carefully divided the fabric, setting one piece aside and then sorting by color. In a short time, the big bed was filled with fabric pieces. Lu Sanyi also joined in, trying not to get pushed out, and helped sort the materials. Wow, look at this piece. It's almost enough for a back, she said. This one isn't small either. Look at the color. It could be good for Huzi, someone replied. Does the little girl have to make shoes with black fabric? Yes, she said it's to hide dirt. Young girls like bright colors, but she prefers different.
Yes.
Other girls can't do what she does. She's strong, sensible, hardworking, and never lazy. Lu Sanyi snorted. That's right. She's brave enough to go deep into the mountains, someone added. You old man, just say you care about the kids. Stop talking coldly, another said. When Lu Guangming and his wife returned with their children, they were shocked. Mother, what is this? Did you rob the supply and marketing cooperative?
Get out.
Who sells cloth scraps at the cooperative? Sun Xiang didn't hesitate to reveal her sister. Mom, my sister went to the cooperative supply store. She really got some fabric scraps, and no ticket was needed. It was so crowded, everyone was grabbing. But she said she didn't get much because she didn't want to fight others. After speaking, she ran out to wash her hands and then joined in helping. Mom, where did you get so much? Are these fabric scraps? Why are they so big? That's from Xiao Jian, the educated youth. Her sister sent them to her. She's not good at sewing, so she asked someone to help make a few pairs of shoes. That's why she brought all these. I don't think we need so many. I told her to trade some mountain goods for them. I was thinking Huzi and Xiaohua could get new clothes, she said. The two children immediately brightened up, eyes shining. Sun Xiang was also very happy. Mom, are you really going to make clothes for the kids? I think these fabric pieces are big enough. Look, a few of them can be sewn together. Xiaohua, come see. Do you like this colorful fabric? Is it good for making your clothes? The little girl blinked her eyes. Grandma, are you really making me new clothes? Not just fixing old ones? The old lady felt a bit emotional. She gently patted the child's head. Yes, new clothes for Xiaohua. She looked at her grandson, who was eagerly waiting. Huzi, you will have new clothes too. The child's face immediately lit up with a smile. Sun Xiang picked out a few black fabric pieces, laid them on the bed, and matched them together. Mom, look at these pieces. Don't they look different? Make a new pair of pants for my dad too. The old one is already patched for the kids. The children were obedient, and the elderly couple felt very happy. The old lady looked at her husband. Sure enough, Lu Sanyi refused. I think I'll pass. At my age, it doesn't matter what I wear. My idea is that every family's conditions are similar. It's not just us, right? Other young educated youths also have good intentions, and we shouldn't take all of that for ourselves. I thought maybe we could take the leftover items to the village office. If anyone needs them, they can exchange things. When we exchange, we'll send whatever we get to Xiao Jian, the young educated youth. What do you think? Mainly, it's about the daughter-in-law. Of course, the old husband doesn't need to say anything. The son is simple-minded, but just looking at him, Sun Xiang's face shows a mix of concern and reluctance. However, she quickly relaxes. Dad, you're right. I didn't think about it earlier, but just the two of them wearing new clothes in the village doesn't look good. If it gets out, what will others think of Xiao Jian, and what will they think of our family? Lu Sanyi nods. That's true. It's good that you all understand. But don't worry, Xiao Jian is a good kid. From what I hear, he's just trying to get by. He's lived in Beijing for so many years. Maybe this is his first time, but there might be a second.
Right?
The old lady keeps talking about the simple things she needs to make, and she and the daughter-in-law discuss how much fabric they need. Sun Xiang keeps praising. Mom, you're not wrong. She said this thing called a quilt cover, and it's really convenient. It saves the trouble of washing the quilt every time. When we have more fabric, maybe we can try sewing one too. The old lady agrees. There's nothing wrong with that. It can save a lot of trouble. Mom, can we make the quilt cover a bit thicker? And with these leftover scraps, can we also make shoes for the two kids? When it gets cold, they won't be able to walk on the ground. The old lady forgets for a moment. Sure, we'll make a pair of cotton shoes. I still have some cotton fluff inside my old quilt. Take it out and fluff it up, and they won't freeze their feet in winter. The two children stop playing outside and gather around, watching closely. Watching won't help. These are your sister Jian's. First, we need to make hers, and only after that can we make yours.
No rules.
When it gets cold, you'll definitely get to wear them. The two little heads nod eagerly and are reluctant to leave. Lu Guangming carries a small bag and follows his father to the village office. Lu Weimin and others are there too. They recognize everyone who's there to pay grain. Seeing the familiar bag, they are puzzled. What's going on, Uncle San? That looks like the bag Xiao Jian used to receive packages. Uncle Sen, do you have no more grain bags at home? I'll ask Guifin to find you a couple. Others feel that the tone is a bit awkward, stuck in their throats. The village head's words are unclear. Lu Sanyi was also convinced by Lu Weimin. He was alone, still a clear-headed village chief, but whenever he was with these elders, he automatically became a fool. This isn't just Xiao Jian's knowledge youth's bag. It also contains her belongings. Lu Weimin was about to speak, but others interrupted. Third uncle, you tell us. What do you need us to do? Yes, third uncle. Does Xiao Jian have any difficulties? Lu Weimin thought about what he was supposed to say. Oh, he wanted to ask. Third uncle, why did you take Xiao Jian's things? It seemed a bit inappropriate. Patriot, go open it. After explaining what happened earlier, this kid, since coming here besides the village chief's house, she mostly stayed close to our family. You all know third aunt's skills, so we just looked for her. When she saw it, she realized there was quite a lot of stuff. You know, my two children also have no clothes to wear. Then she thought most families' kids are similar. She discussed with Xiao Jian if she could exchange her unused things with the villagers. These are fabric scraps, but quite large pieces. Your Annie thought if anyone wants to exchange back and make clothes for their kids, just bring some mountain goods. Xiao Jian's sister and brother-in-law like our mountain products. These are hard to find in the city, and people treat them as treasures. Xiao Jian is also thinking of letting her sister try some. Inside, all the men didn't know much about fabric, only knew it was good stuff, and that their families lacked it. While they were talking, Wang Ho Hot came over. Third uncle, you called me. She saw the bag on the ground and hurried over. Oh, what's this? Who has such skill to get so much fabric? Her eyes brightened, showing she thought it was good stuff. Third uncle, this is from whom? Can we trade it? The more she looked, the more interested she became, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Oh, is this fabric? Such large pieces. 3 or 4 pieces could make a whole outfit. That's really good. No one answered. So she pushed her husband to ask, Boss, shall we trade? The used for packing was not small, similar to the glass silk bag now. Even half a bag was not light. But if they could trade for anything, the women would be excited. If there was no grain, they would find other things. Mountain goods could wait until they returned from the mountain. What else was left at home? Many housewives have gone back to search through their belongings. Well, after several years of being poor, there really isn't much valuable left. They look at each other helplessly, knowing that their only hope now depends on tomorrow and the day after's harvest. So, many families are eager and ready to try their luck. Lu Igua locked the bag in the village office. He decided to wait until he comes down the mountain to exchange money for goods. Starting tomorrow, no one has the time to deal with this. It will have to wait until after the winter. Lu Sanyi was wandering back. He didn't care much anymore. If the kid was thinking of helping everyone, he appreciated it. He remembered, though, that she shouldn't suffer any loss. Simple, who knew nothing about all this, passed by the youth's courtyard on his way back. He thought for a moment and decided to knock on Li Yan's door. Tomorrow we go up the mountain. Are you all ready? Ready for what? Isn't it enough to carry a basket? 2 others heard the voice and came over. Simple youth, have you been up the mountain? What do we need to prepare? Simple was speechless. Have you been up the mountain before? That's just gathering firewood, isn't it? Isn't it the same? Almost. Tie your pants and sleeves tight, bring a basket, a rope, a small shovel, or sickle. If we find wild vegetables, we shouldn't miss them. I'll prepare a sack, in case we gather a lot of mountain goods and your baskets can't hold them. What then? Leave it behind? That would be a shame. So, you should also prepare some supplies. We hope to gather as much as possible. If we go a little deeper, we might not be able to come back at night, let alone noon. So, we need to prepare dry food, water, and edible supplies. Seeing the three look stunned, Simple was speechless. What have you all prepared? Don't tell me you plan to go empty-handed? The group looked at each other. Could they really say they hadn't thought of these things? We thought just carrying a basket would be enough. Simple shrugged. That's not impossible. Just fill it up and come down. No, that won't do. First to oppose was Lin Zhaodi. It's hard to go once, so we can't waste it. We should gather more to eat during winter. Are we really going to spend the night on the mountain? That was their main concern. I'm just giving an example. It's possible, but our main goal is mountain goods, not hunting. So, it probably won't happen. Before long, Jen was just about to leave the youth village when the village loudspeaker suddenly blared out. Meeting. Come to the open space in front of the village office immediately. Every household must send someone. Once more, come to the meeting now. Look, I think the village head will give instructions soon. Let's go. A few people locked the door and headed out, meeting villagers along the way. They saw groups of 3 or 5 walking toward the village office. Wang Hohat's small group already knew about the news from the bulletin. When they saw Jian, their eyes lit up with excitement. Li Yan and a few others didn't understand what was happening, but they could sense that the villagers' attitude toward Jian was very unusual. Chun Zhangwo quietly moved closer and asked softly, Jian, do you have any conflicts with the villagers? When he said this, Li Yan was stunned. She thought it was impossible. From the first day they arrived, they saw how naturally and affectionately Jian interacted with the villagers. There shouldn't be any conflicts, right? Jian felt the villagers' attitude, but didn't expect Chen to be so careless. What was he thinking? The look in that aunt's eyes couldn't possibly mean there was a conflict, could it? Could it be that if you have a conflict with someone, you just see them like that? Seeing the gazes of the 3 young women beside him, Chen finally realized his mistake. He looked again at the villagers' expressions and quickly apologized. Sorry, I was wrong. Li Yan smiled. Chen, I just want to know how you came to that conclusion. Why do you think their eager looks mean conflict instead of liking, warmth, or friendliness? Chen scratched his head. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I just had a sudden brain freeze. The village chief was already at the village office. Villagers gathered in small groups, talking quietly. They probably knew what the meeting was about, going up the mountain. Seeing Jian, the village chief's face lit up with a smile like a blooming flower, and he became much kinder to the other 3. Xiao Jian, you guys should prepare too. Tomorrow, you'll go up the mountain with us. Have you seen many mountains in the city? I tell you, the mountains here are full of good things, wild fruits, mushrooms, and mountain goods. Bringing them to the city is very valuable. Some of these mountain products might be unfamiliar to you, but just follow the villagers. When we gather what we find, whoever picks it gets to keep it. At this moment, don't underestimate these things. If you work hard, you can gather quite a lot. Given the current situation this year, everything we gather is enough to feed the family through winter. These are valuable supplies. Knowing the village chief's good intentions, everyone nodded in agreement. Simple matters don't matter much, but Chun Zhangwo and the others were serious, their eyes shining with eagerness. So many good things on the mountain, they said. No wonder people say the Northeast is good. Food is easy to find, and game is plentiful. Jian Dan sneered at this exaggeration. The cow didn't boast so much. Chun Zhangwo remained calm and rational. Easy to find food is an exaggeration. Since we've been here, we've seen the situation. It's not much better than at home. Where is it so easy to find food? Besides, this is all the result of collective effort. If it were truly easy, wouldn't that mean taking from the state? He warned that such words shouldn't be spoken lightly. If someone with bad intentions heard, it could cause trouble. Lin Zhaodi regretted speaking out after she saw his reaction. Her face turned pale, and she nodded nervously, like a chick pecking at grains. Lian looked around and said, all right. Luckily, no one hurt us today. Let's be more careful in the future. We've only been here a short time. We're not very familiar with each other, and we're weak. We need to be more cautious. Lin Zhaodi was quite frightened and stayed silent until the meeting ended. As expected, the village chief talked about going up the mountain tomorrow. They would go to the usual spot from previous years, a bit deeper than the outskirts, but not into the real mountains. It's not as dangerous as the deep mountains, but not much safer either. The closer they get, the more likely they might encounter wild animals coming down or searching for food, something that has happened before. In recent years, wild animals coming down have caused injuries and damaged crops. Things have improved in the past few years, but this year's drought has made food scarce both on the mountain and below. Hungry animals might come down to look for food. All this information was gathered from villagers' gossip. Before going up the mountain, the village chief warned everyone again. They hoped nothing serious would happen. Jian Dan and Lian's group stayed close, mingling with the villagers, whispering quietly, listening to the women chatting about daily life. They smiled or nodded occasionally, blending in well. Going into the mountain was a rule. Usually, the elderly and children stayed at home, while the men and women went along. Along the way, the men from each family silently stayed on the outskirts. This way, even if there was danger, they could respond quickly or block the threat to protect those inside the circle. Jian was carrying a small basket on his back, which held a tiny shovel, a small knife, 2 cloth sacks, and a water bottle filled with water. He also wrapped some dry food in oil paper. The original owner was delicate and weak. During this time, she secretly added some nutrients, using a small stove, and only managed to recover a little. She didn't actually mix wild vegetables or bran, as she didn't have those. But to deceive others, she did mix half of sorghum and black rice flour. The supplies in the base were finely ground, and the dry food made from them was soft and sweet. However, in color it looked similar to others, dark, blackish, purple, unappetizing at first glance. When it cooled, it no longer smelled appealing unless you got very close. This was a double safety measure. Jian didn't plan to share the food with everyone. When others saw only the color, no one would guess it was made from fine flour. She had good things, but there was no rush. It would be better to go back quietly and add more food later. Chun Jiangwo and the others had been cooking together these days. They hadn't bought a large iron pot, but traded for a small one. It had a small chip on the side, but for them, it was already very good. Early in the morning, they took their grain to the village office and ground it into cornmeal using a stone mill, which made cooking porridge easier. They planned to go up the mountain after meeting last night. The 3 of them decided that if they brought anything, it would only be dried food. Chun Jiangwo definitely wouldn't carry much. He was responsible for fetching water. Lian had cooked at home before but lacked confidence in her skills. When she asked Lin Zhaodi for advice, she quickly gave up her spot and helped by starting the fire. The 3 of them considered it a rare treat. These days, they had been drinking porridge, but this time, they only brought dried food, nothing mixed in. Although it was a bit rough, it was precious dried grain. Before leaving in the morning, Jian listened to her and made sure everyone ate well. Now, with the dried food in the baskets, their steps were lighter. They weren't very strong, but each carried an extra sack. As Jian said, if they found a lot of good things but had nowhere to put them, it would be a shame. If they packed it, they would find ways to bring it back. Carrying hope, a few people felt a bit nervous. They didn't say how much was on the mountain, but just reaching the mountain, these people stood on the looking out. They wondered how much they could bring back after this trip. Most villagers carried baskets on their backs, and the men's gear was simple: burlap sacks, shoulder poles, ropes. They just tied the sacks, hung them on the shoulder pole, and went. The women's gear was more colorful. Besides baskets, they also carried small containers, bowls, small knives, and some even had cloth bundles or had scarves. They had all kinds of equipment to carry things. Men's main task was to climb trees and bring down the goods. Women packed the items into bags and baskets. Then the men carried the larger items down, and the women carried smaller ones. This was the usual process. The mountain was neither very far nor very close. It was deeper inside than where people usually went, but not as far as the last time they dug wild yams. This time it was more towards the northeast. Along the way, villagers didn't rest. They saw things they could eat or use and collected them directly. Sometimes they found wild fruits, or branches broken by the wind, which they carefully broke and sorted, putting them into baskets. These were firewood for winter, and whether there was a lot or a little, no one complained. Some young workers also enjoyed gathering. Wow, there's really a lot on the mountain. We haven't even reached the spot yet, and I've already collected so much firewood. Everyone's gathering was simple. Whatever they found, they threw into their baskets. If they couldn't carry more, they sneaked some into the base camp. These things took up space, and no one paid attention. When they arrived, almost no one was empty-handed. Everyone had some harvest. Lu Weiman led a group around, and when they returned, he was smiling. Unexpectedly, despite the drought below, the harvest from the mountain was quite good. The villagers were lucky. They could get through the winter now. Everyone listen up. As usual, the men will bring down the big items and the women will pick up the smaller ones. The usual rule is that each family only needs to give a few pounds to the village, which will be shared with the elderly. The rest is yours. Let's all be like previous years. No fighting, no arguing. But don't waste anything either. Whether we can survive this winter depends on today. Are you all ready? Ready! A loud cheer rang out, startling some small birds into flight. Good, let's get started. The trees closest were several hazelnut trees. The women skillfully cleared the open space under the tree, while the men used long sticks to vigorously shake the branches. The ripe or nearly ripe hazelnuts fell with a rustling sound, quickly covering the ground. As the shaking continued and fewer nuts fell, they climbed up again and repeated the same actions from a closer distance. The effect was doubled, and soon most of the nuts on the tree were collected. Then the men moved to another area, and the women took their turn. They squatted on the ground, laid their bags open, and used their hands or tools to gather the nuts into the bags. Once a bag was about half full, they stood it upright and used small baskets or scoops to fill it further, repeating this process hundreds of times. One woman secretly took a small scoop from Lu Sanye's house, which was very small and held little, but she was quick. She also sneaked some nuts into the bag while filling it. Despite that, the bag quickly became full. Li Yan and a few others weren't willing to fall behind. Chun Jengwo followed a team of men. The two women collected their share, though they weren't very experienced. Still, they responded quickly, one holding the bag open, the other scooping nuts into it, working steadily. When their work was almost done, the few chestnut trees nearby had also been shaken, and from a distance, the ground looked fuzzy with the fallen shells. But up close, they had to be careful. The outer layer of the chestnut shells was covered in sharp spines, which protected the nuts on the tree but could easily cut skin. To remove the spines, they rolled the nuts back and forth with their feet several times. This loosened the spines, but it was time-consuming, and many nuts weren't fully mature yet, making the process even harder. So, everyone collected the nuts along with their spiny outer shells and left them in the yard to dry in the sun. Once dried, they could gently crush the shells, which was quite easy. Some people thought that after removing the shells, the spines could be burned for firewood. Although they had seen this before, they had never done it themselves. Handling the scoop was a bit awkward because it was a kind of weapon. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi did the same. It was clearer that working together was more efficient, one person holding the bag, another using tools to gather nuts into the scoop, and a third filling the bag. This method was more demanding, but also the easiest. After they finished, they planned to spread the nuts in their yard. The sunny weather would dry the shells in a few days, and then they could easily them open by stepping on them. Worried they might not know how to handle the shells, an ant nearby specifically explained this to them. Not only Li Yan, but also the villagers are all very excited. This year, after paying the grain tax, there isn't much left to take home. These things are really life-saving. They had guessed that since it didn't rain, the mountain wouldn't be in good shape, but unexpectedly, these trees are so strong that they survive dry conditions and even bore fruit. Everyone listened and felt very happy. Although they were from the city, since they came to the countryside, this small amount of harvest was not a big deal. Li Yan even started talking to others. Annie, is this burr here the kind of chestnut you can eat directly? The auntie was amused and laughed. Child, that's not just a shell. You peel off that outer layer, and you can eat it. Do you have many chestnuts like this in the city? How do you usually prepare them? Everyone has relatives in the countryside. Li Yan has indeed eaten chestnuts before. We've eaten a few times. My uncles pick them from the mountain. When cooking, they steam them on top or boil them in water. When there's sugar at home, they add a little to make it sweet. As she spoke, she started craving it herself. Every time, I can't get enough. I heard some families even roast them with sugar, but they need to use clean, coarse sand, and it uses a lot of sugar. My classmate's family did it once. When it's ready, even the outer shell is sweet, and it's very easy to peel. It's crispy and breaks apart easily. When hot, sweet, and sticky, it's really delicious. She sighed, but my mom has never done it. She says 3 months' worth of sugar isn't enough for just one round.
Sigh.
Her tone was full of regret. When can I eat roasted chestnuts with sugar? The auntie who was talking earlier didn't know what to say. That sugar is a precious thing. Using it to roast, that is such a waste. The sugar sticks to the shell and the sand, and you can't even eat it. How much more can you really eat in your mouth? Why are you still thinking about it? They kept chatting while working, without any delay. Li Yan and the others were curious about this place. Besides, they liked to chat. Annie, here near the mountain, is really better than in the city. You don't know, it's not easy to get mountain goods in the city. If you have good relatives, they can sometimes send some vegetables or something. As for mountain products like mushrooms and wild vegetables, they also rely on some luck. You have no idea if you carry these things home. The neighbors looks at you, they'd all be jealous. The auntie was amused. Really? Haha, not many families in our village have city relatives. We really don't know much. I've heard people say that city folks don't like to visit their rural relatives, fearing they might be taken advantage of. That's just a few people. You see, Annie, some relatives are good and some are not so good. Some families are happy to bring vegetables or local specialties as gifts. That's quite normal and fresh. Besides, isn't it mutual? I don't believe city relatives look down on you, and you're always eager to visit them, bringing good things. Auntie, isn't that the truth? And calling it taking advantage? That's just mean. If a family can get by on their own, why would they go to others' homes just to eat and take things? Exactly. It's not like rural folks are always trying to get something for nothing. To be honest, life in the city isn't easy either. Rural areas have their problems too. City workers get paid and have supplies, but those supplies are limited, and often there's no stock. If you have money and a ticket but can't get what you need, you still go hungry. In our countryside, there's no supply of food, just work points. During times like this, it's not much different from the city. We can go to the mountains to find something to eat, so we don't have to starve. When this was said, everyone around nodded in agreement. That's right. Didn't a neighbor from the next village work in the county? I heard that at the start of autumn, the county was also empty. Hardly any food available. Only a little grain for sale. It was just a young couple. They didn't do much besides work, so they managed. When there was no grain, they just drank porridge. As long as they had something in their stomachs, they wouldn't starve. And at that time, his wife was pregnant. You know, pregnancy is risky, and he had no other options, so he returned to the countryside. His parents still kept a few pounds of grain, saved for emergencies, from winter to autumn. By summer, the grain had gone bad, but they didn't want to waste it. They thought, if they really couldn't survive, they'd at least have a good last meal before dying, not want to starve to death. Hearing this, the old couple didn't hesitate and took all their savings to him. They just lay on the bed, starving to death. Everyone was silent for a few seconds.
I've heard about that too.
After he went back, he stopped worrying about his family. After the harvest, the villagers hadn't seen them for days. When they checked on the house, they found both of them had died days earlier. Lin Zhaoti's face turned pale. Is that true? Thinking about it, her family hadn't given her the same life as her brother, but at least she wasn't hungry. It's all real. The villages around here are mostly similar. Even the best one, Lu's village, isn't much better. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Even the men walking nearby didn't make a sound. Many people have more strength. Seeing that they were about to finish collecting the peeled chestnuts, and the sun was starting to set, Lu Weiman decisively called everyone to rest. Did everyone bring some food? Let's eat a bit first. We have so many things to carry down the mountain, and going hungry isn't good. After eating, we'll gather the walnuts from those trees in front, then head down the mountain. This work isn't finished in one day. There are still good things up the mountain, so we'll come back tomorrow. The previous heavy topic had spoiled the cheerful mood from the morning, and everyone ate quietly. Li Yan and a few others also noticed this and dared not speak. They took out some food, leaned against a tree, and ate while resting. After a simple bite of bread, they couldn't eat anymore and stood up to stretch their legs. To be honest, the mountain in autumn was quite beautiful, with perfect sunlight and a gentle breeze. As they walked, they gradually moved away. Now, Jian Dan was standing not far from the crowd, staring blankly at something on the ground. She wondered if she was holding the script of a heroine, or was it divine mercy that had brought her to this hard-to-live-in era, giving her some kind of reward? Was this to help her save everyone? The path was right in front of her, leaving no room for overthinking. She turned around and called out loudly, "Village chief uncle?" "Yes." Lu Weiman was discussing with a few men about going down the mountain later. Hearing the call, he reflexively answered, then realized, who just called me? People around looked at each other, but no one seemed to notice anyone missing. Li Yan and the others looked around, but didn't see anyone familiar. They stood up and searched, but still found no one. They lowered their heads and thought for a moment. Her voice did sound a bit like someone they knew. "Who isn't here?" No villagers responded, which made Li Yan more certain. She quickly raised her hand. "Village chief. Could it be Jianjiqing?" She said this, and was about to walk in that direction. The village chief heard her and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the little girl's voice?" Yes, she's coming." The villagers also started to stand up, curious, and followed the village chief. "Jianjiqing, is that you?" A simple voice came from ahead. "Village chief uncle, come take a look." The location is quite remote, not a place where most people usually go. Just ahead, there is a sloping hill that leads downward. At the bottom of there is a messy patch of weeds, dry branches, and scattered stones of various sizes, clearly an abandoned site. Villagers probably wouldn't bother with such a rough and uneven place. When someone approached, Jian didn't stand up but simply handed over what he was holding. "Uncle, look," he said. The village chief's first sight was the purple color. "Wow, is this?" A few people nearby also gathered around, confused. "Is this a sweet potato? Am I seeing things?" Someone else hesitated. "I might be seeing things too. Isn't this just a sweet potato seed? What's wrong with you two? Can't you recognize a sweet potato?" The village chief examined it carefully, turning it over several times. Although it was only a little bigger than a baby's fist, it was definitely a real sweet potato. He got a bit excited. "Little Jian, where did you find this?" Jian pointed to the muddy hole in front of him. It was what he had just dug up. The dark, moist soil still covered the surface, shining brightly. There were also footprints and sliding marks nearby. "Uncle, a vine tripped me earlier. When I pulled it out, I saw this. It has leaves, but some don't. I wasn't sure what it was, so I wanted to ask you. Do you think those are all the same kind of vine?" Looking along Jian's hand, faintly visible beneath the weeds were tangled, thick vines. People who worked with these vines every day would recognize them easily. A few men, ignoring the uneven ground, stepped down quickly, pushed aside the weeds, and found a familiar vine. They pulled hard. The soil on the mountain was soft, and with a strong pull, one of them sat down on the ground. Ignoring the pain, he raised the vine. At the bottom, there were several small purple mud balls, varying in size, some as big as a fist, similar to the one Jian found, and a few smaller, about the size of a small plum. But that wasn't the main point. The important thing was it's really a sweet potato, village chief. Truly a sweet potato. The others also made the same discovery. They weren't very big, but they were food. The village chief was a bit excited. He thought to himself that Jian, the young person from Lu's family, was truly a savior for Lijiatin. Ever since she arrived, good things kept happening. Quick, quick. Men, hurry, and take those bags back. Women, stay here and get these sweet potatoes out. Remember to bring more bags from the village office when you go back. Village chief, what about the walnuts? Are we not collecting them now?
Get lost.
Can't you tell what's more important? Are walnuts more important than our stomachs? The walnuts won't run away. If we don't dig up the sweet potatoes today, what if there's no place left tomorrow or wild animals come and take them? Will you cry then? Hearing this, everyone agreed. Without needing to say it twice, the villagers started moving. The men tied the filled bags, hung them on their shoulder poles, and quickly carried them back. Since each family's bags were different, they would identify them when they returned. Now that they had unexpectedly found food, everyone's spirits were high. They no longer felt tired and walked with energy. The women and older ladies also put down their tools and started digging with shovels without hesitation. Chun Jangwo looked at himself and thought about his weak strength. He didn't dare to boast. He picked 2 small bags and carried them down the mountain with the others. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi watched from behind. At this moment, they finally understood why the villagers got along so well with Jian Jiqing. In this year when food could run out at any time, if someone found life-saving food and generously shared it, she would probably treat that person as a close friend or family. On the other hand, if she found the food herself, what would she do? Would she also be generous enough to tell everyone right away? Honestly, Li Yan herself wasn't sure she could think so openly. She also needed food. If it were her, she might secretly dig some to keep for herself first. Only when she felt secure would she tell others. In a strange environment, building good relationships with others is naturally beneficial and necessary. Everyone understands this principle. Lin Zhaodi also looked blankly. Originally, Jian Jiqing had a good relationship with the villagers, and now, with this incident, Jian Jiqing had firmly established her position in the village. Lu San's family came with daughter-in-law Sun Xiang. Wang Hohat and Lu Dalian from Lu Weiman's family also arrived. The little black egg was sent to Lu San's house, where the old lady was asked to watch over it. They were close by, and discussing quietly, sister-in-law, this little Jian Jiqing is really impressive. You know, we farmers, this is our own mountain in the village. We don't go up the mountain every day, but we're more familiar with it than the newcomers. Look at this area hasn't grown just this year. No one has noticed for many years. It's so abandoned. Oh, when I think about it, sister-in-law, I feel sad. My head is also pounding. Tell me, how much good stuff have we wasted? Oh, dear. Wang Hohat looked into her eyes and saw no jealousy, so she just let her talk. Who's to say otherwise? Maybe the things on this mountain really don't have any connection with us. It's all been discovered by Xiao Jian. Yeah, that's true. This place is too deep. People in our village really don't dare go that far. Suddenly, Sun Xiang remembered something. Yes, sister-in-law, he said, can Aju still be alive? Wang Hohat paused her movements and also thought of that poor young man, then inevitably remembered his unruly mother. Sigh, who knows? Looking around at the busy scene, Wang Hohat lowered her voice. In my opinion, having a mother like second aunt, it's almost better if she's not there. Yeah, exactly. With her, even though he's doing his best, second grandma still yells that he's unfilial. She takes good things and then gives them away to others. Who knows what she expects him to do to satisfy her? Everyone knows she's his real mother, but others might think she's a landowner's wife. The last sentence was very quiet, mixed with some complaints and gossip. We don't understand what second aunt is thinking. Her own son isn't as precious as her nephew from her family. She has some things and always thinks of her nephew. She gives grain and cloth, and even when Juzi finally gets some stuff, he's eager to take it home. How many times has this happened? Even close families shouldn't be so harsh, right? With a mother like that, can Juzi really be close to her? Sister-in-law, usually when we pass that door, we often see second aunt yelling and hitting Juzi. We all know the situation well, but others might think she's his stepmother. Not to mention food. Even when she's free, second aunt is always scolding and hitting him, calling him lazy and a freeloader. She keeps scolding until he can't stand it and hides away to calm down. A young daughter-in-law nearby also came over. Sister-in-law, are you talking about Juzi from second aunt's house? Wang Hohat looked and said, second daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, I heard you talking about him. Hi, this is nothing special. Almost every day, I hear the same words. Sometimes, when the things I bring back are fewer, I get scolded for stealing food. When I'm upset, I take firewood from the stove and throw it at Juzi-go, even sparking some flames. At first, my mother-in-law couldn't stand it and said a few words, but later, she started hitting Juzi-go even harder, so much so that she didn't dare to speak up. Whenever anyone said something, she would say, "This is my own son. I can hit him however I want. If anyone can't stand it, they can take their family and leave." Honestly, Erden's wife learned well how to act, but her words are not very pleasant. But this time, I think it's not about food. A few days before Juzi-go went missing, Erden and I were working near the garden, and I overheard Er's wife talking about finding a wife for Juzi-go, saying not only Wang Guohua and Sun Xiang, but also a few nearby people who were attracted by the conversation, became curious. Come on, tell us, what's the holdup? Yes, hurry up. It's not wrong for a mother to talk about her son's marriage, is it? What's there not to say?
Exactly.
I didn't realize Er's wife was so thoughtful. Even though they can't afford food, she's still thinking about her son's marriage. Erden's wife quickly stopped them. What are you all thinking? Er's wife is just like that with her son normally. If you're so stupid, you should know something's wrong, right? My family's Erden and Juzi-go have always played well together. My mother-in-law doesn't want us to tell others because she says it's not good for Juzi-go. Oh, you all guessed wrong. What Er's wife wanted to talk about was a girl from her maternal village. That's normal, right? Most marriages nowadays are arranged between nearby villages. So, is the girl not good? Or is her family not good? Nearby, someone was also listening carefully. They were all worried about their own problems and didn't even have time for gossip. Since I finally heard something, I must listen carefully. It's not that she's not good, but what is it? Erden's wife was now surrounded by more and more people. The more people there were, the more hesitant she became to speak. She also started to regret mentioning this. Wang Guofin glared at the crowd that was just watching for fun, and then comforted her. Erden's wife. Think about it. Juzi Ji's life is uncertain right now. Maybe what you said will help find him in the village, right? Since you said you get along well with Erden, if they find him, your family will be happy too, right? Here's the simplified and improved English translation. The reasoning was clear, but Erden's wife thought for a moment and lowered her voice. Sister-in-law, please don't tell anyone. I'm afraid second aunt might come to cause trouble at my house or bother my mother-in-law. Now that the moment was near, everyone naturally agreed. Not only Wang Guifin and Sun Xiang, but also the people around them nodded in agreement. Don't worry, no one will go around spreading rumors. Second aunt's wife. Go ahead and tell him. Erden's wife made up her mind and looked around at the others. Finally, she hesitated and moved closer to Wang Guohua. Sister-in-law, second aunt wants Josie's brother to marry her daughter-in-law. But that girl is from her hometown and, well, she's already pregnant with her nephew's child. There was a 3-second silence, then everyone exploded in shock.
Huh?
Did I hear wrong? No, that's what she said. Is she really letting her son marry someone like that? Erden's wife then revealed everything openly. Second aunt said Lu's family isn't good, but her own family is better. She wants Josie's brother to be the father, which is a great opportunity. She told him to thank his cousin. In the future, if they have good things, they should share them. Otherwise, when he gets old, if his own children refuse to take care of him, he'll have nowhere to turn. She continued. Then Josie's brother asked her, Am I your son? Second aunt said, If I didn't give birth to you, how could I have such good fortune? It's like finding a son for free. Josie's brother refused, and second aunt got angry and started hitting him. We were afraid we'd be caught, so we quickly left. In the following days, they went to the river every morning to fetch water and then watered the fields. They were busy from dawn till dusk and didn't pay much attention. After about 3 or 5 days, Erden decided to go into the mountains with Josie's brother to look for wild vegetables, but they couldn't find any. When asked about second aunt, she still said he was unfilial and so on. She wasn't worried, thinking maybe he had gone into the mountains. But days passed, and he still didn't come back. Later, everyone knew Josie's brother had gone into the mountains and didn't come out. Listening to this, people felt sad. Such family troubles happen in every era. As long as she had no limits, others would suffer. No matter how good her own son was, he still had to give way. With a mother like that, Josie is also pitiful. Do you think he can survive? In the deep mountains, not only wild animals but also venomous snakes and mosquitoes are common. Eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom are all difficult. Actually, if you ask me, living in the mountains as a wild person is better than staying at home. But that's true. He doesn't seem like a family man at all. He works himself to exhaustion outside and gives everything to others.
Anyone would think about that.
Over the years, Juzi hasn't said much. Second auntie asks him to do something, and he just goes along. An older sister-in-law, pulling on a vine on the ground, sighs, when you say that, I just remembered. How old is Juzi this year? A few people look at each other and start counting on their fingers. Maybe 20? Almost. My second son just turned 20 after the new year, and brother Juzi is a year older than him. Hearing this, Wang Hohat suddenly remembers. Old sister-in-law, are you talking about? Just do the math. Is it about the same time? Wang Hohat pauses her work and thinks for a moment. Yes, it's been 8 years. 8 years? Hearing that, the older folks also remember. You mean Juzi has gone? That can't be true? It's not exactly that he left. When his father died, he specifically asked second auntie not to split the family or kick Juzi out. We all thought it was because uncle didn't want his children to suffer. But now, maybe that wasn't the real reason. What could it be then? A mother and her son can't split the family? Isn't it about the mother taking care of her son? Or maybe the son is supposed to take care of the mother? As soon as they say this, everyone stops moving, and the speaker quickly waves his hands. No, I was just talking nonsense. Others continue their work, but one person says, maybe you accidentally guessed right? You mean uncle thought of a way for Juzi to support second auntie back then?
Think about it.
What was his family like before? Was second auntie taking care of the children? Back then, uncle was the one taking Juzi up the mountain, and second auntie wasn't doing any work at home. But uncle left 8 years ago, and Juzi was only 11 or 12 then. How could an 11 or 12-year-old take care of his healthy, grown-up mother? What was uncle thinking? Are we misunderstanding something?
No idea.
But at home, uncle was very fond of second auntie. Juzi was only 3 or 4 years old when he started feeding chickens and doing chores. But when uncle first left, second auntie wasn't so extreme, right? I remember Juzi was working hard every day and looking forward to coming home. So, what happened later? The second aunt has been hoping for uncle to come back, but he hasn't returned, and there haven't been any letters either. Maybe he's still holding some resentment in his heart. It's really sad for Juzi. Do you think uncle knows what his wife and children are like, which is why he said such things? Oh my. Is this about the wife not wanting the children? If that's the case, Juzi is very unlucky, having a mother who constantly scolds him and a father who schemes against him. As the conversation drifted further and became more unbelievable, Wang Hohat quickly interrupted. Enough. Just listen and stop. Hurry up, there are still some things not dug out yet. They're almost back. How much is left over there? Sister-in-law, you guys hurry up. Once you're done over there, come here to check. We also have some over here. Don't leave anything behind.
Got it.
After hearing the gossip briefly and mentally criticizing it, she pushed it aside and grabbed her stick to start scraping along the edge of the land. Since it was in the deep mountains, there were still many useful things. Soon, she saw faint red flashes on the trees ahead. When she got closer, She realized they were strings of red berries. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect there to be hawthorns in the mountains. The trees weren't tall, but their branches were lush. There were clusters of reddish-brown fruits hanging heavily, contrasting beautifully with the green leaves. It looked very nice. She estimated the tree height compared to her own and felt it was manageable. The lower branches were within reach, so she reached out, hooked the branches, fixed the tree with her left hand, and plucked the berries with her right. Then she threw them into her basket over her shoulder. She circled around the tree and tested it. She needed tools for the higher branches. The most common thing nearby was tree branches, so she found a sturdy forked branch. It was strong enough to hook onto the higher branches, which were quite resilient. She had to jump and bounce several times to reach the tips of the leaves, pulling with one hand while reaching for the hawthorns with the other. When she used too much force, the whole branch shook, and leaves and dust flew everywhere.
Ugh, spit, spit.
When Li Yan and the others arrived, she had already picked the best-looking berries from the top and slid down the tree. Why are you two here? Are you done over there? Yes, we've packed up what we dug out. They're just checking again to make sure nothing's missed. Can you still climb trees? Li Yan helped her remove the leaves stuck to her clothes, looking surprised. I really didn't expect it. You can still climb trees. I quickly wiped my face. I had just been climbing a tree, so my head and face were covered with small leaves and dust. Haha, I know more skills than that. That's basic life knowledge. See, I just used it, right? Where are your baskets? Lin Zhaodi pointed to the spot where they had been earlier. They're over there. The village chief said they would come down the mountain after a while. We came to find you. Jian grabbed a couple of hawthorns and put them into their clothing pockets. Their shirts had 2 large pockets, very practical.
Try some.
These are picked from the tree. I don't know if they're sour or not. Seeing Jian quickly carry her basket, the two wanted to refuse, but swallowed their words. They helped her straighten the basket instead. Let's go back. It will be dark soon after we get down the mountain. The villagers looked happy. When they saw Jian return, the village chief also smiled happily. She was a little lucky star, so they couldn't offend her. Little Jian, are you tired? Uncle, have you finished collecting everything?
Yes.
Thanks to your good eyesight, or we would have missed so much. I keep thinking I want to hit myself. Village chief, you can hit me if you want. I won't stop you. The villagers nearby all laughed happily. Hurry up. After dinner, you can split up. Pack your things and go home. I won't watch over you. The sky was getting dim. The man carrying things on his back moved quickly. The mountains are dangerous during the day, and even more so at night. Everything had gone smoothly earlier. They were about to leave the deep mountains when faint, almost indistinct roars came from the forest behind, causing the villagers walking quickly to shiver. What was that sound? Was it a wolf? As soon as they asked, many people were frightened. The village chief at the front hurriedly urged, "Quick, keep moving. Stay silent." His voice trembled a little too. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi also trembled with fear. Lin Zhaodi was mixed in the villagers' group, staggering along as they moved forward. Jian seemed a bit excited. That sound, she recognized it. In her past life, they were all friends. She had climbed the mountain several times and never encountered wild animals. She felt a little regretful about that. But hearing this wild sound now, her blood started to boil with excitement. Hurry, move faster. The villagers successfully reached the bottom of the mountain, each feeling relieved. Wow, that was probably a wolf's howl, right? Luckily, we moved quickly.
Yeah.
Nighttime in these mountains is really unsafe. We'd better come back early tomorrow if we go up again. Lu Weimin also felt a bit scared. On this mountain, if nothing happens, it's fine, but once something does, it could cost lives. Everyone hurriedly urged each other, saying, "Don't dawdle. Quickly bring everything back. Hurry up and leave early tomorrow morning, so we won't stay out too late again." After a bit of chaotic activity, they finally brought all today's harvest to the village office. The villagers didn't rush home to eat, but gathered in the large yard of the village office. Seeing this, Lu Weimin thought, no need to persuade them anymore. Come on, bring the big scale over. Let's divide these sweet potatoes and eggs first, so you won't stay awake worrying about not eating enough. The villagers burst into laughter. When they heard about dividing the food, they felt relieved. Come here, a few people weigh the stuff. The rest, go find your bags and take your mountain goods home. I won't watch over you. The villagers laughed again and hurried to a corner of the yard, where the things they picked up during the day were stored. The bags of grain looked similar, but each was sewn by different housewives, so they weren't exactly the same. It was easy to recognize your own. Today's harvest was quite good. Almost every family had 2 bags of mountain goods. The sweet potatoes here were especially popular, becoming the focus of attention at the village office. Especially the elderly and children who didn't go up the mountain with their families, all looked amazed. Wei Min, you guys really found some good stuff. Where did you find so much? Haha, it's the heavens still giving people a chance. A nearby villager interrupted. Second uncle, it's not the heavens giving us a chance. It's Xiao Jian and the young educated youth who found it. Otherwise, we would have missed it. It's not us who found it, another said. What? This is terrible. You've been coming up this mountain for how many years, and the young newcomers just arrived and found better things than us? You're really impressive. Why do you still need those eyes? The good stuff was right under your noses, and you didn't see it. No, second uncle, we also looked. We really didn't find anything. Humph. Lu Weimin watched silently. He knew that if he spoke, the fire of criticism would turn toward him. Come on, everyone. As usual, each family keeps their mountain goods. The sweet potatoes, like always, will be distributed as food. We just discussed it and agreed that it should be based on this year's work points. But today, at this moment, it's hard to divide exactly by weight. We discussed it and agreed that since today was the day we went up the mountain, we should fairly divide the harvest. Let's weigh the produce and split it equally among everyone. However, those who worked the mountain should get 20 jin more. Does anyone have any objections or agree? The people who worked harder on the mountain will definitely get more. Those who didn't go up might feel they deserve less, but since they didn't work, they can't really claim it. They've already gained without effort. No, they replied. Agreed. Lu Weimin nodded. Everyone knows that the reason we found these sweet potatoes today is thanks to Xiao Jian, the educated youth. So, let's give her 50 jin extra. Does anyone object? No. This time, the voices were louder and more united. Everyone saw clearly that if Xiao Jian hadn't spoken up, they wouldn't have found that patch of land, even after several days of searching in that remote area. Only Xiao Jian dared to go up the mountain alone, with her skills and courage. Wouldn't it be okay if she went back secretly to dig up some of the harvest? If it were her, she wouldn't have to worry about eating well all winter, and sharing some with others would be a great kindness. That grain is precious. Telling them about it is like sharing what they have, and they would understand this kindness. Even the elders who didn't go up the mountain heard about it. During the famine, grain was life itself. She was a great benefactor. Agreed. Agreed. Lu Weimin looked around and nodded. Luckily, there are no ungrateful or unkind people in Lijiang. All right, let's get to work quickly. You two, help Xiao Jian send her back. Aigua, give her the grain first, along with the 3 young educated youth shares. You can go rest now. We all heard the voices when they went down the mountain. Tomorrow, we'll leave an hour earlier, no delays. Chun Jiangwo and the others knew they were taking advantage of Xiao Jian's effort and kept thanking her. Okay, village chief. We will remember and leave early tomorrow. Xiao Jian didn't refuse their kindness, nor did she insist. She could carry everything. After a long day, she was tired. With so many people, it wasn't easy to sneak extra food, and now she was starving, stomach pressed against her back. After seeing them off, the village became lively again. Grain is life-saving food. After paying the collective grain, each family only received a small amount. Most hope was placed on mountain produce, hoping to gather more to make up for shortages. No one dared to imagine such a surprise. Mountain goods are good, but nothing can compare to pure grain. Everyone's eyes were full of excitement. Village chief, let's divide it now. One day, I will cook a few dishes. Over these years, I've forgotten what it feels like to be full. Village chief. Today is the first day. Does this count as a good start? Lu Weimin didn't speak, but the villagers around him quickly joined in. Of course it counts. Tomorrow, I'll bring an extra sack. I always feel that, following Xiao Jian and the educated youth, we might find some good stuff. Haha, if you say so, I'll go too tomorrow to help out. Lu Weimin tapped the table. All right, hurry up. Once we finish dividing, go back to eat and sleep. Today's matter ends here. Don't go around talking nonsense. Think about it, this year, with the current situation, how well can other villages be doing compared to ours? But while others are hungry, our poorest Lu family village can still eat full. Just think about how other villages are managing. The quickest one immediately responded. How can they manage? The mountains belong to our village. Xiao Jian and the educated youth are from our village too. Can they really come and take them? Stupid. It's not about stealing mountains or people. But what about those good things you brought back? Do you feel good just watching other villages go hungry? Forget everything else. If you're not united, I'll definitely call you out on it. And think about it. Among these 10 or so villages, which one doesn't have relatives like brothers, sisters, uncles, or in-laws? Are you planning to secretly give some to your parents, wife, and children, or go around showing off? If everyone finds out and they come to borrow grain, will you lend it? If you lend it, your parents and children will go hungry. If you don't lend, you'll be seen as ungrateful. Don't forget your parents, wife, and children. If someone powerful comes after you, they'll dig up your ancestors' graves. Don't believe me? Go try it and see if I'm just bluffing. Lu Weimin knew that villagers often like to show off, but sometimes, wasn't it better to hold back? At such times, talking about these things is just asking for trouble. Of course, I know that the men and women of Lu family village aren't heartless. Relatives must be worried. Your sister is hungry, and her father-in-law has run out of food too. Can I just stand by and do nothing? If I did that, not only you, even my own mother would look down on me, right? Fellow villagers, I'm just saying, when it comes to relatives, no one would pick useless reasons. If someone is truly in trouble, secretly send a few pounds of sweet potatoes. Wouldn't they be grateful? Would they come asking where you got them? But people say, favor can turn into hatred. What does that mean? You give someone a liter of rice, and they thank you for saving their life. Oh, their family is already struggling so much, yet they still find a way to help me. What kind of person is that? But if you give them a bushel of rice, what would they think? If they're willing to give me so much, they probably have even more. Oh, this person is so stingy, just giving me this little. Think about it. Does that make sense? The villagers were silent for a moment, then started talking among themselves. Isn't that right? When I used to give things to my father-in-law, my mother-in-law was just like that. I'd tell her the chickens laid a few eggs, and she'd be happy. But if I said I was giving her 3 jean of meat and only brought 1 jean, she wouldn't be pleased. I wondered why, since a jean of meat isn't more valuable than those eggs. Now I understand. Oh, I see. It's about how rare things are, right? Isn't that the same principle, village chief? Seeing that the villagers understood, Lu Weimin felt relieved. As long as they're not fools. And if someone believes what you say and goes into the mountains, what if something happens? Do you think they'll come back to find you? You should be careful with your words and actions. All right, everyone, come over quickly. Let's divide things up and go home to sleep. Simple didn't know what else the villagers were saying. After seeing Lu Jianxi off and locking the door, she poured water into a large iron pot, filled it with firewood, and went into the base. She had been busy all day and didn't want to cook again. On this cool autumn day, it's better to eat something warm. She checked the kitchen at the base, then decisively carried the hot pot back to her small cabin. The small pot was bubbling, with various ingredients boiling and steaming, filling the air with a tempting aroma. Beneath her was a warm Kong bed. Taking a bite of the hot lamb, it was spicy and a bit numbing, but honestly, it was really satisfying. They had planned to go up the mountain, but they didn't stick to it. By the 5th day, the plan fell apart. Not only the villagers felt frustrated, but Lu Weimin also felt the same. Yet, He couldn't complain openly and had to accept it without question. Early in the morning, Secretary Lin from the commune arrived with armed personnel at the mountain's foot. Village Chief Liu, someone has escaped into the mountains near the border. They might try to run toward the village. For everyone's safety, please don't go up the mountain for now. What could Liu Weimin say? Of course, safety is the most important. He could only persuade the villagers to return home. After all, on the other side of the mountain is the border. With this mountain in between, they don't face the neighboring country directly. Go back and tidy up the house first. Frost is coming soon. Have you harvested all the cabbages in the private plots? Climbing the mountain, everyone was full of enthusiasm, but the villagers couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Village chief, are we really going to give up like this? Liu Weimin was so angry, he glared at him. What's wrong? Do you think those things are more important than life? Haven't we gathered enough good stuff these days? Yes, quite a lot. It's not like we think it's too much. Although they had only been up there for 4 days, they had collected many good things. Not just the mountain produce from previous years, but also quite a few treasures found with Xiao Jian, the young educated youth. On the first day, they found a patch of sweet potatoes. On the second day, a small area of wild grapes, about 20 or 30 vines. On the third day, behind a steep, hidden, they discovered a small creek. This year it's cold, so they probably won't use it much now, but next year? The old farmers are worried about this winter's cold snap. On the fourth day, yesterday, just before descending the mountain, they found a patch of red mushrooms. Forget about how good the things are. Why didn't the villagers notice them? Everyone was eager to see what else they might find today. Picking the grapes wouldn't make them full, but wouldn't it be nice to give the mother and children something sweet? They hung the red mushrooms outside to dry, so when it gets colder and freezes again, they can give some to the children as a snack. The skins can be soaked in water for tea or other uses. In their eyes, not only the food but almost everything on the mountain was a treasure. Nothing was useless. Liu Weimin understood their mindset. All right, be content. Think about previous years and these past few days. We've solved the problem of hunger. What more do you want? He looked around and lowered his voice. Don't be too greedy. This is all the luck we have. Are you planning to use it all up now? Will life be over after this? Normally, these words from the village chief wouldn't be appropriate, but simple words like these made it easier for them to understand. Sure enough, after hearing this, many people's anxious and eager expressions eased quite a bit. Yeah, that's right. I almost forgot. Last night, my mother said it's good enough not to starve, and we shouldn't the mountain bear. You're right, village chief. We overthought it. Let's go home. There's still a lot of work to do. They left quickly, making Liu Weimin laugh despite his anger. Secretary Lin watched from behind and also smiled. Old Liu, you really have a good idea. Liu Weimin turned back, with a bitter smile. We're just poor folks, always thinking about finding more food. This winter will be a bit easier if we do. Secretary Lin nodded. That makes sense. It's good that you can use your own conditions to find or create opportunities in a fixed environment for self-rescue. This behavior is very commendable and worth promoting. The leader exchanged greetings, and a few young workers quietly slipped away from behind. Li Yan and others returned to the youth residence. After a short walk, they reached their home. From the situation, it seems they won't be able to go up the mountain openly for a while. Before leaving, Giant Pain also reminded them, winter is starting here soon. These days, everyone is at home tidying up their gardens and private plots. Do you want to exchange some vegetables or something? What will you eat all winter? Just potatoes and sweet potatoes? Lin Zhaodi said, we talked about that last night. We'll ask around the village later. Giant Pain just gave a reminder, nodded, and thought that when she got back, she would harvest the large cabbages and radishes she planted. The weather looked like it was about to freeze, and she didn't want to eat frozen vegetables all winter. Oh, by the way, it seems everyone here makes pickled vegetables in winter. Do you want to try? A few people looked at each other. Does the village have that many cabbages to exchange? Because of the drought, they only had the energy to tend their own vegetable gardens and private plots after watering the fields. The vegetables didn't grow well. Even the large cabbages planted in autumn were small. The villagers were already quite satisfied with this. Even if nothing else, a big jar of pickled vegetables could help them get through the winter. When the young workers asked about exchanging vegetables, they were still happy. They thought maybe they could get some money or other things. As for their own families, they didn't have much, but every household's private plot wasn't small. They had so many vegetables, and if they exchanged the big ones, there would still be many smaller, less perfect ones. They didn't care much about having a lot to eat. Throughout the year, they relied on this small piece of land and these work points. They probably wouldn't even dare to visit the commune often. This rare chance to exchange things, they didn't expect to get much useful stuff for their families. But they couldn't say that for sure. Given the current situation at home, any item would be useful, and they wouldn't waste a single bit. Here, Giant Pain just reminded a few people and then stopped worrying about it. She circled back home with the village head and others. The small house at the village entrance was quite noticeable. When she entered, Secretary Lin saw her. Lu Jia village had been there before, so he had some impression. Hey, old Lu, I remember that house was empty, wasn't it? Now someone's living in it. I see that the wall seems to have been raised higher. Lu Weiman looked in the direction indicated. That one, someone lives there now. Seeing Secretary Lin's curious expression, over here, we have two groups of educated youths. The first group includes a young girl who said she was afraid to live in the large educated youth courtyard. When she saw the small house, she thought it was perfect for one person. She paid for it herself, did some repairs, and now lives there. You wouldn't believe it. This young girl is living quite well. She grows vegetables in the yard, works hard, and is no worse than others. She never complains about being tired, and even going up the mountain, she's pretty good. Better than some of us old farmers. Secretary Lin looked at him and said, It seems you get along quite well. Lu Wenmin paused, sensing something was a bit off. Seeing no one around, he tentatively asked, What's wrong, brother? Is there something about the educated youths that's not right? Secretary Lin shook his head with a hint of worry. Those from the city aren't used to rural life. They don't quite fit in with the local customs and habits. Lu Weiman understood and thought, so he's saying it gently. That means there's trouble again. He initially wanted to praise Xiao Jian, the educated youth, to make him happy. The words almost slipped out, but he suddenly held back. No, that's not right. If he finds out how good and capable Xiao Jian is, what if he gets transferred to another village? No, Uncle San is right. I shouldn't show off. I need to hide it.
Brother, you're so worried all the time.
They came to support our rural development, so adapting to farm life is the first step. If they can't adapt, then there's a problem, too much free time. If every day was like harvest time, waking up before the chickens, working all day, eating quickly, and going to bed exhausted, wouldn't that be better? Secretary Lin looked a bit reluctant. Can they handle the exhaustion of daily harvest work? Lu Weiman was quite blunt, they can't. But then they won't have time or energy to think about other things. Every day, they're just wondering how to finish the work faster, so they can rest sooner. They're not sitting around thinking about trivial stuff or causing trouble. Secretary Lin shook his head firmly. No, that's not good. It would ruin the unity between the educated youths and the villagers. You keep coming up with bad ideas. Lu Weiman said, Look at what you're saying. It's not suitable usually, and it's not suitable for those who make mistakes either. Secretary Lin suddenly realized, You kid, really have a mind of your own. When you're exhausted, you don't have time to think nonsense, right? See, I'm not wrong, am I? The educated youth came to support rural development. We treat them like regular members, so we should be fair to everyone. When they make mistakes, there should be rules, right? That means our own members and villagers also face punishment if they do wrong. Is the point that going to the countryside is for special treatment? That would go against the leader's instructions, wouldn't it? Do you see what I mean? Secretary Lin listened, amused and a bit helpless. Old Lu, how come you're learning bad habits now? How can you come up with such ideas? Are your educated youth not obedient? Lu Weiman waved his hand. No, not at all. When they arrived, the harvest was already over, and they didn't cause any trouble. They listened well. Who knows what will happen next year? Anyway, I'm not afraid if they become disobedient. Just work hard. Honestly, I think they're just bored and have nothing to do. When they run out of food, they won't think about anything else. Secretary Lin nodded but said nothing, just gazed thoughtfully toward the mountain. Given the current situation, it seems impossible to go up the mountain soon. At least, going openly is not an option. So, she decided to tidy up the garden. The cabbages and radishes she planted when she first arrived are growing well. They don't lack water, so these vegetables are the most nutritious in the village. Their appearance is quite good for the season, and if anyone sees them, they'd be impressed. Fortunately, only a few educated youth occasionally come by to sit, and rarely anyone else. These vegetables are planted behind the house in a hidden garden, so they haven't attracted much attention. To harvest the cabbages, she needs to cut the roots with a knife and pile them aside. Each large cabbage weighs about 6 or 7 jin. It's simple but a bit confusing. These things definitely shouldn't be seen by others. If taken out, they might scare people. She was thinking of learning how to pickle sour vegetables, but what's there to learn? After cutting everything, she felt relieved. Thank goodness, the ones at the edges might have been overwatered, so they look a bit more ordinary. Although they're still more lively than the small, dry ones in the village, at least the heads look decent and not too frightening. Radishes are similar, but not as exaggerated. The big ones are as thick as an arm, and the small ones are about the thickness of a wrist. Except for the very best, the rest are still presentable. Fortunately, her small body recovered quite a bit, and her strength came back. Otherwise, she could only watch helplessly as the giant cabbages in the garden grew. She stacked the visible vegetables on the windowsill, and the ones that couldn't be seen were put away first. After walking around the base twice, she couldn't find the large jars she needed. Only then did she remember that her base didn't have the habit of pickling vegetables. She patted her head, feeling confused after coming here. In the village, most families were busy tidying up the things they brought back a few days ago, cleaning the garden and preparing winter vegetables. Lu San's main workers were his son and daughter-in-law. The elderly couple was just doing some light chores in the yard. When she reached the door, she saw the old lady sorting through the harvested cabbages, removing the bad leaves. Of course, she didn't throw them away. She trimmed them and planned to cook them for the next meal. In the countryside, nothing was wasted. Great-grandma, are you also preparing cabbages? Everyone was in the yard, and the wall wasn't high, so she simply greeted them directly, also giving a reminder to the visitor. The old lady looked up and saw her, smiling immediately.
Come in quickly.
How come you have time to visit? Have you finished harvesting the backyard and the private plots? Jian smiled. You're right about me. I just finished harvesting the cabbages and radishes. Great-grandma, I was thinking of asking, do we usually make pickled vegetables in winter? I remember you mentioned it before. Exactly. It's about time. In the next 2 or 3 days, most of the outside work will be done, and since it's getting cold, it's time to make pickled vegetables. Do you want to make some? Are your cabbages enough? Seeing the old lady about to get up and go to the garden, Jian quickly stopped her. That's enough, great-grandma. I have collected quite a bit. Besides, I'm just one person. How much can I eat? I was thinking of following local customs and making a jar. But I forgot, I don't have a jar. The old lady thought for a moment. Although these aren't as precious as those big iron pots, many families have used theirs for years. They probably don't have any extras. If you want a small pickling jar, I can give you one. Jian thought to herself. Even if she had one, she'd have to consider whether others had used it before. Great-grandma, I understand. These are everyday items. I just wanted to ask Sanny when it would be convenient. I plan to go to the commune or county to buy some. After all, those pickling jars and water jars are used for other things too. Making pickled cucumbers or other vegetables isn't something that breaks after a year, right? Eventually, everyone needs such things. Since I need to use it now, I should buy it quickly. It can be used for several more years, right? That makes sense. In daily life at home, nothing can be missing. If you don't think about it, you won't remember to use it. Don't say, you little girl, you really are managing life on your own now. Old man, come here quickly. Take Xiao Jian to buy the big jar. Lu Sanyi slowly came over, looked up at the sky, planning to go up the mountain. That's why he left early in the morning. This morning's work was simple, just collecting cabbage and radishes. Before leaving, he checked the time. It was not even 9 o'clock, and the sun was still high in the sky. All right, I'll go feed the cows and hitch the cart at the barn. You can go back and lock the door. Wait at home. I'll come over soon. It's getting colder as the day goes on. It's better to finish things quickly. When it gets cold in a few days, everything will be more difficult. Do you know how to make pickled vegetables?
Jian 단수룩겐.
I don't, so I came to ask you for help. Hee, you've been in the village for so many years. It shouldn't be hard, right? Of course not. But the old lady, I'm not the best at pickling. Really? Haha, the best pickled vegetables in Lujiatan are made by my wife. When I chose her back then, one reason was this. She's quick at work, and her pickled vegetables are crispy and fresh. They last all winter without spoiling. Really? Jian Dan's eyes lit up. That's good. She wouldn't have to go to someone else's house to get it. My family will also be pickling tomorrow. Come over then and watch how your aunt does it. Okay, I won't miss it. I'll wait at home for Sanyi. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to learn. Sun Xiang heard voices coming from the backyard. Jian Dan had already run out the door. Mom, who are you talking to? The old lady was in a good mood. Aren't we going to pickle vegetables? Do it tomorrow. Xiao Jian wants to learn from you. Sun Xiang was a bit surprised. Someone specifically coming to learn this? There wasn't much to prepare. The vegetables outside were just ventilated, and things that couldn't be exposed to light were handled carefully. She checked again, as there were still people around the foot of the mountain. Her house wasn't far, so she didn't want to get caught up in any trouble. She just took her usual cover basket, locked the door, and left. As she headed toward the village entrance, she looked toward the foot of the mountain. The scene was still guarded, but the leaders from this morning were no longer there. Jian Dan didn't pay much attention. She wasn't particularly eager to go up the mountain. She just liked to go up sometimes to get some fresh air when she was bored. The ox cart clattered over, and Jian Dan simply got on the cart without delay and headed out quickly. After all, it wasn't very early anymore, and the days were already getting shorter. If they dawdled too long, it would be dark when they returned. Sit tight, we're leaving now. What do you want to buy? Just big jars, or are there other things? I'll see if we can buy everything at the commune. Jian Dan sat on the right side of the ox and swung her legs. I want to buy 2 big jars, and I also want to see if I can get some small jars. Third master, is everyone here pickling vegetables? I want to try too. You little kid, you're quite thorough. You're just one person. How much can you eat? Jian Dan shook her head. Third master, it's not about how much I can eat. It's about the ceremony. Whatever needs to be done, I do it. If I can't eat it, I can mail it to my sister. After all, I made it myself. It's my way of showing my feelings. The old man understood. If that's how you think, then you should also make some sticky noodles. Wrap 2 pots of sticky bean buns. That's a local specialty. Even if you send it by mail, it still looks nice. Jian Dan had heard of this in her previous life, but she never had the chance to make it herself. Hearing about it now, her eyes lit up. Yes.
Why didn't I think of that?
Third master, do we have any sticky rice here? Most of the land here is flat, mainly dry fields, with very few water fields. We don't have sticky rice. Few families here grow rice because the yield is low and it's troublesome. This year, with the drought, it would be a total loss. People usually pack bean buns with sticky cornmeal or glutinous sorghum flour. Our village doesn't have that. We'll ask at the commune later. Some families grow rice but are reluctant to eat it, so they exchange it at the commune for coarse grains. Sticky rice has a low yield and is more expensive than coarse grains. 1 gene of sticky rice can exchange for 2 gene of coarse rice. Some families even dedicate a piece of land just to grow sticky rice. After each harvest, the commune receives supplies. This year, the coarse rice isn't enough, and not everyone specifically buys sticky rice to make bean buns.
You can go check.
There's also red mung beans. Some families have them. Just exchange them when you go back. It was clear she wasn't short of money, and Jian Dan didn't mention saving or frugality. People have their own way of living. Jian Dan was a bit eager. These kinds of life experiences were new to her, things she never encountered in her previous life. Really? I need to go see it later. I've heard it's a good thing. I want to get some, send some to my sister and uncle to try. You've never eaten it? Jian Dan shook her head. The original owner's family was well off, and even after giving away the family assets, their standard of living didn't drop much. She really hadn't eaten it before. Oh, in my rural home, I have no relatives and no one to send mail. I heard this is very tasty, so I want to eat a lot this time. Haha, Lu Sanyi smiled, showing several missing teeth and a dark hole. Yes, it's really delicious. That stuff is sticky and filling. Families that don't lack grain use sticky rice mixed with coarse rice or coarse cornmeal and wrap it with cooked red beans, then crush it and sprinkle with sugar or artificial sweetener. The bean skins also have a sweet rice flavor, sticky and chewy, and that's what makes it authentic. When I was in the army, I once had the chance to eat it with the leaders. In our village, a few years ago, some people mixed sticky sorghum rice with coarse rice to make it. It was pretty good. After wrapping, they froze it outside, then stored it in the granary. To eat, just steam it with a cloth on top. Or steam several pots at once and freeze them, then eat them all at once. It's convenient. If you save it, you can eat it until the first month of the new year. Really? So, everyone must be wrapping it? Exactly. The old women in the village all know how. It's not just one person's job. Usually, they prepare the dough and cook the bean filling, then gather 2 or 3 families together. They sit on the kong, heating bed, wrapping and chatting. If they have a bowl of flour, they can finish in a morning. Steaming the bean buns is easy, and adding some vegetables to the bottom of the pot makes a hot soup, cabbage strips, shredded potatoes. Delicious and simple, no need to prepare separate dishes. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the old man. Third master, from what you're saying, you seem to like this kind of food? The old man grinned. This stuff is soft and filling. There's no one who doesn't like it. Miss Jian's previous family, though involved in shady dealings, was well off. She had tried this before, original, natural flavors, mountain delicacies. Occasionally, she enjoyed coarse grains and simple dishes. The cart swayed forward, and Jian thought about what was in the warehouse at the base. Such coarse grains wouldn't be the main food, probably not much of it. Looking around, sure enough, there was no sorghum rice. There was plenty of glutinous rice, mainly for cooking in the kitchen as ingredients. They wandered to the commune. There were no large jars or similar items. Jian looked around. Many things were out of stock. They would have to go to the county town. Nothing? Really nothing. Many counters are empty, too. The old man was used to it. That's normal. Supplies are tight in the city, not just here. It's probably the same at the provincial and county levels. Supplies are scarce everywhere. Simple, understood. The place is small and not worth mentioning. The county town is just a simple place to get off the train. I didn't look at it carefully before. Today, I also didn't have time to look closely. When the 2 of us entered the county town, we headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Luckily, the county town is better than the commune. People on the street look healthier and more energetic. Still, it's not much better. It's already late morning. There weren't many people at the cooperative. When they heard the young girl wanted to buy a big jar, the salespeople were surprised. In this day and age, no one asks for such things to eat or drink. For a moment, no one responded. Jian was also surprised. If something exists, it exists. If not, it doesn't. Why such a reaction? Big sister? She's young, with a tender face, polite when she speaks. Calling her that made some of the older women feel a bit embarrassed. Hey, what do you want? Little sister, what did you want again? Oh, I want 2 big jars of pickled vegetables and a few small jars of salted vegetables. By the way, do you have sticky rice here? The salespeople looked at each other. They asked for several items, all of which are not common. Whose spoiled child is this? But they didn't insist on asking questions. If they could sell the goods, that was good. Little sister, are you sure you want these things? Once you buy them, you can't return them if you change your mind. mainly because these items are not cheap. Although the big jar and jars can last many years, they are bought as a one-time purchase. If she later finds them at home, they'd rather not sell and avoid trouble. I won't regret it, big sister. I'm a young person who moved to the countryside. I settled down here. These things are necessary for life, and I can decide for myself. That's good. We have the big jar and jars here. As for sticky rice, it's only sweet corn here. You can come and take a look. Honestly, among coarse grains, simple sweet corn looks better. Big sister, is this year's new grain? She doesn't recognize it, but she's learned some polite phrases. Coincidentally, this was sent by villagers from the lower brigade. They also suffered a disaster today. They originally wanted to grow some sweet corn for the children and elderly to satisfy their cravings, but they didn't harvest much. They couldn't even get enough to eat, so they just exchanged it for coarse grain. Jian didn't care much. Seeing it was only about 30 pounds, she waved her small hand. Big sister, I want all of it. You want all of it? This is a common question raised by 3 or 4 voices at once. Are you really taking this? That's almost 100 Jin. You can't waste it. The simple reason given is that the items are already prepared. Big sister, I also need to bring some local specialties for the fellow educated youth going to the countryside with me. A few of us will share and send them back home to taste. The others then looked away because this reason is quite common. Often, a young person going to the countryside for work is just shopping alone for labor points or transportation costs. It's a normal situation. Also, children going to the countryside and sending local specialties home is very common. If parents receive such packages, they can show them off for a long time. Some shop assistants helped pack bags while joking, "Little sister, you're so young and you care so much." Yeah, you're still so young. How come you're going to the countryside at such a young age? Simple honesty isn't always appropriate, but polite phrases are used instead. My family members are all working hard at their jobs for the country's development. I can't fall behind. I want to use my own hands to contribute to rural development. Being an educated youth was a proud thing, and in recent years, that pride was still quite loud. A few years later, during the peak of the movement, many families realized that while being proud was good, it didn't bring much real benefit. Some children from better-off families would occasionally send things back home. But most of these children had never worked on farms before. Living in the countryside and being able to support themselves was already difficult. Almost every family had relatives from rural areas, so they knew what rural life was like and understood whether their children could survive there and how well they were doing. Everyone knew that enduring the hardships of rural work was not easy. Filling their stomachs was hard enough, let alone saving anything. Otherwise, many educated youths wouldn't cry and beg to return to the city, scheming and trying everything, often being falsely accused, harmed, or persecuted just to get back. In the early years, a few of the first educated youths still held some enthusiasm, but many had exhausted their hope. They still believed in life, but they hadn't yet fallen into despair, feeling abandoned by society and the country. It was still a relatively peaceful time. So when a young girl casually spoke such lofty words, no one laughed or thought much about it. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Little sister, you are very brave and courageous to come alone to such an unfamiliar place. But don't worry, the people of Anji County are good folks. You'll see that after some time. Are you sending things back to your parents and family? Look at this. These are items exchanged by members of different communes. Take a look, they are all good things. Just a quick look shows they are mountain products, mostly things from the village. I don't plan to carry a lot back, but since I found some, I'll pick a few to send to Zhu Yan and Chinhongjun. The new year is coming soon, and I probably won't have another chance to send things like this. Big sister, is this wood ear mushroom? Yes, this is a specialty from a nearby commune. They grow these mushrooms on the mountain behind them. The quality is much better than in other places. Look, it's dried well, and just this bunch can be soaked to make a small bowl. It's quite a lot. Good. Lujiaten doesn't have this. Big sister, I'll listen to you. I also don't know what to send. Those educated youths want to see what good things there are. I'll take some for them too. How much do you have? Can you sell it all to me? If I take it back, with so many people, it's hard to share evenly. The shopkeeper didn't expect this. She was overwhelmed and quickly took all the items. Seeing their hesitation, Jian Dan didn't insist. She quietly handed some fruit candies to the nearby people and whispered, "Big sister, I don't want to cause trouble.
Just tell me how much I can take.
I want to send it home for my family to taste the specialties of Anji County." The shopkeeper secretly tightened her grip and exchanged a glance with her colleagues. "Little sister, luckily you came late today. The items reserved for the leaders have already been taken. Even if you came yesterday, I wouldn't dare give you everything." Jian Dan understood. Fruit candies are quite effective. A few people helped her load the various items onto the car. Jian Dan carried a bag of wood ear mushrooms and followed behind. When they reached the door, she secretly took out a small net bag from her basket and slipped it over. "Big sister, this is from my home. Let the kids have a sweet treat." Today's shopping was very enjoyable, and Jian Dan was generous. Watching the ox cart leave, Lin he finally looked at the net bag and was shocked. She quickly turned back to the counter. Come quickly, come quickly." Everyone looked surprised. "Did they count the items and give you the right amount?" "It should be. We don't have such fresh oranges here. Hurry, one for each person, and take them home to make the kids happy." Lu Sanny looked at the big jars and small cans tied on the car, then at the young educated youth pacing in front. "You really bought all this? So much?"
Jian Dan simply replied, "Yeah."
"Then I have to buy a jar of pickled vegetables too. If I don't buy it this year, I won't be able to next year. Buying early means using it sooner. Sanny, wait a moment at the post office ahead. I'll send this stuff now." The old man turned his head, picked up a jar, weighed it, and knew the amount. "Is this wood ear mushrooms you bought?" "Yep, just in time. I looked around, and I don't think we have any in our village." "Is this from Qingjia Fortress? Their back mountain is known for growing these." "Sanny, you know about this?" "Haha, with such a small place. What's there to hide?" Qingjia Fortress wood ear mushrooms are famous all over the county, but it's not easy to come across them.
Sigh.
"Go ahead, I'll wait for you over there." Jian Dan carried the mushrooms into the post office. She didn't send all of them. Zhou Yan and Chen Hongjin each sent about 4 or 5 jin, and the rest she kept. She came to the countryside, and if she found something new, she let them try it. Too much wouldn't be good. On the way back, the weather gradually cooled, and the old yellow ox sped up. By the time they reached the commune, it was getting dark. Seeing the post office and supply store empty, it was clear they were about to close soon. Jian Dan still made a quick stop at the post office. Sure enough, Jian's second batch of cloth had arrived. The package was too big, and they hadn't found a suitable vehicle to deliver it, so it had been sitting for days. When she arrived, they didn't care that it was almost closing time. They immediately processed her and even helped load it onto the vehicle. Seeing the big jar on the car, Jian Dan's expression changed again. Those eyes that said, "Who's this spoiled kid?" But before closing, they threw the package out, and everyone happily locked up. The state-run restaurant was probably busy during dinner time, and the aroma wafted far away. After all, it was a commune, poor but still better than the village. Jian Dan went to buy a few steamed buns and some dishes. They had been on the road at noon, heading to the county, but it was already past noon, and she had forgotten to eat. Now, smelling the delicious aroma, their stomachs started to growl. She handed over the oil paper package and took a big bite herself. "Sanny, eat something to fill your stomach." "Sorry, I forgot to eat lunch earlier." After several exchanges, the old man finally became less polite. He took the package, opened it, and inside were 5 steamed buns filled with vegetables and meat. They were just out of the pot, steaming hot and oily. Seeing this made my mouth water uncontrollably. The child beside me was eating happily. The old man gritted his teeth, picked up one, and started eating. He was indeed very hungry. The first bite didn't reveal much flavor, so he swallowed it quickly. He then relaxed a bit, feeling somewhat full, and took a second bite, savoring it slowly. This one is filled with cabbage, and it seems to have some minced meat. It's quite oily. Oh, this feels so good. Child, your hands are still so big. Simple just chuckled and let it go. After eating two, the old man felt full and carefully wrapped the remaining buns, reluctant to part with them. Looking at the package on the car, the old man asked casually, "Did your sister send this to you?" From the look of it, it's the same as that bag of fabric scraps from last time. The old man's heart suddenly felt strangely excited. Simple was leaning against the bag and, hearing this, looked down and took a glance. He patted it and said, "Yes, I sent some mountain goods back last time. She liked them very much. I heard that resources here are limited, so I guess she wants me to exchange more for her." "Really?" The old man's eyes lit up instantly. Simple looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" "Third master? I know it's a bit difficult. We're just saving what we eat for now, right? No worries, next time I come, I'll send the mountain goods I find back to them first."
What's so hard about that?
"If you're willing, the villagers can exchange everything you want in just 2 days. Third master, I want to exchange mountain goods." "Aren't most of the mountain harvests winter grains?" The old man waved his hand. Normally, everything would be kept for winter. But this year, thanks to you, we've got a good harvest. We've gained quite a bit, and everyone's living better. That's why we're thinking about other things now. It's not just my family that's short on clothes. Honestly, my family is better off than most. With Mingli's skills, I can earn some money, and I have a share too. Look at my old lady. When she sees those fabric scraps, she treats them like her own children, more than she treats her own. Other families are the same. Throughout the year, some are hungry, and they can't even save up a single piece of clothing." Simple's first reaction was, "Is this all just a waste of a year?" However, after thinking about it, the crop yield isn't high right now, and they still have to pay grain taxes. "When I calculated, it seems there's not much left. The main reason is that these crops are their only source of livelihood. Heaven rewards hard work, after all. Since we are all villagers and know each other well, if you trust me, you can stay in the village. It saves you from going out in the cold weather, right?" Anyway, she meant the same thing, and there was no point in pushing the idea back and forth. "All right, third master, if I can exchange things within the village, that would be even better. It would save me trouble and help everyone. It's a win-win situation. Haha, I won't hide it from you. Last time, I kept some fabric scraps at home, and the rest I sent to the village office. I thought if anyone needed them urgently, I could exchange them. I didn't dare say much, afraid there wouldn't be enough. With these, every family should be able to make some clothes for their children. Honestly, after being here so long, I understand why they always think of everyone's benefit when something good happens. Whether it's called selflessness or foolishness, it's a feature of this era. Strictly speaking, compared to later times, there's a lot of warmth and simple honesty among people. At the end of the day, everyone is just poor. Working all year, just being able to stay alive is enough. Who dares to think of anything else? Third master, is the wood ear mushrooms from Qingjia Fortress on the back mountain, or do they grow there naturally? They've always been on the back mountain, and they grow every year. It's been like this for many years. But since there's not much mountain produced there, every year around this time, they harvest the mushrooms and we gather mountain goods. Things might get complicated soon. She didn't want to stand out or cause trouble. She understood the saying about the bird that sticks its head out being shot. Especially since she's a cautious person. Third master, could Uncle Guangming help me make a few wooden boxes? Just long ones suitable for planting vegetables.
Why?
Do you want to grow vegetables inside? Since they're from the countryside, it's easy to understand. I want to try. Anyway, it's cold, and I have to burn fire inside. My small bed, the foot of it, isn't it all twisted? It can't be lived in. Perfect for making some boxes to plant vegetables. If they don't grow, no big deal. If they do, we can add some vegetables in winter. Hearing this, it seemed reasonable. Can it work? It seems someone tried before, but the vegetables didn't grow in the end. Simple is also for beginners. I learned this from books. She is just experiencing life and wants to try everything. I don't know either, just give it a try. If it works, it's one more dish. If not, it's just a little waste of soil and effort. I feel that mainly temperature and moisture are important. If these are good, there shouldn't be much problem. You guys have experience with this. I'm completely new to it. Suddenly, I remembered the uniqueness of this era, and I couldn't help but sit up straight. Third master. Isn't this considered taking advantage of the collective resources? The old man shook his whip. Relying on ourselves, it's not about stealing from others. We're not trying to cheat or do anything bad, just normal work. That's good. So, does this mean the cold season has started? Before, we could go up the mountain for a few days. Now, with the current situation, it's different. There are only a few warm days left. It's getting cold in the mornings and evenings, so we mostly stay at home. Once the mountain closing order is lifted, the diligent ones will go back up to gather firewood or do other chores. By the way, do you have enough firewood? Enough. Enough. A few uncles helped me gather a lot when we built the house. I've also collected some on my recent trips up the mountain. It should be enough. When I can go up again in a few days, I'll check again. Third master, this is a big mountain range. Aren't there any game animals? Simple had encountered a few small animals during his trips up the mountain. In the deep forest, he also caught some wild chickens and rabbits, but he didn't show them. He immediately took them to the base's mountain area. He's still unsure about the situation here. A few days ago, when he came to gather mountain resources, he didn't hear of anyone catching game. Of course, no one would loudly boast about their catches. There are, of course. But these days, the mountains are so poor that the animals are much more alert than people. They've already run deep into the mountains to hide.
Sigh.
During this time of year, there used to be wild boars coming down the mountain to raid the crops because they were starving. But this year, they haven't come yet. The weather is getting colder, so it's hard to say when they might really come down. Your place is too close to the foot of the mountain. If a wild animal really comes down, it could be dangerous. Maybe you should move to the youth workers' compound. It's in the middle of the village, so even if you delay a bit, it's safer. Grandpa Third, what's the difference between the village entrance and inside the village? If a wild boar comes into the village, would it take a minute or two to get here? Would it matter? Well, that's true. But you're too close to the mountain. Coming down is easy, and there aren't many other houses around. It's almost certain that you'd be the first to be noticed if something happens. It's okay. My wall is taller than others. When the time comes, I'll stay alert. If I hear strange noises, I'll hide quickly and wait for you to rescue me. I knew this kid, always stubborn. Humph, do you have the nerve? Asking this old arm and leg to go rescue you? Hee. Sure enough, when we returned to the village, it was already getting dark. First, we went to the Simple family's door to put down the big jar and small pots. Then we hitched the cart back to the village office. The wooden trough you wanted, I told Uncle Guangming. He knows the size of that small bed frame at your place, and I asked him to make one for you. I'll take this bag to the village office. Once it's exchanged in a few days, I'll send the stuff to you. Simple opened the door. All right, Third Master, I'll come to your house tomorrow to learn how to make pickled vegetables from Andy. 2 large jars and 5 or 6 small salt containers. Simple didn't bother to fetch water. She directly took the water pipe at the base to rinse them. But, to be efficient, fetching water 1 bucket at a time, scrubbing repeatedly, then pouring out, it's not an easy job. Especially now, with her small body, though she's strong, these large water jars aren't much shorter than her. Someone tall and slim, almost as tall as the jar, carrying such a heavy jar, looks quite strange. After dinner, Simple didn't do much. She lit the bed and went to rest quickly. Her small body was still growing. She couldn't afford to tire herself out. Lu San headed back without delay. He went to the village office to drop off the bag, then took care of the ox cart and the ox and slowly made his way home. Knowing he was out, the family didn't rush to finish eating. Only after he entered the yard did they start setting the table.
Did you go to the county town?
Lu San washed his hands in the yard, then went inside and took out the leftover food and dry provisions. Yes, there's nothing at the commune. I bought it at the county supply and marketing cooperative. The old lady opened the oil paper package. What did they give you this time? You're really polite. If they give, you just take it? Lu San slurped a mouthful of hot porridge, feeling very comfortable. I was busy and forgot when I was in the county town. I bought this at the state-run restaurant, at the cooperative. It's the same as last time. I was hungry then, so I ate too. The old lady felt sorry for him. She knew how much this old man could eat. And this was for the children. Little flower, tiger, come quickly, there's good food. Come and eat. The old man was very happy. I told you that young worker really has talent. Her sister sent her a big package again, and this time, it was delivered straight to the village office. Really? Really, Dad? Yes, really. They haven't even opened it yet. I can tell from the tone that mountain goods are quite rare in the city. Her sister wants to exchange mountain products. That's great. Now, everyone can finally buy some clothes for the kids. I told her the same thing. She didn't say much. By the way, Guangming, about that little stove corner, estimate it for her. Make 2 wooden planters for planting vegetables. She wants to grow vegetables inside. The old lady was a bit surprised. Growing vegetables? A few years ago, we tried that, but nothing sprouted. Yes, she said, as long as the temperature and humidity are right, it should be fine. Anyway, we need to heat the house in winter, so might as well heat it more. If she can eat fresh vegetables in winter, that would be really nice. That's true. Sometimes, some words are better left unsaid. Late at night, Jian suddenly opened her eyes. There was movement on the mountain. At first, she heard quiet footsteps, then they became more chaotic, and eventually, sounds of fighting. Jian didn't want to be curious. She knew the mountain was closed off, so something was definitely happening. It wasn't something a young worker like her could get involved in. After fighting for over half an hour, everything went quiet. She thought it was over. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a clear, sharp sound of a weapon made her wake up instantly. Was someone shooting? Probably knives, or something else was involved too. She thought for a moment and decided not to sleep anymore. She felt uneasy, like there was still something unfinished. Sure enough, after a few gunshots, chaos erupted again. Then it seemed something was coming down the mountain. The heavy, chaotic footsteps made Jian feel cold. This wasn't a person. Could it be that her luck was really bad? Just yesterday, she was talking about wild animals coming down the mountain, and tonight it actually happened? There was no point in sleeping anymore. She jumped up quietly and tiptoed to the wall. She could feel the ground trembling slightly under her feet. Jian cursed silently. How could someone move so fast? She leapt over the wall, hiding in the shadows. She squinted, watching the moving dark shapes in the distance. At the front, it looked like a wild boar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. Over time, Jian had been gradually sharpening her skills from her past life. She knew she had to be careful now. Behind them, it seemed like a few people were following. Compared to the wild boars, they were smaller targets, but their speed was impressive. A simple person hides at the base of the wall. Surprise is the best tactic. Plus, with a few others behind her, they might be able to stop the wild boar at the village entrance, right? She currently has no plans to rebuild her house. Thinking this, she pulls out a large machete from her space, ready to attack at any moment. The wild boar leading the charge probably didn't expect there would be an obstacle, so it rushes toward the nearest yard. It never imagined a big sword would fall from the sky halfway. By the time it reacts, it's too late. It can only watch as the sword cuts through its tough neck. The powerful makes it involuntarily lower its front legs, lift its head high, and let out a loud, tragic squeal. Of course, being simple-minded doesn't mean things are easy. To the wild boar, it was sudden, but she forgot this was an external injury. The machete swung smoothly, and in the next second, warm, foul-smelling pig blood splattered all over her face and body. She couldn't help but cry out in distress. "Oh no, I'm so dirty." The others behind her didn't have time to be surprised. They quickly started fighting the prey they just caught. The wild boar's night vision made it clear to them how their companions were faring. Coupled with the fresh, bloody smell, it stimulated their nerves and made them more aggressive. The professionals among them knew it was only a matter of time before they subdued the boars. After adding a few more injuries, the last one finally collapsed with a loud crash. They all took a deep breath, then turned to look at Jian. Comrade, your method is really straightforward and rough. Jian Dan wiped the blood off her face and looked up at them. It was the group that had sealed the mountain earlier in the morning. It ran over by itself. I couldn't just let it into the village, she replied. Even from this distance, it was the village entrance. With the gunfire from the mountain earlier, the village had already become lively. Now, faint shadows could be seen approaching. The first to arrive was the weak light of a flashlight. Who's over there? What are they doing? Jian Dan recognized the voice as Village Chief Lu Weimin. She quickly responded loudly, Uncle Village Chief, it's me, Jian Dan, along with a few comrades at the foot of the mountain. Lu Weimin paused for a moment, then hurried forward, shining his flashlight around. What's going on? I think I heard gunshots just now. What's happening? Are there bad people coming? Behind them, the wild boar and the faint flashlight light on the bloodstain on the ground startled Lu Weimin. It was dark and frightening.
Wow.
Behind, Lu Weimin's son Lu Jiaxing and several nearby villagers gathered around, listening to the sounds. The people in front stepped back a few steps to clear the way. First, Lu Weimin himself was so scared he screamed. What is this? The blurry shadow was hard to see clearly. Only a pile of something nearby, still warm with fresh blood, could be felt. Some brave ones slowly moved closer, almost lying on top of it, finally daring to confirm. Wow, it's a wild boar. Village Chief, it's a wild boar. After a moment of shock, they realized it was dead, and just meat. Without needing anyone to tell them, they got excited and ran to look at a few small black bags nearby, almost jumping with excitement. Village Chief, five wild boars. Lu Weimin couldn't help but run over a few steps, overwhelmed by what he saw and heard. Are these wild boars coming down the mountain? Captain Lin, did you guys encounter them? The leader across nodded. We were on regular patrol when they came down. We only managed to stop 4, but this one escaped. This brave lady here killed it with one strike. He found it hard to believe himself. Even though they were trained soldiers, he wasn't sure if they could kill with one strike. Seeing how easily this woman did it, he felt a bit discouraged. Lu Weimin was surprised but not too much, having seen some strength before. He pointed at her angrily. Why are you out so late at night? There are so many adults, and you're just a kid. Knowing he meant well, she simply smiled and said nothing. Captain Lin, what do you plan to do with these wild boars? Although it was their village's land, these animals coming down the mountain could harm people and crops. They had saved the whole village, and also this young girl, who had become a hero. Captain Lin was an honest soldier, straightforward and upright, not taking a penny from the people. Village Chief Lu, these are your village's trophies. We don't want them. It was just a coincidence we encountered them. We are stationed nearby, and protecting the area is part of our duty. You don't need to worry. Station soldiers. She and Lu Weimin exchanged a simple, natural glance. Although everything was dark and unclear, both of them somehow understood each other's meaning perfectly. Village Chief, honestly speaking, I was the one who caught this pig, but the other few pigs are all thanks to these comrades. Lu Weimin naturally took over the conversation. Oh, Captain Lin, look, you're making me make mistakes. Are you trying to give me a reputation for taking credit without effort? Captain Lin was momentarily stunned. Really? He looked back at his teammates behind him. Although they showed no obvious expressions, their eyes were very clear. These people, who rely on the country's resources, are the most envied by the common people, but during these hard times, even eating meat is a very luxurious thing. They all looked at him eagerly. Lu Weimin saw this and took the opportunity to say, Captain Lin, although you all worked together to kill the pigs, only this one is credited to our village's young worker, and the others are your achievements. You should take them and handle them. Construction team, come here. Bring these pigs to the village office. We will divide the meat tomorrow. Captain Lin, you guys should also quickly call people to take them away. Later, let them come back and clean up the blood, and so on. Captain Lin thought carefully. It's true that they didn't really take advantage of the people, so in the end, he only agreed to split the pigs equally. He called someone to take away the 2 larger pigs, leaving the 3 smaller ones for the villagers. Although a bit embarrassed, they gained quite a lot of meat for nothing, and Lu Weimin was very happy. After moving the 3 pigs back, Lu Jianxian brought people to clean the blood. This whole process lasted until dawn, almost daylight. The workers, seeing the meat, were so excited they didn't feel sleepy anymore. Because of all this commotion, more than half the village woke up to the noise. Lu Weimin looked around and thought, who could still sleep? Just forget it. Everyone might as well stay awake and slaughter the pigs now. On this side, the 2 groups separated, went home briefly, and then directly entered the base. They were splattered with pig blood in the middle of the night, and it was already very difficult for her to endure. She had to wash up thoroughly. By dawn, the news had spread throughout the entire village. The village was like celebrating the new year. Everyone was excited and spreading the good news. Meanwhile, at dawn, Captain Lin arranged for people to guard the foot of the mountain. He himself returned to the base with the 2 big pigs. Although they were stationed here, they couldn't just hunt on the mountain freely. Meat was very hard to come by. When these 2 pigs entered the base, it caused a big fuss. Almost instantly, they were surrounded. The chef, Zhang Shifu, hearing the news, grabbed a big spoon and rushed out. Where are the pigs? Let me take a look, let me see. God knows, he's so worried. These young men are really hungry, each one eating 3 bowls of rice and soup in one meal without trouble. But even with that small amount of grain they get, he tries every day to find more. But can he produce more grain? Or what? No matter how worried he is, the amount won't increase. They drink the thinnest porridge, confused and in a daze, just a few big bowls, enough to stave off hunger for a short while. He is boiling porridge in the kitchen, thinking about whether to add some bran tonight, or let them go up the mountain again. Maybe catch a few wild chickens or rabbits, chop them up, and cook a big pot with bran. It will taste like meat, with some oil and flavor. Suddenly, he hears someone outside shouting about pigs, but he doesn't catch what they say. He grabs a spoon and rushes out. Where are the pigs? Where are they? A group of young men stare closely at the truck that just arrived, not hearing anything else around. They are already tense and just finished morning drills. Seeing the huge wild boar, their stomachs start to rumble loudly. Master Zhang calls out several times but gets no response. He waves his long spoon and pushes into the crowd. Let me see, let me see. Is it meat? Huh. Is it whole meat? When he gets closer, he is startled by 2 big wild boars and freezes there. After a long moment, he finally finds his voice. Am I seeing things? Or am I dreaming? He didn't notice himself, but the sounds around him naturally reached his ears. So this is the pig that Lin Tuan and his group brought back? So big, it must weigh a few hundred jin, right? Suspicious sounds of saliva and stomach growls echo one after another. Lin Tuan and Lin Jingda also come out with the instructor. Calculate for me. Does this count as taking advantage of the people? Don't make any more mistakes. He knows his brain is only good for the battlefield or training grounds. In other aspects of life, his mind isn't as sharp as the instructor's, so whenever he encounters something uncertain, he naturally asks for advice, just like now, with high IQ but low emotional intelligence. Instructor Ching Jin listens to him for a while and suspects he's exaggerating. But when he sees it himself, he's surprised. Is it really that big?
Yeah.
I wanted to leave it for them, but the village chief and that young educated youth persuaded me, saying we all killed it together, and they can't keep it all for themselves. They just want the one that the young educated youth killed. They say it belongs to their village as a trophy. I don't think that's right. If it weren't for us stopping at the foot of the mountain, the wild boar would have been eliminated there. Why bother waking up the villagers in the middle of the night? It might cause unnecessary panic. Chung Jin looked at the pig, waved his hand, and told someone to send it to the kitchen. Go ahead, improve things for the brothers. Master Zhang happily agreed. All right, watch me handle it. Turning back to look at their leader, not bad, your thinking is thorough. The way you handled it is good. Captain Lin felt a bit unsure. Really? I still feel something's off. Chung Jin sighed. Who would have thought the wild boar would come down the mountain? Maybe they said, luckily you were here, or the village would have suffered even more. Yeah, that's what the village chief said. He frowned, thought for a moment, then hesitated before speaking. However, I feel like that young educated youth doesn't seem worried at all. Are you talking about the young girl who said she could kill the wild boar with one strike? Yes, her. Ha, isn't that normal? When normal people see a wild boar, they run away screaming for help. Only someone calm enough to wait and kill it with one strike can be considered capable. Without some skill, would they dare? They didn't know that the wild boar they were talking about was once again involved in a fight with the young girl. Here's what happened. That morning, Legiatin was buzzing with activity. Lu Weimin didn't hesitate. He gathered some village officials to discuss. They chose the smallest pig to send to the commune forest secretary, and the remaining 2 pigs, well, they divided the meat. In the north, killing pigs requires certain dishes. It's an essential part of the ritual. You bring a bunch of green onions, I bring a cabbage, she carries 2 carrots, and soon enough they had 2 big pots full. As for the usual pickled vegetables, sorry, but since the pig was cooked early today, the pickled vegetables were just in the jar and hadn't fermented yet. Honestly, since the collective canteen was dissolved, villagers rarely ate together. Now, each wife was busy washing and peeling vegetables, while the men gathered around the pig butcher. The village chief had just said they would share the meat soon. This was real meat. Lu Weimin also wanted to eat, but seeing the group of men gathered around, he felt embarrassed. So he simply told everyone to leave. Your wives and mothers are busy, and you're still here? Don't you have anything to do? Go chop some firewood. People from Linjingda's side at the foot of the mountain were still guarding, but if they really wanted to go up the mountain, it wasn't just one path. Having lived here for decades, they all knew about the few dog holes at the foot of the mountain. This was also an act of relying on the crowd, as a group of men simply walked past the back of the small house. Giant Pain went back inside to wash up at the base, not paying attention. She originally planned to handle breakfast directly, but just as she set it on the table, she heard loud knocking at the door. Giant Pain instantly appeared in the room. Little Jian, are you there? Little Jian, come out quickly. The wild boar has come down the mountain. Come out and hide. Giant Pain? The wild boar has come down the mountain? Her small hut has no back window, so to see, she has to go outside. Without much thought, Giant Pain looked at her clothes. Okay, they were presentable enough. She lifted her leg and pushed open the door. I'm coming. Annie, I was just a little dizzy earlier. What's going on? A wild boar? Outside the door was Sun Xiang, the daughter-in-law of Lu Sanyi. Seeing her, she didn't say much. Hurry up, let's go to the village office first. Their men have already gone ahead to block the wild boar, and the soldiers from the People's Liberation Army have also arrived. We should find a safe place so we don't cause trouble for them. Sun Xiang's voice trembled slightly. Fortunately, their men went up the mountain from this side. They saw the wild boar not long after going up. They couldn't make a sound and hurried back. I don't know if help will arrive in time. Giant Pain glanced at the back mountain. Have they gone to find people? Who's coming? Uncle Wei Min said Brother Jian was asked to find the captain of the station team. He's with those soldiers guarding the mountain. Giant Pain understood. Oh, the one who fought alongside her this morning and stubbornly refused to sell the pork. A mountain wind blew in, carrying a faint smell of blood. Giant Pain paused for a moment, realizing they might not be able to wait for the captain. Auntie, you should go back quickly. Tell Uncle Village Head that the wild boar is coming down soon.
I'll go see the back mountain.
Under Sun Xiang's watch, Giant Pain grabbed a large machete from behind the door, snapped it shut with a click, and before Sun Xiang could react, she had already darted out more than 10 meters. Hey, little Jian, where are you going? Come back. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Xiang watched her disappear from her sight and quickly turned to run back. She had to hurry and tell someone little Jian was also going up the mountain. Oh, what did I just say? It seems the wild boar is about to come down the mountain? Oh no. Sun Xiang's legs hurriedly moved. Giant Pain quickly ran from her own backyard to the foot of the mountain, where she saw several men staggering downhill, looking back anxiously and shouting in fear, "The wild boar is coming down. The wild boar is coming down." Did they fail to block it? The small house at the back faces a mountain that doesn't have a clear trail. It's much steeper than the one near the village entrance, and villagers rarely go up that way. Who would have thought that today, because they couldn't climb that side and luckily took this route, something like this would happen? The few soldiers in front were nervously watching, with the outermost ones occasionally looking toward the village entrance, probably waiting for backup. When they saw villagers coming down, they immediately took their positions. A few villagers staggered down, and the pursuing soldiers appeared behind them.
Wow.
Simple squinted and counted, and couldn't help but marvel at the luck. What are the chances? Running into a family gathering on the mountain? 12 wild boars, big and small. The 5 or 6 young soldiers in front looked quite tense. One, clearly the oldest, shouted toward the village entrance, "Lindsay, go and greet the squad leader." That Lindsay didn't want to leave them behind and was worried about the approaching people. He hesitated for a moment, and just then, the wild boar charged over. Well, he couldn't run anymore. A few of them simultaneously aimed at one of the larger boars and charged forward. The leader at the front started fighting, while the other half-grown boars ran around nearby. People had their concerns. They didn't want to hit each other. But these wild boars didn't care. They relied on their huge bodies to charge recklessly, causing big impacts. The fragile ones could be knocked 10 meters away in an instant. They were tough-skinned and thick-bodied. The soldiers, who had come prepared with weapons, couldn't really use their blades now. It was a village, after all, and guns weren't an option. Their only 2 weapons were small daggers for self-defense. These short blades were only good for close combat. Striking a wild boar from a medium distance wouldn't hurt much, just a small scratch, maybe a tiny amount of blood. It wouldn't give them much advantage for a while. Simple was holding a machete. When the fight started, she didn't fall behind. She charged straight at the wild boar at the front. At such a moment, there was no point in hiding or being cautious. If the wild boar got into the village, casualties would be unavoidable. Lu's village was famous for such incidents. She had just killed one that morning, so now was a good time to make a statement. She had just finished eating at the base and was full of energy.
She didn't hold back.
The wild boar charging toward her saw only a small human and didn't realize this was the first to come forward to die. Simple didn't use fancy moves. She only learned techniques for survival and defeating enemies. Just before the wild boar charged at her, she lightly stepped on a nearby dirt wall, jumped into the air, and swung her machete at its vulnerable neck. With a crisp sound of bones breaking and the boar's scream, hot blood gushed out. The strong body that was running towards her fell heavily to the ground, twitching instinctively. The people fighting the boar nearby seemed to feel the ground shake. They paused for a moment, then continued fighting. A few more wild boars behind them saw their companion being killed. Instinctively, they wanted to retreat, but their bodies couldn't stop running. Stimulated by the bright red blood, they suddenly changed direction and charged straight at Simple. Simple cursed as she stopped to catch her breath. The others couldn't help her. Support hadn't arrived yet. So, she decided to cheat a little. Taking advantage of the distraction, she pulled out a small stun baton from her pocket. It was specially designed for self-defense, much stronger than a normal stun baton. She had never used it before and never thought she'd use it on a wild boar. "Well, this is quite an honor, falling into your hands," she muttered. The wild boar was huge and strong, with tough fur. Its weak spots were mainly the neck and the area between its eyes on the nose bridge. Simple wasn't the type to rely on finesse. She knew brute force was her best option. She looked at her new clothes and remembered the blood she sprayed on herself that morning, feeling a bit disgusted. She quickly wrapped the stun baton around the wooden handle of her machete, making sure the metal part of the baton was tightly connected to the metal of the machete. She tested it, solid and sturdy. The wild boar was now close. She smiled mischievously, turned on the stun baton, and just as the boar charged, she moved aside. She swung her machete with half the usual force, hitting the boar. The cut wasn't deep, but she heard the boar thrash wildly, much more violently than before. A few young fighters fought the boar in front of them while listening to the strange, continuous screams from the wild boars behind. they had a bad feeling. The boar in front seemed to be more agitated, making it even harder to fight. They were overwhelmed. Just a moment of distraction could cost them their lives. Forest, watch out. The person named Lin was exhausted and watched helplessly as the wild boar's fangs grew larger and closer before his eyes. He couldn't lift his arms anymore. In that moment, he felt the wave of despair. His last thought was, I didn't die on the battlefield, but I might die in the mouth of a wild boar. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Then, suddenly, he saw a figure appear behind the wild boar. With a swift swing, a large machete struck the boar's neck. The boar let out a loud squeal and reared its head in pain, abandoning him and turning to struggle fiercely. He felt his limbs go weak and collapsed on the ground, feeling like he had just escaped death. It was as if the hands of the underworld spirits had grabbed his arms, ready to pull him into the afterlife, but someone pulled him back just in time. Back at the village, everyone was happily slaughtering pigs. When Lin Jingda heard that the wild boar had come down the mountain again, he almost went crazy. His first thought was, I shouldn't have come back. He hurried over with his men, expecting a life-and-death fight. But what did they see? Several wild boars were lying in disorganized positions on the ground. The ones closer to the village looked relatively clean, with intact bodies and no strange marks or bloodstains. The blood on the ground was neat, indicating they were killed with a single strike. On the other side, near the foot of the mountain, there were also a few wild boars lying on the ground. But the scene was horrifying, truly unbearable to look at. Most of the wild boars had no good spots on their bodies. Some wounds looked like they were made by a dagger. The number of carcasses was impressive, with bodies tangled and crisscrossed. 2 of them didn't have obvious major injuries, but their necks were limp and twisted in strange positions. A few had deep wounds exposing the bones. As for his soldiers, they were all slumped and leaning against something, looking like survivors of a disaster. Their clothes were wrinkled and blood-stained, and their exposed hands and faces were not intact. You could imagine how fierce the battle had been. From the direction of the village, Lu Weimin was rushing over with the villagers. The 2 groups arrived almost simultaneously, and their shock was obvious. Lin Jingda went to check his soldiers. Lu Weimin immediately looked for someone and shouted, Where's Xiao Jian, the young scout? Quickly find him. Xiao Jian, the young scout. That morning, he had seen the scene firsthand. The wild boar that was killed with 1 strike looked like it was done by Xiao Jian. Several others confirmed this. Captain, I was just a little short. If Xiao Jian hadn't arrived in time, I would have been dead in that wild boar's mouth, he said. Lin Jingda is also a brave man. He is a young soldier who just joined the army a few months ago. His training is limited. When they go on missions, the veterans usually protect the new soldiers. This is why others wanted him to run errands earlier instead of fighting the wild boar together. Are you really brave? Is dying in a wild boar's mouth an honor? Soldierly grinned, showing his big white teeth, and spoke while panting. Captain, now I understand why you train us so hard. We haven't even faced the enemy yet, just a small wild boar. We can't handle it. If it were really an enemy, do you think we would all be dead now? Over there, Lu Weimin and a few others were checking the situation simply. Little Jian, are you hurt? Don't worry, uncle.
I'm fine.
The wild boar is the one hurt. Lu Weimin also wanted to say something but knew that little Jian had saved the villagers. In the end, he could only sigh. Don't worry, uncle. I know my own body. I can't just watch the wild boar enter the village, hurt everyone, and destroy our home, right? Lu Weimin felt sad. Thinking of that scene, it was really chaotic. The main road into the village connected directly to the village office. Almost everyone was there. If the wild boar really entered the village now, besides the damage, there would definitely be injuries and casualties. He patted little Jian's shoulder. All right, uncle won't say more. Remember, you are the savior of Renovating. Everyone, keep this in mind. From now on, little Jian, the educated youth, is one of us in Renovating. You all. The men in front also had red eyes. If it weren't for little Jian, the educated youth, and those soldiers, the village might be in a much worse state now. A year of hardship is nothing compared to human lives. They are all parents, wives, children, relatives. If anything happened to them, they couldn't bear it. Village chief, don't worry. We all remember, yes, little Jian, the educated youth, is our hero. I'll explain everything to my family when I go back. Little Jian was really a bit overwhelmed by the attention. She felt uncomfortable under these gazes. Village chief, it seems Captain Lin has also arrived. Look, Village Chief Liu, the leaders from both sides met, which made things easier, especially after their earlier argument in the morning. Actually, Lin Jingde was quite surprised. He originally thought that little Jian's outburst was just a rare event. But now he realized it was her usual behavior. Even those of them who had been trained clearly lack skills compared to her. Chief Liu, this young girl from the Knowledge Youth team, is very impressive. She's much better than several soldiers I know. This time, we really owe her a lot. Otherwise, injuries would have been unavoidable. Lu Weimin also grinned and gave a thumbs up. Haha, you're right. Xiao Jian from the Knowledge Youth team is indeed that good. The scene was too bloody to say much more. Since they were so close to the mountain, they were afraid it might attract other wild animals. Chief Liu, how about this? He pointed to the injured fighters, saying, we'll take 4 of them, and the rest can stay in the village. Later, I'll find someone to come and patrol the mountain. But we'll also need your help to find people to clean up here. Chief Liu was not naive. He knew the benefits of this matter belonged to his villagers. Captain Lin, let's not talk about that. Xiao Jian from the Knowledge Youth team is from our village. Basically, this is self-defense. You're just helping. Even if it's a military-civilian cooperation, we have many lives here in the village. Even if it wasn't for that, we can't just accept the spoils of those comrades without feeling guilty, right? Captain Lin, you can take the 6 animals. We'll bring them back. The one we didn't divide this morning can be split later. Everyone will have a good new year.
Haha.
Lin Jingde knew he couldn't argue with him, but he also knew taking half wasn't right. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, once we finish our share, you can't interfere anymore. Just now, Xiao Jian saved a few of my brothers, especially Lin Zi's life. That's real, isn't it? We'll take 5 animals and leave one for the village chief to help clean up. It's also a way to thank her for helping. We can't let her suffer for nothing. Feeling that his own matters were settled, he was about to go back to clean up. But his clothes were stained again with pig blood. Hearing this, his first reaction was to refuse, no. The village chief chuckled and quickly agreed. I thought the same. I also planned to clean up and send her one of the animals. Perfect timing. After we finish with 2, we'll send them to her together. The girls' meat for this winter is enough. Ha! The people Lin Jingde brought stayed at the foot of the mountain. Injured people carried the spoils back, and the camp was bustling again. Cheng Jin was a bit shocked. What's going on? Did we stumble into a wild boar's den? Probably related to what happened this morning. Coming down the mountain to take revenge. Who knows what they were thinking? Let's have a good meal together. The mountain patrol needs to go around again. That day, 2 groups of wild boars came down. Not just in the village, but even here, we were all quite frightened. Chun Jinjan agrees. Yes, we should go, but be careful at the border. Don't forget there might still be people in the mountains. We don't want to force them to act rashly or do something crazy. The villagers were once again filled with joy. Now they fully trust Jian Jiqing, and any secret worries they had quietly disappeared. Honestly, with such a situation, quick action can be life-threatening. It's better to respect him like a wise elder. It's too frightening otherwise. Isn't the quietness peaceful and good? Chun Jiangwo and a few other young workers were also very shocked. They knew Jian Jiqing was capable, but this was really bold. Those were wild boars. Lu Weimin didn't need to scold anyone. His method of killing wild boars had an immediate effect of warning everyone. I don't need to say more. Everyone should know now. These wild boars were all killed by Jian Jiqing. Look at those wounds, dead, with one strike. The army, to show gratitude, even sent a pig. I mean, they killed 6 pigs and saved your lives. Giving 1 pig back isn't too much, right? Or, do you think your lives aren't worth a pig? Agreed, agreed. Village head, we have no objections.
Exactly.
Without Jian Jiqing, we might not even be alive here. Lu Weimin nodded secretly. Although he could have directly informed everyone, he didn't want others to have different thoughts. Luckily, Lujia village has no unruly people. After eating the pig dishes, everyone felt energized. Those preparing water, sharpening knives. By evening, the village courtyard was bustling. When Lu Weimin brought the cleaned-up pigs over, Jian Jiqing was surprised. "Are these all for me? These are the 2 pigs we agreed on. Don't refuse them. With so many lives at stake, how can we just do nothing? Don't we have any shame?" Everyone's faces were glowing with happiness. Jian Jiqing thought for a moment and then opened the door. It made sense. Mutual respect and giving help to each other lead to lasting relationships. "Uncle, I can't eat so much myself. Tomorrow I'll ask Third Master if he can send me to the commune. I want to send some mail to my sister and uncle." Lu Weimin nodded secretly. He saw that Jian Jiqing was a kind-hearted boy. "All right, go ahead. In a few days, heavy snow will come, and it will be even harder to go out." After thinking for a while, I went back to the village office and first told everyone about exchanging fabric scraps. At first, he wasn't in a hurry, but just now, with all this snow, it seems it's not far off. Since he's exchanging mountain goods to send to relatives, delaying might cause problems. The villagers of Lujietan were once again excited.
Who can understand?
The day isn't even over, and there are ups and downs. In the morning, there was good news about sharing meat. Before they could even taste the meat, a wild boar appeared. Everyone was scared, but then they heard. Oh, the wild boar was already hunted by Xiao Jian's youth group, and now they're sharing the meat again? They hadn't even divided the meat yet. Just earlier, they heard that Xiao Jian's youth group had given them fabric scraps, no money or tickets needed, in exchange for mountain goods. Each piece of news was shocking. The women of Lujietan couldn't believe it. On their way to the village office, they kept confirming with each other. Was it real? Was it a dream? Although fabric scraps aren't worth much, the hardships in the countryside are well understood by others. They rarely go to the city, but they know that in the city there are many good things: fine grains, meat, brown sugar, white sugar, pillowcases, fabrics. They've longed for a big iron pot all their lives, and some villages even have bicycles. A trip to the city leaves a deep impression. They remember that city things are just for looking, not touching. Even in the commune's public store, it's obvious they are from the countryside. They have no money, no tickets, and can't buy anything. It's so harsh to be looked down upon, as if being from the countryside is a big mistake. With this fabric, most could only buy a piece when they got married to make a new outfit. It made many people envious for a long time. That outfit was precious and carefully kept. Usually, they wouldn't even dare to take it out. Only on very important occasions would they wear it to show off. When a family had a new member, they'd modify old clothes, big clothes for small, small clothes for big. Each piece of clothing had to be worn by at least 3 children. When it was finally too worn out to wash or use properly, the adults would regretfully replace it. At that point, they'd start worrying about which adult's clothes to patch or alter. The patches were many, and the clothes were used for work. There wasn't much choice. If they altered a child's clothes, an adult would have one less. In a few days, the temperature will drop. Some families have more workers, so children can stay at home. But most children still have to wear thin clothes and go out to gather firewood because they don't have proper winter clothing, and their houses are drafty. This is the situation. Sometimes, families have some savings, but rural people rarely have money or banknotes, so it's always hard, getting even harder. Now, even cloth is hard to come by. Everyone knows good cloth when they see it, so it's no wonder they don't trust rumors. People say that in the city, these things are very rare and hard to get. Sister-in-law, do you think it's true? Oh, I keep thinking it doesn't seem real. I heard that in the city, these things are very hard to find, she said nervously, pulling her basket closer. I was surprised too. But the village head said it's probably true. Besides, if we don't go see for ourselves, how can we be sure? I think it might be real. When has Weimin ever lied to us? Doesn't he always try to help us? I wonder how big that cloth piece is. Can it be used to make clothes for the kids? I don't mind if it's not enough for a coat. Maybe I can make pants or a vest. Next summer, they'll still need to wear clothes. Haha, Auntie, what if it's all pattern cloth? How would you make clothes for your grandson? What do kids care? If they don't want it, they can go without. If all the cloth is dark-colored, I'd think about making your uncle a pair of pants. His only one is almost torn, and I don't even dare wash it anymore. Why are life in the countryside so hard? At the village office, Lu Wei-min and some village officials were inside. Outside, a crowd had gathered, waiting to share the meat and watch the excitement. Is it really true? Those 2 bags might be the real thing? Wang Ho-hot was the first to come in. Are they starting to exchange now? Everyone listened carefully. Lu Wei-min didn't say much. Let's exchange. You all know this year's harvest wasn't good, but ever since Xiao Jian and the educated youth came, good things keep happening. Everyone is taking advantage of their help. This year, it's said to be a life-saving favor, no more than that. Look outside, he said, raising his chin. Many good things from the mountain have been collected. And this, wild boars coming down from the mountain. They're afraid they'll damage the village, so they stopped them and brought back a lot of meat. I know some people aren't happy, thinking they gave too much meat. But I ask you, are your lives worth this meat? Are your parents, wife, and children worth these pieces of meat? Are the lives of all the elders, children, and villagers in our entire village worth these pieces of meat? Our village doesn't have as many rules as other villages. Small items are kept by individuals, big items are shared with the village, 2/3 go to the village. If you have the ability, go hunt for your own. If not, and you still want to take what's ready-made, then just keep your mouth shut. In Renovating, our ancestors have never been the kind to eat and then curse. They just arrived a few days ago and haven't gained much, but they brought many benefits to us. So, don't talk about what should or shouldn't be done. If anyone should say what's right, it's me, the village head, and us village officials. We are not very capable, but it's our duty. That's right. A loud reply comes from outside. The villagers all turn around and naturally make way for someone. Seeing this, Lu Wei-min and a few others quickly stand up. Secretary Lin, why are you here? Outside the crowd is Secretary Lin from the commune, limping as he walks through the crowd into the house. Old Lu, your awareness is correct. Villagers, this is indeed our leadership's responsibility. The country sent us here to lead everyone in building the countryside. They hope that our elders and fellow farmers can carry forward the spirit of hard work and self-reliance, using their own hands to diligently farm on their land, contributing to the country's development. And everyone is doing very well. You are the pride of Yangyang Commune. He rambled on, and the villagers listened with great enthusiasm. In the end, Secretary Lin, unable to refuse the warm invitation from the villagers, stayed to enjoy a meal of not-so-pure pig-slaughtering dishes. Now, the fabric exchange has become much more harmonious and mutually beneficial. Hey, do you have any yellow-flowered fabric? Later, see if you can spare some. I'll trade you 2 pieces. I have several, and I think they'd be perfect for sewing a small outfit for the kids. All right, here you go. My kids are still small, so they can't use such tender fabric. Second aunt, look at these 2 pieces. They're quite big. Oh, really? With such large pieces, if I get 3 more, I can make a pair of pants for your dad. Biao biao, aunt, I've been thinking the same. Oh. Lu Igua, busy calculating work points nearby to distribute meat fairly, was surprised to hear this. What's wrong with you? Isn't this all a good thing? Lu Wei-min rarely shows deep feelings. Patriotic brother. You know, in our village, the older men, when they go up the mountain to find things, are not as quick as young girls. Even when it comes to eating meat, they have to borrow from others. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. Then, why can't you feel uncomfortable? When wild boars come down the mountain, do people just pretend not to see? If they rush into the village, can you stop them? Or can I? If the house gets damaged or the wall falls and it suddenly gets cold, what do? Are you just relying on us to deal with the wild boars? He waved his hand in frustration. Do you know what you're doing? You're taking advantage and acting innocent. Humph. Lu Wei-min thought for a moment and felt amused. After all, why bother about those things? Anyway, the good news is that it's their own village, and the talented, educated youth are also from their village. The bustling courtyard was filled with villagers, smiling brightly, full of hope for life. It's really wonderful. The lively atmosphere of Renovating and the faint glow of each family's candles lasted until midnight before gradually calming down. Knowing she wanted to mail some things, Lu Weiman got someone to bring over the mountain goods exchanged yesterday early the next morning. The old man, who hadn't slept all night, still looked lively. Little simple, thanks to you, every family can get a couple of new clothes for their children. I know you want mountain goods, so I asked them to bring only the best. Rest assured, I personally checked they're all good and cleaned. Look, this bag has chestnuts, this one has walnuts, and that one has chestnuts. The small bag has pine nuts. This year, the pine nuts are scarce, so I brought some for you to try. These are the most famous mountain goods around here. These sunflower seeds were grown in their own garden. They're pretty good, not many shriveled ones. Roast some and keep them as snacks. Thanks, Uncle. Simple also wanted to get some natural snacks, so he was already on his way. Now Lu Weiman thought Simple looked good everywhere. Everything seemed better. Are you not going to the commune to mail things? Hurry up and get ready. When I came over earlier, I saw third uncle already taking the oxen. So early? He looked at the sky. Anyway, winter days are short and it was already past 6. Oh, I need to hurry. Can't let third uncle wait for me. No worries, no worries. Lu Weiman thought to himself, if that old man said he'd wait, he wouldn't be happy about it. Take your time. Today, not only you, but many others from the village are also going to the commune. There is meat now, and many people are thinking about their parents, siblings, and in-laws. This year, the harvest has been poor everywhere. Our village is benefiting from your help. We've eaten well and shared plenty of meat. Now that we can eat rice ourselves, everyone is thinking about visiting before the new year. There are only a few days left in the year. She nodded simply and then talked about the supplies. Uncle, I came here as a member of Lu Village. If I find food, I can't just watch the villagers go hungry and hide away to eat secretly. If I do that, I'd be no different from those selfish, heartless people. Besides, the mountains and forests don't belong to anyone. They are the country's, the collective's, everyone's. I came to the countryside to support rural development, so I treat this place as my own home. I want the village to get better and better. I also want to do something for the villagers. If I can help everyone, I'll be very happy. Lu Weiman nodded in agreement. He hadn't realized before that this young girl was so noble in her thoughts. Good, your idea is very good. You're right. Lu Village is your home. We are all family here. If anything happens, just tell me. If someone says something bad or bullies you, you must tell me. I'll deal with them. Do you hear me? Don't be polite. Okay, I understand, Uncle. Soon, Lu San came with a cart pulled by a cow, knowing she had things to take. He specially brought the cart to her door. Little girl, are you ready? We're leaving now. Hearing this, Lu Weiman also stood up. Come on, I'm coming. What do you need to send? I'll carry the cart up for you. She pointed outside the door. I've packed the meat in a basket. I also have a bag of hazelnuts and walnuts. I sent some chestnuts earlier, and I want to send more this time. If it can arrive before the new year, it'll be nice to have some snacks for the holiday. Transportation isn't very smooth right now. Trains often delay by half an hour or even half a day, with no regular schedule. Being on time is considered unusual, especially for mail and parcels. Since she's been here, there haven't been many delays, but snow is falling soon. In later years, snow would seriously affect transportation, so she's not worried about the wild boar meat going bad during the long journey. Lu Weiman knows a bit about this. After all, he often attends meetings at the commune. Hey, if the snow doesn't fall, there's no delay. If it snows, there are still many days before the new year, so it should be fine. Lu Weiman carries a bag and a simple backpack, placing things on the car before turning back to lock the door. The ox cart trembles slightly, and the old man is in a good mood early in the morning. Are you planning to send more things away? The meat in the backpack was delivered yesterday and is already frozen solid outside. It looks to weigh at least 70 or 80 jin. Naturally, not everything can be sent by mail. Not just Zhu Yan and the others, even a post office would be worried. To ensure her meat arrives safely, she wouldn't dare risk it. It's just for the villagers to see. I received quite a bit of meat, but I also sent some away. In this village, most people are good, but no village is without a few lazy or dishonest folks. When there's no rice to eat, people behave very quietly. After all, the main goal is to fill their stomachs. When hungry, everything else seems less important, and they have no energy to think about other things. But when they can eat well, even enjoy good food, their attitude might change. Now that they no longer spend all day desperately searching for food, they have more free time. They start to think and suspect randomly. For example, looking at this wild pig meat, they might wonder why that young worker could have such strength to kill a wild pig. She's young and strong, an eye-catcher and puzzling. Why is she so strong? Did she train? Who did she train with? They can't even get enough to eat, yet this young worker can. They can't find enough grain, but she, a young worker, can find food in their mountains. This might also carry some malice. With her skills, if she gave some to her own family, wouldn't all the benefits go to her? She's just a young girl, not yet an adult, and they might think she's vulnerable, easily bullied or manipulated. Especially in this small mountain village, far from home, where the mountains and land don't seem to respond to calls. Even if she has connections, what does it matter? By the time they get in touch, it might be too late. Growing up in an environment full of suspicion and scheming, plus exposure to TV shows, movies, and novels, they've seen all kinds of examples. Just being cautious is enough. She's not arrogant enough to think that having some strength or martial ability makes her invincible. Now she feels useful to the village, and naturally everything is fine. But when it comes to distant relatives and close friends, she is aware of her place. The villagers have been neighbors for decades, and she has only been here a few days. How much influence can she really have? Everything will be clear when the time comes. By then, it might be too late to say anything. She doesn't want to test people's kindness with such matters. They also send me packages often. I can't really help with much else, but it's just a coincidence. They send a little extra. First, I'll send this meat over. In a few days, when the bean buns are ready, I'll send those too. I don't want to feel embarrassed since they always send me things. I only send a little mountain produce. I know my limits. I'm young, but I understand that kindness should be mutual. If not, it will fade away sooner or later. The little old man nodded repeatedly. You're right, that's exactly how it is. If it's just once or twice, it's okay, but over time, everyone understands the ups and downs of relationships. Even if the gifts aren't much, the thought behind them shows you care. And that makes people feel better. Yes, my sister is married now. It's not just about her and her husband. I also have to consider her in-laws and relatives' opinions. I can't let people say she only gives me support. What kind of person would I be then? That's the right way to think. If others had these old traditions, they might not be willing to give so easily. She smiled shyly. The ox cart had reached the village entrance. People waiting for the cart carried bags or baskets. No one was empty-handed. When they saw the cart coming, everyone rushed forward. Soon, the small ox cart was packed full. The little old man waved his whip, and the old yellow ox slowly started moving. It was still early, the sun hadn't risen yet, and the temperature was quite cool. Simple was bundled up tightly in a thick coat. His basket was between him and the old man, while others were crowded behind. As the cart moved, the voices from behind became clearer. Hey, sister-in-law, are you going back to your parents' house? Yes, I haven't been back all year. With how things are this year, I'm just worried something might happen. Exactly. When I go out, I'm afraid of running into neighbors from my parents' side. I want to see them, but I'm also worried about what they might say, whether they think I'm doing well or not. Still, I want to ask how my dad's leg is and how my mom is doing. That's right. Before, I only worried, but I couldn't help. Thanks to Xiao Jian, the educated youth, we've had enough to eat and some meat. Now I just want to go back quickly and see my parents. I want them to have a good meal too. Your family is doing okay, but my family isn't in the same situation. My sister-in-law isn't a good person. She only cares about her own family and doesn't seem to worry if my parents get a hot meal. It's better not to talk about it, but when I do, my heart feels really heavy. If we lived closer, I could help take care of my parents, maybe help wash some clothes, and they would feel a bit better, right? Now, it's hard even to see them. It's really not easy for us. We have young, educated youth, and our village is better off than others. A few days ago, after the harvest, I went back to my mother's house at night. Several people there have died of hunger this year. The ox cart can't fit everyone, so some men walk alongside it and chat. Are you going to your father-in-law's place? Yes, just to visit. Last summer, my family ran out of food. My mother was about to fall ill. My mother-in-law sent some cornmeal to help us get through until the young educated youth arrived, and that's how we survived. Remember this. Why are my in-laws so different? They wish my wife would move the whole family back to them. They don't care about our lives or deaths. It's really not easy for your wife to be like this now. That's right. My wife is very good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so eager to bring her things. Of course, there are some less friendly voices. She gave away so much meat, over 10 jin, and only kept a little for her family.
How can so many people eat that?
How can she be so shameless? That old lady is even suspicious of me. People nearby looked at her strangely and quickly looked away. The young wife didn't realize and kept talking. Hey, do you think that young educated youth who got 2 pigs can really eat them all? She's not afraid she'll get sick from overeating. Someone from a few meters away couldn't stand it and interrupted her. Why do you care so much? Without others, could you even get meat? You're eating their food and still talking behind their backs. Can't you shut your mouth about the meat? The young wife shrank back but still argued. I didn't say anything wrong. It's true. Our big family only got a little share, and she took 2 pigs for herself. How can she be so shameless? If she can't finish it, she should share. Why don't you share your own? Without others, would you even be alive? This is how they repay kindness? What kindness? She said it herself. I don't believe it. She's just a young girl, not even as strong as a wild boar. How did she kill the wild boar? Everyone on the bus started talking at once. Just shut up, eating your food and cursing. It's you, isn't it?
Exactly.
Remember how eager your family was when they found out what we were eating? With your attitude, you'll never get close to anyone again. From now on, we should stay away from their family. If she can say such things after all the kindness Xiao Jiqing showed, then we, who haven't given anything, won't get anything good either. Isn't it true that all the good stuff goes to you, and you take it back to your family? Seeing that she seemed to have angered everyone, the young wife reluctantly shut her mouth. But her resentment was directed at Jian Dan. If it weren't for Jian Dan, why would they say such things? Unluckily, Jian Dan looked over with a fierce gaze. She turned her head quickly, and sparks seemed to fly. Jian Dan chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, I don't know what I did to offend you, but if you have issues with the distribution, I'll go talk to the village head. From now on, such things won't happen again. The young wife's cold sweat eased, but she felt proud inside. Isn't she pretty clever? She even managed to soften her stance. A hint of pride appeared on her face unconsciously. Everyone else looked on, speechless. Can't she tell that words of praise or blame are obvious? She's clearly telling you to go complain to the village head if you're unhappy with the distribution. If you're not satisfied, just don't take your share next time. Where is she thinking? And this distribution was decided by the village, unrelated to Xiao Jiqing. Why are you fixated on her? It's obvious you think she's easy to bully. Picking the softest fruit. People on the bus exchanged glances and shook their heads, unable to hold back their laughter. Goodness, this person really is either cunning or foolish. She thinks she's winning, but just wait. Things are still coming. At the commune, the old man stopped the car. The others carried their things and went their own ways. Jian Dan carried her basket and bag straight to the post office. The meat couldn't be taken out like that. Zhu Yan and Chen Hongjuan's family sent 5 jin of meat, and a bit more mountain produce was fine. After all, no matter how precious, It's still less important than meat. Besides mailing items and sending letters, she really had nothing else to do this time. After thinking for a moment, she followed the crowd toward the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there was anything useful. Maybe because it was close to the new year, other villages might also be worried about heavy snow blocking the mountains. There were quite a few people at the cooperative, but they arrived early, so it wasn't yet crowded. She simply followed the crowd inside. At the counter, 3 young people from the educated youth group were arguing with someone. As she approached, she heard Li Yan shouting at someone. The supply cooperative wasn't very big, so she heard clearly. "You're looking down on the working people, ruining the unity between the educated youth and the villagers." On the other side, a few teenagers and young women, about the same age as them, but dressed and looking more spirited, listened without fear. Instead, they held their heads high. "Go ahead and tell them. The educated youth office or the police station. I'm not afraid to tell you. I also came from the countryside as an educated youth. What did I ruin? Before I even arrived, I was already being pushed aside by the older educated youth."
"I'm innocent."
Educated youth. She paused briefly. The actual historical course was quite different from this. It's only been half a year, and they're already the 3rd batch? It seems she needs to be more careful in the future. Her premonitions don't seem very useful after all. Thinking this way, she didn't want to get involved anymore. Who knows if this batch would be assigned to Lu's village? Before she could turn and leave, just as she moved her toes, she was noticed. "Jianjing, you're here too?"
"Huh. Oh, yes.
"You came really early." Lin Zhaodi smiled softly, her voice quiet. "We wanted to mail some things home, but we didn't want to be watched by the villagers, so we thought of coming early to avoid the crowd." "That's a good idea. She'd try it next time. Have you finished mailing everything?"
"Yes."
"The villagers say it's not convenient to go out when it snows. We're running low on seasonings and other supplies, so we're just replenishing. Once we go back, we can settle in for the winter. It's quite tiring to go out once in a while." "That's true." Nearby, Li Yan and the girl from the opposite side were almost fighting. Several people hurried over to separate them. Jian Jiying and Lin Zhaodi held Li Yan back and pulled her aside. "What's the big deal? Why are you fighting?" The girl from the educated youth group on the other side was still shouting, "Just wait. When I find out which team you're from, you'll see." She was cut off when her companion covered her mouth, nodded apologetically to this side, and pulled her away. The two finally let go of Li Yan, looking thoughtful and simple. "They seem to be young people just sent to the countryside, but I don't know where they'll be assigned. I wonder if anyone will come to our village." They didn't see the village chief with the morning ox cart, so probably he wasn't involved this time. After thinking for a moment, they just shrugged it off. "Have you finished shopping? Is there anything you haven't bought?" "Oh, I haven't bought salt yet," Li Yan suddenly called out and turned back to the counter. Lin Zhaodi also quietly asked about the big iron pot. Since supplies are scarce, such rare items are hard to get. They ask every time they come, but they still use the old clay pot. Thinking briefly, she wasn't exactly kind-hearted.
Right now, these people are okay.
Even if there are no new young people this time, there will definitely be some next year. She thought for a moment, then leaned close to Chen Zhengwo and whispered, "Have you guys not bought the big pot yet?" Chen Zhengwo immediately looked worried. "Yes, I heard it hasn't been available since summer." A group of people entered from outside, making the small supply store crowded. The two simple folks had to squeeze through the gaps, following the crowd outside. Just outside the door, before they could steady themselves, Li Jian felt a bump. Turning around quickly, she restrained the person and saw it was a neat and tidy elderly woman. As she staggered to get up, she was pushed and shoved toward Li Jian. "Young lady, move aside. That person has a knife. Hurry up." Li Jian looked up sure enough. A young man, about 21 or 22, with a gloomy look, was staring fiercely at the elderly woman. He didn't pay much attention to Li Jian, the young girl. Before they could steady themselves, he rushed forward with a knife. "Get out of the way, brat. Don't ruin my plans."
Wow.
That's a classic line. This confirmed it. He's not a good person. Li Jian helped the elderly woman to her feet, then quickly pulled her behind her and pushed her toward Chen Zhengwo. Chun Jangwo, take care of her. Turning around, she faced the sharp tip of the knife directly. People nearby couldn't help but scream. Li Jian tiptoed and pressed down on the attacker's wrist, causing him to feel a numbness.
Huh.
The knife flew away. Then, a strong hit her chest. She watched helplessly as her body was knocked back several meters before crashing heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone around quickly backed away, afraid they might get hit. But then, cheers erupted.
Good job.
Young comrade, you're so skilled.
Great.
Who is this person? They actually dared to take out a knife and commit a public. If it weren't for this young woman, the older person might have been hurt. Yes, oh my, that knife looks very sharp. The gloomy young man fell a few meters away, confused about what just happened. Why did he fly out? The neat old lady was a bit shaken. She didn't expect the young woman to dodge, but instead to step forward, and even win the fight. Supporting Chun Jangwo to get up, Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi, who just came out, hurried over to help, since women are usually more convenient in such situations. This person is attacking someone in public. We can't let him escape. Having such a person around puts our safety at risk. Yes, quickly get a few young men here. Hey, you guys hold him down first. I need to go to the police station. No need. Xiao Li just went there, and should be here soon. They're coming now. It seemed like just a flash of a moment, but look, the kind-hearted elders have already made arrangements clearly. She also sighed at how sincere and simple people are nowadays, truly genuine, full of warmth. It made her think of the past, when technology was advanced, transportation was easy, life was smart, resources plentiful, but human hearts had grown colder. Even helping someone up required courage, and kind efforts often led to being bitten or falsely accused. Honest testimony became distorted. Such wholehearted enthusiasm, trusting and unguarded, was rare outside the base. The crowd automatically parted, and 3 police officers followed the person reporting the incident. The situation described was dangerous, so they didn't hesitate and hurried over. But it was already over? What's going on? Seeing that the police had really been called, the gloomy young man panicked. He struggled to step back, trying to hide among the crowd. Unfortunately, Simple's kick was strong, and he couldn't get up. His position made him stand out, catching everyone's attention immediately. The helpful community members didn't disappoint Simple either. They all started explaining what happened, clearly and loudly. The whole incident, from the cause, development, to now, happened almost in an instant, right in front of everyone's eyes. A kind person carefully picked up the knife that had just been thrown away. Comrade police, look, this is the knife the person was about to use to hurt the elderly lady. Luckily, this young officer kicked it away, or things could have been much worse. The gloomy young man struggled, his gaze turning fierce and full of resentment. Stupid woman. Mind your own business. 2 police officers frowned and roughly pulled him up, handcuffing him. Be quiet. Old lady, you're lucky. You and your son are no good. Just wait. Karma will catch up with you. The police then examined the scene carefully and were surprised. Annie Chung, is that you? Are you okay? The elderly woman waved her hand, her face pale. I'm fine, thanks to this young officer. Without him, I'd probably be in the hospital now. Annie Chung, we're taking this person away. You and this young officer and these officers come with me to give a statement. She pointed to the person who reported the incident and some others at the scene. Everyone's sense of honor was strong. Without hesitation, they agreed. Of course. The person called out was quick to ask others to help him take leave, then followed along. Jian followed quietly. The other young people looked at each other, seeming worried and wanting to follow, but Jian stopped them. No worries, are you still not convinced? Go buy some things first and later we'll meet at the ox cart. But, are you sure you're okay? We can go with you to give you some courage. Ordinary people tend to be nervous when they hear police, so their worries were understandable. But Jian was no ordinary person.
Don't worry, go back first.
I'm just cooperating with the police to give a statement. I'll be back soon. The 3 of them could only watch as she followed the police and a few others walking away. It was mostly just to record her statement. However, Some of the passers-by exaggerated what they saw, claiming she was about to fly away. Later, the police taking her statement looked at her with strange eyes. The elderly lady disappeared inside, and Jian didn't pay much attention. This was the city. She was still in the dark about many things. But these people were all locals, seemingly knowing every corner and hiding spot. There was no real cause for worry, especially since they had just met. After completing the report, I noted her rural location. After all, it was a brave act. She simply carried a small basket and walked out. Just as she reached the door, she saw an elderly woman who had been waiting there for a while, along with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was probably the elderly woman's child, as they looked somewhat alike. But what caught my attention more was that he was also dressed as a police officer. In that moment, my mind raced through at least 10 different stories. His brother was caught, and he was seeking revenge or trying to fight against crime. His family was harmed, and he thought justice was not served, so he came to confront the elderly woman. He had been wronged by the elderly woman before and was seeking revenge.
And so on.
Thinking about it, I found it quite funny myself. Comrade, I am Chung Yuan-shan, the director of our commune police station. Today, we are very grateful for your brave act. This person is a suspect we have been watching for days. If it weren't for you, and if he had succeeded today, it would have caused panic in front of everyone. Also, on a personal note, I want to thank you for saving my mother. The elderly woman rolled her eyes at him in silence. Talking to you is always so serious, so boring. Then she turned to me with a kind smile and held my small hand affectionately. Comrade, you are my lifesaver. Let's not talk about those empty words. If you don't mind, from now on, let's consider each other relatives. Honestly, our Xiangyang commune still has some decent people. When I go back to Jinan County, I can still speak up for you. This straightforwardness left me speechless. Was she revealing her family's secrets? I glanced at Chung Yuan-shan, who seemed used to this, and helplessly said, "You're being too polite. It was just a coincidence. If we were farther apart, I couldn't have flown over, right?"
Exactly.
It's just fate that we met today. Comrade, don't say anything more. Come home with me at noon. I'll show you something. You saved my life, and you can't refuse. He pulled me along as he headed outside. I quickly stopped him because I didn't like or excel at this kind of social exchange. Wait, Grandma, wait. Today, I came with the village's car. It's really not convenient right now. I saw the elderly woman open her mouth to speak, probably about her son driving me back later. I quickly added, and I have things to do at home. Really. Seeing her firm attitude, the old lady was quite disappointed. Is that so? Really, you are very kind. No one would ignore such a situation. I really have to go now. Next time, okay? The mother and daughter looked at each other. Chung Yuan-shan reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a bunch of money. He didn't check it. The old lady snatched it away and directly handed it to Jian. Young comrade, I know this can't be measured with money, but this thing is very useful.
Keep it.
If you need anything, just come find me or him. My house is right behind here. Suddenly, she was handed a handful of money. At first, Jian felt it was a lot. He paused for a moment, but then returned the money. Grandma Chung, listen to me. I'm helping you not for this. I came from the countryside as a young person, but I know you shouldn't take favors in return. You're giving me a shortcut, right? I'm still a kid. The old lady was surprised, and then smiled. You, child, everyone wishes for that. Everyone knows life in the countryside is hard. If you can live a little better, isn't that a good thing? Jian chuckled softly. But there are things to do, and things not to do. If you really feel bad about it, I actually have a request. The mother and daughter immediately looked serious. Jian said casually, I came from a small village called Renovating. When I arrived, people said it was the poorest village, but the villagers are very kind. Even in tough times, they keep trying to live. Chung Yuan-shan was confused and asked cautiously, So, what do you want? Director Chung, I feel a bit embarrassed. You're not stuck in a small village with no connections like us. I want to ask if you can help us buy an iron pot? Both the mother and daughter reacted the same way, confused. What does that mean? No money, just want an iron pot? Jian continued, honestly, after I arrived, I realized how truly poor we are. A few years ago, the collective dining hall took all the iron pots and such. After they closed, only less than half of the 80 households managed to buy their own. Others still cook with clay pots, small aluminum pots, water boilers, and some with better ones have a ladle or a semi-new stew pot, which they treasure. Most families are large, which makes things very inconvenient. I thought it was because we didn't have industrial tickets, but after asking the supply and marketing cooperatives here and in the county seat several times, I found out there has never been stock. I haven't even seen a black market around here. But today, as soon as you mentioned it, I suddenly realized that you have a broader perspective than ours.
Hee.
We probably don't have that many industrial tickets, so we'll pay normally. No mention of extra money or anything. After all, he's a director, and such matters are naturally not about petty tricks or unfair price hikes. However, after hearing this, Chung Yuan-shan and the elderly lady were a bit surprised. Are you planning to buy for the village? She nodded simply. Yes, I was among the first educated youths, and it was just luck that I managed to buy one. At that time, the villagers were very envious. Later, the second batch of educated youths didn't get a chance to buy, and they still use clay pots now. The issue with the iron pot, Lu Weiman has mentioned many times. She didn't think much of it at first. It was just coincidence. Seeing how the mother and daughter looked, they genuinely wanted to thank her. She thought if it were her, it would be a nice addition, so she decided to bring up this request. Mainly because she truly couldn't solve this problem herself. As for whether they would keep in touch in the future, that could be discussed later. It's their first meeting, and they're just discussing matters. Although the other person seems to have more power and influence than she does, she at least has a reputation for saving lives and doesn't intend to take advantage of them. Her attitude is quite peaceful. The elderly lady's expression softened. You're still a soft-hearted child. It's not that. I came to the countryside to help build it, to settle down and establish roots. From now on, I will be a part of Lujiaten, and naturally, I hope the villagers can live good lives. Chung Yuanshan looked at her for a few seconds, confirming she wasn't deliberately trying to attract attention. It seemed she genuinely thought this way. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. How many do you want? Can you accept some with flaws? If she wanted dozens at once, all large, it might be difficult. Smaller ones are okay. She listened happily. No problem with flaws, as long as they are usable. We don't pick. Director Chung, do you know how many impressions they have? Chung Yuanshan only knew this much. Mom, you chat first. I'll make a call. Chung Yuanshan took this seriously, quickly making a call back to the office and returning soon. Comrade Xiao Jian, your luck is really good. You're about to pass through our commune. If you're half an hour later, you might miss it. Her eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Director Chung, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sure enough, half an hour later, a car drove into the Public Security Bureau's yard. Who has ever seen a transaction happen right inside the police station yard? Chung Yuanshan's words are indeed not exaggerated. There are quite a few, including 12 large seals, 10 medium seals, and 8 small seals, plus 2 larger ones slightly bigger than a horse spoon. All together, there are over 100 of these items. As for the flaws, aside from a few with cracks that pose safety risks, the rest mostly have small holes on the edges, missing a piece of metal, or even only half of the edge remaining. But what does that matter? It's definitely better than holding a small clay pot and refilling it 4 or 5 times during a meal. Simply put, with these, the villagers would be as happy as celebrating the new year. She also wants to stock up a few, so they can be useful later. Did I buy all of these? Is that okay? All of them? This is from the steel factory in the neighboring county. They plan to deliver these defective items to the factory they contacted. When the factory heard they were flawed goods, they were very unhappy and wanted more benefits. The delivery has already started here, but the other side is still holding back. So, although it's called a delivery, it hasn't been finalized yet. The delivery person initially didn't believe it. Nowadays, many families can't even afford a pot. How can this young comrade boast like that? He couldn't help but look at Chung Yuanshan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have made this trip. Chung Yuan-shan and the elderly woman were also surprised. You've bought all of these? Don't you need to go back and discuss with the village? Shouldn't you check each one? She turned around and said, Director Chung, this master specifically asked you to come here, which already took up your time. If I keep picking and choosing, wouldn't I be wasting your valuable time? I can't be so selfish. But may I make a small request? Yes, go ahead, I've bought everything, but can I refuse these two with cracks? You know, the villagers are mostly uneducated uncles and aunts, and no one knows how to repair them. The delivery worker saw that she was almost done with the task. Young comrade, let me tell you the price.
See if you can accept it.
I got these directly from the factory, so the price is a bit lower than the supply and marketing cooperative. Plus, these are flawed goods. I won't hide it from you. The factory and the other party agreed on a price of 5 yuan each for this batch. She was stunned. 5 yuan for a large pot. She looked back at the good quality ones that could last for decades without any problem. Are you sure about this price? She thought it was too low, but when she heard the other person, they misunderstood and thought she was complaining that the price was too high. Yes, this is the factory's bottom price. She was thinking of selling it now, which might earn her some credit and save on fuel costs for the trip. Oh well, this is a good thing. All right, I'll take everything. But about this bill, the other person just thought it was a lucky turn of events. They couldn't believe this price was acceptable. Did a young worker really carry so much money out? This thought passed through her mind quickly. It wasn't her business, so she didn't worry about it. Handling defective goods isn't usually done through normal channels, so it's normal for them to do it this way. No, I don't want a bill for the defective items. Under the surprised looks of Chung Yuan-shan and the old lady, they quickly finalized the deal. Since she bought the main items, she also took the 2 seriously damaged ones. The price was so cheap, she didn't want to leave any loose ends. Seeing she didn't object, they felt a bit embarrassed and offered to teach her something. The isn't big, and it doesn't affect use now. When the leak's water, you can use pig fat, raw pig fat, mixed with dirt, mashed into a paste and patched over the leak. It won't burn easily, and the more you cook it, the stronger it gets.
We've been doing this for a long time.
Her experience accepted this simple solution naturally. But what the master didn't say was that few people are willing to use pig fat to repair a pot. Still, seeing her straightforward attitude, it's hard to tell what she'll do. The deal was done, and she considered it just a matter between her and the old lady from the Chung family. Director Chung, Grandma Chung, I really need to thank you. You've helped the village a lot. You don't know, many families in the village don't have pots. The whole family squeezes into one place and doesn't dare to split up. Thanks to you, everyone can have a good New Year this year. Master, this was an emergency. I didn't even bring a letter of introduction. Let's not do the deal here at the police station. If others see it, it wouldn't look good for Director Chung or for you. Can you help me get to that alley in front? The one next to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll call the others to come pick up the car. The task was so easy that the driver was in a good mood. Letters of introduction are fine. Yuan-shan, can you help write one? Having done a good deed and saved her mother, she didn't need to think twice. No problem. I'll go back to the office and write one now. Comrade, maybe I can help you deliver it to the village? Compared to going to another province, the cost of fuel is really not a big deal. Also, he wasn't talking about the lowest price, and this batch of defective goods was more than just this one. The others went out separately, but he was the first to finish and got a good price. Thinking about it makes me happy. Quickly, I waved my hands to refuse. Master, you've already helped me a lot. How can I keep using the factory's resources? Just unload it there, and I'll find some villagers. Once they hear the good news, they'll want to carry it back themselves. Since we're all from the countryside, he understands how excited we are about getting something good, almost like celebrating the new year or a gift from heaven. All right, go find someone. I'll unload it there for you. By the way, I should thank you. You helped me get back quickly after just starting out.
Haha.
The conditions on this trip were tough. The car wasn't sealed, so it was drafty, and there was no warm air. The food and drinks on the road were cold, really miserable. If it weren't for the extra allowance, not many would be willing to come out. We finished the task ahead of schedule and could go home early, so we were very happy. The driver was eager to unload the goods, and once Simple came to pick them up, they prepared to head back. They exchanged contact information but didn't expect to contact each other actively. After all, this was related to Director Chung, and they wouldn't bypass the middleman to contact or trade directly. It felt a bit like stepping on the stove in the kitchen, illegal but customary. The Public Security Bureau and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative were nearby. Simple had just gone back to the cooperative, and sure enough, Chen Jiangwo and the others were still waiting for her there. When she mentioned her purchase, even the usually calm Chen Jiangwo stammered, "What? What did you buy?" Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi looked at each other, both excited. "Jian Jiqing, did you buy a cast iron pot?" Simple nodded confidently. "Do you want it?" Of course they did. The three of them nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Jiangwo immediately turned and ran. "Is that Ali? I'll find Lu Sanyi to send a cart over." Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi followed Simple, chatting excitedly. "Jian Jiqing, you're amazing. It's only been a short while since we parted, and you've already handled such a big thing." Usually quiet, Lin Zhaodi also spoke. "Yes, yes, Jian Jiqing. Coming to the countryside, the luckiest thing was meeting you. You don't know, because of you, we've avoided many troubles, and the villagers have never caused us trouble." "Yes, yes, you don't know. My classmates' relatives are here. Before coming, they kept saying how good and great Lu family village is, and they went out of their way to find connections to go there. When I first arrived, I was a bit disappointed, thinking, why didn't they assign me there? Why was I sent to the poorest village? I kept thinking about it back then. Haha, now I am very glad. Luckily, I am here, or I wouldn't have met you all." Li Yan spoke cheerfully, making people feel comfortable and happy. "The last time, or maybe the time before that, when I visited the commune, I happened to meet my classmate. That's when I learned that the villagers are very unfriendly and biased against the educated youth." Her tone shows her fear, emphasizing how worried she was. They already have several groups of educated youth there. At first, they got along okay with the villagers, like water and fire, not interfering with each other. But our group and the previous one after arriving got into all sorts of trouble. Small petty issues turned into big conflicts. The older educated youth before this year were very innocent. They did nothing wrong, almost innocent accidents, but now they are being blamed and bullied by the villagers. Once, there was an older educated youth who was dating someone from the village. They were about to get married, but when the villagers interfered, the girl's family and others started to have opinions about the educated youth, and the villagers said all sorts of things, even breaking up the relationship. She shook her head and sighed. "It's a tragedy." That girl was so angry, she jumped into the river the next day. Li Yan responded with a simple, did she lose her life?" She shook her head. "No, I don't know. The last time I saw her, they were taking her to the hospital, and after that, I don't know what happened." Talking about life always feels heavy, and the cheerful mood from before disappeared instantly. Li Yan knew that this was just a small glimpse of the chaos. During that turbulent time, such incidents, even worse situations, happened often. Many people endured humiliation and suffering, feeling like they were living worse than death. Now, she only hopes that her current, real life will not follow the dark histories she remembers. It would be best if it gradually moved away from that past. Isn't it already starting to change? Maybe that's a good sign. When she reached the alley, Li Yan made an excuse to say goodbye and went inside ahead of the others. After sending off the driver and the big truck, I immediately packed away most of the items. There were still over 30 different-sized iron pots left on the ground. Although all of them had some flaws, they surprised Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi so much that they couldn't help but gasp. "Did you get so many? Oh my gosh, Jian Jiqing, you're amazing. I'm sure if you take these back to the village, everyone will be so happy." The two women kept circling around the pile, their eyes shining, repeatedly saying wow, wow, until Chen Jiangwo arrived with a fast-moving ox cart, the old ox breathing heavily. Chen Jiangwo quickly got off the cart and ran over, followed by an old man limping along. They were both surprised and stopped in place. "Little Jian, you're really capable." Jian Ji smiled awkwardly. "Isn't it just luck?" She had finally told the truth, but it seemed no one believed her. It was a bit embarrassing. Third Master, these are all a bit flawed. I don't know what the villagers will think. She paused, realizing she needed to say this first. The old man understood and squatted down, moving closer to examine the pots carefully. It's okay. What's the big deal? Since the collective dining hall was disbanded, villagers had been trying to buy a pot by any means. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. At first, there were occasional supplies, but everyone knew they needed tickets. You see, as rural folks, when faced with an urgent need, pooling money together was one way. But since everyone in the village made a living from the land, those tickets were as hard to get as climbing to the sky. Looking at the pots, Jianji's hands trembled slightly from touching the iron. Although she understood, she accepted it. Still, those with shallow eyes might find it hard to bear. Jianji also felt her nose itch, and quickly spoke to break the silence. Third Master, let Chen Jiqing move the pots onto the cart. You can supervise and organize them there. Chen Jiangwo didn't hesitate and rolled up his sleeves. The old man also reacted quickly and stood up. Yes, I need to make sure she puts her luggage aside. Jianji found this strange. Whose luggage? She turned to look at Chen Jiangwo and the others. Did your family send something? No, it's the new girl who just arrived from the countryside. Jianji was surprised. I didn't see the village head at the commune this morning. I met a girl from the city at the supply and marketing cooperative. I was wondering if she's the new city girl assigned to our village? Li Yan gasped. Is she the one I fought with? Is she going to be in our village? Just now I asked about that comrade. He is indeed a young educated youth who just went to the countryside, but I don't know where he will be assigned. If he is assigned to our village, the village chief should come too, right? No, that's not it. The little old man walks out. Our village has a young educated youth, but he's not new. He was transferred here from the neighboring village. A few people who were gossiping about the neighboring village pause and look at each other. Lin Zhaodi cautiously asks, could it be the young woman who was driven to jump into the river by rumors? You know about her? Is it really her? The little old man sighs. Wayman said this girl seems to have gotten into some trouble, even risking her life. The commune had to find her a new place. If you know, keep it to yourselves. Our villagers may not have bad intentions, but we do have a lot of gossipers. Sigh, when someone is fragile, don't add fire to the flames. If something happens again, it could get worse. Jian Dan quickly agrees, we understand. Third Master. But it's not her fault. She's clearly being dragged into someone else's anger. Yes, Third Master, and we all know that it's no secret in their village. The two villages are so close. There's no such thing as a wall that keeps secrets from leaking out. Probably, the village chief will hold a meeting to give her a warning. That girl, everyone, please be careful. It's not easy for her. They will definitely stay at the youth settlement. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi keep nodding in agreement. Jian Dan also nods, don't worry, Third Master. Today, Chen Jiangwo is very excited. He moves back and forth alone, transferring all the large and small iron pots onto the ox cart without even feeling tired. He chuckles, haha, Li young worker, Lin young worker, we can finally eat from the big pot now. The three young workers at the youth settlement have always used clay pots. Making porridge is fine, but for other dishes, it's quite difficult. They rely on various large and small pots and forks for help. Without them, they could only drink porridge. For safety, the old man specially took out his treasured rope. He wrapped the large pot with the smaller one in circles, tying them tightly. He also lined the rope with soft materials he could find, straw, old clothes, pockets. Nothing was left out. The top was covered tightly. These materials can be washed if dirty, but the pots must not be damaged. After dawdling for a while, they returned to the usual parking spot, which delayed them quite a bit. The people waiting for the vehicle had also arrived. They were all villagers, and the only unfamiliar face should be the young woman transferred from the neighboring village. Tanya June carried her luggage alone, standing lonely by the ox cart. She watched the happy young workers, feeling tired and uninspired, as if she were an outsider watching a show. All her things were packed, and there was no room for everyone on the cart. Chun Jangwo and a few others looked around and said, "Third master, we'll follow the cart and not ride." A few simple words and they nodded. Since their belongings were already on the cart, it was easier for them to walk quietly. The old man looked on. He didn't want to tire out this great contributor of the village, but the cart was full. There was a big pot and things bought by the young workers and villagers, so it was packed. There was no space for the young workers or villagers to sit. So they decided, let's just walk. All right, everyone walk then. It's easier without carrying things. The villagers had opinions, but when they saw the simple items, they held back their complaints. They thought, we just finished eating wild boar meat. Do we really want to go back and face questions? They knew they'd be criticized if they went back, and they didn't want to lose face either. Let's go, they thought. We're rural folks, we're not afraid of this. The old rustic man looked around and remembered his other task for today. His tone softened. Hey, girl, what's your name? He had heard her name earlier that morning but had forgotten it now. Everyone around was from Lijiaten. The only stranger was Tanya June. Luckily, everyone was busy loading things onto the cart, making some noise. She came back to her senses. Ahem, sir, my name is Tanya June Good, Xiao Tanya, a young worker. You see, the cart is full now. Hurry and put your luggage on, it's heavy. Her nose twitched at the last words, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. As an experienced worker, she had accumulated some belongings over the years, bowls, bottles, jars, and a lot of small items. Close by, Jian and Li Yanlin also reached out and helped carry her things onto the cart. All right, everything's packed. Let's go. The villagers, having loaded their things, set off together. This wasn't their first time. They were familiar with the routine. They could pick up their belongings later. The young workers followed behind the ox cart. Because of the small pot, they were so excited that they forgot about eating. As for the old rustic man, well, he was naturally reluctant. Every trip, he went hungry, but after Jian arrived, he received special treatment. Jian took a paper-wrapped piece of peach cake from her basket and handed it to each person. Today, her schedule was almost completely clear. She didn't have the chance or time to visit state-run restaurants, so it was hard for her to cheat. You're probably hungry, right? You've been busy all day and forgot to eat. Here, have some snacks first. I got these from the supply store, and my friend helped me save them. The old man was no longer polite with her. Li Yan and a few others had become familiar with her. After thanking him, she took the food. They were all genuinely hungry, and now it was past 1 p.m. Tanya June felt a bit embarrassed. She was surprised and a little nervous, quickly waving her hands.
No, no, no.
You don't have to. Thank you so much. Her face was pale, and she was quietly swallowing saliva, though very subtly. Jian Dan suddenly felt very sad. A young girl in her prime, suddenly living in a strange place. She had finally adapted to her life and environment, found like-minded revolutionary friends, and saw hope. But then, everything was suddenly destroyed by others. Rumors, leering looks, gossip behind her back, the distance from loved ones, villagers' high praise and low criticism, constant teasing and obstacles from friends. These pressures pushed her to think hard about her future. Even if she survived, she became more sensitive and anxious. She handed her a big smile and said warmly, no need to be so polite. We all are part of the same youth team. Besides, I really caused trouble today. I can't ride the ox cart back now. Li Yan agreed. Yes, Tan Jing, don't worry. If there's nothing tomorrow, we can invite Jian Jing to eat together. It's a good chance for us young people to gather. Li Yan and the others noticed Tanya June was uncomfortable, so they joked around to make her relax. She indeed felt much better. After chatting a bit and getting familiar, everyone could talk easily. With Li Yan's cheerful personality and occasional comments from Jiangua and Lin Zhaodi, the conversation flowed smoothly, without awkward silences. Soon, they returned to the village. Because Jiandan had a large pot and a few ox carts, after placing Jiandan, Qinjiangwo, and Tanyajun's luggage at the youth station entrance, they headed straight to the village office. Earlier, villagers had returned, and Lu Weiman already knew the ox cart was coming back. He came out to ask, "Third uncle, Did you send the youth to the youth station? Did you tell them? The old man was impatient. They've gone. I told them everything.
Don't push your work onto me, old man.
Come, a few of you unload these things. Be gentle, or you'll regret it if you break something. Lu Weimin overheard some villagers gossiping and said, Little Jian Jiqing bought something again.
He's always thinking about something.
Uncle, isn't that little Jian Jiqing? The old man stared wide-eyed. His nephew really was hopeless. Lu Aigua couldn't stand seeing him act so foolish. I told you to unload the car. It was already planned to bring it here.
What are you still thinking about?
Isn't little Jian Jiqing bringing something good for everyone? Thinking this, he led people over to start working. The package was wrapped in many layers. Carefully, they took a long time just to unwrap it. It was tied tightly, and the round shape of the pot bottom gradually became clear. A few people hesitated, afraid to peel off the last layer of straw. What's going on? Open it already. Uncle, don't scare us. Isn't that another big pot little Jian Jiqing bought? They wanted to buy it themselves, but how could little Jian Jiqing be so capable? Going out and bringing back something so big? Want to know? Open it yourself. Hurry up, my old buddies are hungry. Just then, Old Yellow Cow let out a cry moo. Lu Aigua couldn't help but laugh and cry. Uncle, are you teasing them? Lu Weimin also came over, curling his finger and knocking on it with his knuckles. Through the thin straw, they could hear a crisp sound. He also smiled. Wow, that sound is so crisp. It must be good stuff. Uncle, is it yours or little Jian's? The old man snorted softly. Just take it down and see. Lu Weimin didn't think much more. Suddenly, Lu Aigua realized that in just a short while, Uncle had emphasized several times for them to unload, take down the car and move it. A sudden idea popped into his mind. Could it really be what he was thinking? His eyes lit up. Ignoring everyone else, he decided to reach out and open it himself. Somehow, he felt a little excited. Why was his hand trembling? Oh, you guys are so slow. If you keep hesitating, it'll be dark soon. Lu Weimin responded with an huh? Clearly not understanding. Lu Aigua made up his mind, closed his eyes, and quickly peeled off the last layer of straw. Uncle, is this real? He sensed something was wrong and turned his head to look. He was stunned. Uncle, did you rob the steel factory? The old man had just been gathering his emotions to fool them all, but this one sentence made him raise his whip. I robbed a bank, do you believe it? Lu Aigua shrank his neck. This treatment was usually for Wei Min. Why was it his turn today? Lu Weimin's mind wasn't always sharp, but after being the village chief for so many years, he finally understood. He remembered what the returning villagers said. Xiao Jian, the young educated youth, bought a lot of things again. He couldn't quite believe it. Third uncle, isn't this also something Xiao Jian bought? The old man finally found a chance to show off. Yes, just say what you think. Of course, there was no need to say more. Lu Aigua and the others nearby didn't have a single pot. Seeing this, they all drooled a little. The others around them weren't much better off, all staring blankly. Their reactions were so dull that the old man was too annoyed to continue showing off. What do you all mean? If you don't want it, I'll send her back. This time, they responded quickly. 7 or 8 men immediately stopped the ox cart. Lu Weimin was quick to speak. Unload it now. Hurry, everyone be careful. Whether we get hot stew for the new year depends on you. He moved closer to the old man. Third uncle, this thing, did Xiao Jian say whether it's just exchanging for money or trading for mountain goods? He had figured it out. That young girl was closer to her third uncle's family, maybe because he was the village chief and didn't want others to gossip. Do you remember how much that pot from a few years ago cost? Of course I remember. It was a big deal in half a lifetime. Back then, the cafeteria had just closed, and iron pots were in short supply. Sigh, it's really a coincidence. They were in a hurry and paid 15 yuan without a receipt. This one has some flaws, so no need to ask her. I just set the price for her. No matter the size, I took 10 yuan. Whether it's money or mountain goods, it's fine. Lu Weimin was stunned. Third uncle, 10 yuan? Isn't that a big loss for Xiao Jian? He knew how tight things had been these past few years. The pot had flaws, and their village didn't have many either. Why pick at it? When he returned, he asked a few questions but didn't mention the price, just said it wasn't expensive. When talking to some educated youths, he heard they said 8 yuan was enough. He had an idea then. He realized that this young girl didn't care about what others had on the surface. She wasn't someone who would suffer losses, but secretly, she was always thinking of everyone. Good things were for everyone. The old farmers didn't have much to give in return. They probably didn't expect much. But this girl was still here, and life would go on. Slowly, things would get better. Never mind, it's only 10 yuan. You notify them. The amounts are different, check and see how to split it. Wei Min, I'm not afraid of anything else, but I worry that some people, if they get too much, might become greedy. All these things one after another, can't you see? They're giving us money to help with our living difficulties. I really don't want our village to produce ungrateful people. A 15-year-old girl came from far away, which isn't easy, and she's thinking of us. Wei Min, if it were you, how much could you do? Li Wei Min stiffened. Third uncle, don't worry. I will take care of it. As long as you understand. By the way, leave one big pot at the youth residence so they can give the money directly to the girl. All right, third uncle. After the talk, the old man felt lighter and moved more quickly. He entered and called out, "Little flower, tiger, grandpa is back." After a busy afternoon, it was already around 4 o'clock, and the kitchen was foggy. Why are you so late? We almost ate 2 meals at home. It's nothing much to do. We can eat 2 meals, no problem. The old man looked happy. When he saw the children come in, he took out a paper bag. The old lady was already familiar with this routine. Did the girl give you something tasty again? The old man, like a child, didn't eat lunch because I was busy. On the way back, the girl gave me and a few young people a piece of peach pastry. They didn't see, but she secretly slipped me another bag. I took a look and there are quite a few pieces. Come here, try if the peach pastry is good or not. Their family is relatively well off in the village, but the 2 children had never tasted such a precious treat. The children ate happily, squinting with satisfaction. So this is peach pastry? It's really delicious sweet. Because it has a lot of oil and sugar. How could it not taste good? Then they scolded the old man. Tell me, since Xiao Jian came, how much good stuff have these 2 kids eaten? And you, when the kids give you something, you just take it? That's not it. We're friends. How can we be so distant? They probably didn't expect that this would become an official transaction in the village. Today, the main task was to send things out. Besides that pile of pots, she didn't buy much. After some planning, the pickled vegetables were ready, firewood was enough, and there was enough meat. It seemed that once they packed the bean buns, they could hibernate for the winter. I heard that other villages have pear trees. In previous years, I bought some to freeze and eat later. This year, I don't know what the pears look like. If they really have some, I'd like to try making a few to see how they turn out, to follow local customs. Besides, life is different everywhere, and I want to experience it all. A few days ago, I asked Mrs. Lu's mother-in-law to help exchange some red beans. Since I had some free time, I washed them simply and put them in a big pot to cook. The steps for sticking and kneading dough, I learned from the old lady a few days ago. The last time I brought back some corn, I ground it into flour. I mixed in half of the coarse cornmeal, added yeast powder, poured in warm water, and kneaded it into a smooth dough. I left it to rise on the Kong, heated bed. The beans in the pot were almost done, and I thought about bean paste buns. Sweet ones are tastier. If I have the ingredients, why not make them to suit my taste? Since no one else was around, I took a pound of sugar, sprinkled it in, and added another pound. I used a long spoon to mash the soft, cooked beans while thinking about how delicious the buns would be. The cooked beans mashed easily and mixed with the sugar, giving off a sweet, fragrant smell. I couldn't resist tasting a little. It's pure, chemical-free, and delicious. Once the beans were mashed and mixed well, I scooped them into a large basin. I sat cross-legged on the Kong, just like the women here. I took a handful of bean filling, shaped it into a small ball slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. The goal was to tighten the shape as I formed it, then put it in a nearby basin. This way, they wouldn't fall apart before wrapping or get squished by the weight on top. That would be funny. Miss Jian had never done this before. She followed the instructions carefully, and after a few days of learning from Grandma San, she was quite satisfied. It was her first time making them, and she didn't waste anything. Holding the filling in her hand, she placed it on the table where a flat board from the farm was set up, playing her favorite TV shows. Life is simple and beautiful. She was still a beginner, so her hands were slow. By bedtime, she had only made half of them, with most of the bean fillings still left. Simple was too lazy to cook again. Cooking beans takes time, and the Kong is still warm. She took out some old spicy and sour noodles from her storage. With this sweet bean filling, she found she was full enough to satisfy her hunger. She glanced at the basin. The dough was rising quickly because of the heat. In just half an afternoon, it had already expanded. Today was quite tiring. I was warm all over on the heated brick bed, and after eating a bowl of sour and spicy noodles, my stomach felt warm too. I didn't want to move anymore. I simply packed up my things and went to bed. Early to bed, early to rise. I got up around 7 the next morning. After washing up, I continued working. Maybe I was more efficient in the morning. By about 9, when the sun came up, I finished the last simple task of making bean paste. Just as I was about to bring over the prepared dough, there was a knock on the door along with a call. Jian Jiqing, Jian Jiqing. Feeling a bit helpless, I got up and went to open the door. Li Yanlin and Li Didi came in and asked, "Why are you staying at home so quietly today?" I rolled my eyes and replied, "Sounds like I never leave the house." "Why are you guys here?" "Because we've been thinking about that pot since early morning. We wanted to tell you we're coming over tonight, so we can all get together. Do you have nothing to do during the day?" Li Yan waved his hand. "We've moved into a new room now, so we're not short on firewood in winter. Tan Jiqing is packing up his things, and we didn't want to bother him, so we came out." "Perfect timing," I said, pulling them inside. "Come help out." "Sure, no problem. But what are you making now?" As soon as we entered, I was surprised. Lin Zhaodi, usually very quiet, even took a few steps quickly and rushed to the bed. "Are you making bean buns?" On the small bed, there was a big basin of well-kneaded bean paste, and next to it was a large basin of freshly made sticky dough, yellow and shiny. There was a tall pole of sorghum stalks hanging like a curtain, and a few other stands along the wall. It was clear that Jian Jiqing had prepared everything thoroughly. Seeing this, Lin Zhaodi, who was used to doing chores at home, looked very skilled. She took off her coat, brushed her hair, washed her hands, sat on the bed cross-legged, and looked so smooth that Jian and Li Yan were stunned. "Are you guys coming up? Hurry up, more people will help pack faster." "But Jian Jiqing, if you have work, why don't you call us?" "With this big basin of dough, when will you finish wrapping it all?" I went back to the kitchen to add some firewood, then sat back on the bed. Li Yan also sat down, and the three of us formed a small circle. The bed was small, but squeezing in was enough. Seeing someone I knew, Lin Zhaodi started talking more. "How do you want to store it? Just freeze it raw, or steam it first and then freeze?" I wasn't very familiar with this as an outsider, so I asked humbly, "What's the difference?" "Freshly made, just cover with a cloth and take it out. After 2 or 3 hours in the cold, it will freeze solid. You can then hit it to break it into pieces and pack it into bags or large jars. You can store it outside or in the woodshed. When you want to eat, pick a few pieces, steam them on a cloth, and they are ready. Cooked ones are also easy. After wrapping, steam them with a big cloth, then freeze outside. Once frozen solid, you can break them into small blocks, which are easy to store. However, raw ones should not be pressed heavily or kept in warm places, as they can easily. Wind can also cause cracking if blown on too much. If you want to steam multiple portions at once, you can add some of the middle corn husks, which are clean and large. Wrap 2 bean buns together in each husk, arrange them in the pot in groups, and steam for the same amount of time. This way, both batches come out at once, and once frozen, they are easy to handle. The 2 buns in one husk stick together naturally, making them easy to store. Both Jianli and Li Yan were amazed. Jianli had never tried this before. She felt like she was experiencing life firsthand. I didn't know you could do this. I was planning to try myself, and if it didn't work, I'd ask Grandma San to teach me. But Li Yan was completely convinced. How do you know so much? Do you also wrap bean buns at home? Lin Jiaodi was quick with her hands, wrapping the buns into smooth, round shapes that looked very nice. It's not hard. Once you try, you'll get it. No special skills needed, and it's not tiring, just experience. A couple of years ago during the New Year, we also bought some sticky dough because my dad liked to eat it. Kidney beans are easy to handle, but sticky dough is expensive and not many are available. We only make some during the New Year to satisfy my dad's craving. In the countryside, wrapping bean buns is a tradition for the New Year. The two friends praised sincerely, "You're really amazing." Lin Jiaodi smiled shyly and asked Jianli, "Are you planning to store them in grain bags or large jars?" Jianli thought for a moment and said she would put them directly in the space. "I'll put them in jars. But I also want to send some to my sister and uncle. There probably won't be much left, so I'll pack everything. If you're mailing them, I think it's better if they're cooked. It's easier to handle during the trip, right? Raw ones are more fragile and can easily." Jianli wasn't sure but happily accepted the advice. "Okay, I'll listen to you." With an experienced person, a semi-expert like Li Yan, and a complete beginner like Jianli, the process was lively, but went pretty quickly. This thing can fill you up. Eating one in the morning keeps you from feeling hungry until afternoon. Simple thought, is that really full? No, it's just sticky food that's hard to digest. Two workers naturally need to eat well, so there's no need to bother with extra fuss. Freshly steamed sticky bean buns, sweet and chewy, filled with fragrant bean paste. Paired with a pot of egg soup, Li Yan and Lin Jiaodi ate very happily. This meal, the bean buns and eggs, are rare treats. The two of them worked even harder, almost racing against time. They were so focused they were surprised when they returned from the kitchen. "Take it easy, you two. This isn't about earning work points. Why are you working so hard?" Li Yan's hands kept moving. "No, we can't waste these eggs." The person inside was wrapping things up, and Simple went to check the pot in the kitchen. When it was steamed, she carried it outside. Once it froze through, she stored it away. They kept doing this back and forth until, at the end, only a little remained, and the two of them simply sat on the ground to finish. "Jian Jiqing, how are you sleeping tonight?" Simple brushed the bed, and wow, the eggs were cooked and warm. She couldn't tell anyone she wasn't sleeping on the bed, so she pointed to the small corner at the foot of the bed. "That part can't be so hot. I'll deal with it there for a while and be fine by midnight." Lin Jiaodi looked at the long wooden troughs and the little bit of green plants. Below the troughs, the edge of the bed and the wall had a few bricks with wooden slats on top. No need to worry about the heat below affecting the top. "What are you planting in those troughs?" "Chives?" Simple admired the experience of someone who knew how to live. "Chives, celery, cucumbers, green onions, persimmons. Oh, and garlic sprouts. I was thinking of putting them in water but couldn't find the right stuff, so I just planted them in soil." The two quickly moved to the foot of the bed. They had only planted these plants for a short time, so they weren't very big yet. But in this bleak winter, seeing a touch of green made them very happy. Lin Jiaodi was already eager. "Jian Jiqing, do you still have seeds? Can you share some with me? We'll try planting too." Simple stacked the pots on the bed and swept the area. "I still have some. I'll give you some later." Li Yan thought for a moment. "Do we have any broken pots in those empty houses? Maybe some old ones?" Lin Jiaodi wasn't sure. "I think I saw some. I'll look for them when I go back. But with this weather, the ground outside must be frozen solid. Can it still be dug up? Let Chen Jiqing dig. It's time to test the strength of the men." "It's simple, just smile." "Is everything arranged now?" Yes, it's all taken care of. We ate most of it ourselves, so why not put in some effort?" Soon, the steamed dishes were served out. Now, they were preparing the last batch. Jian went outside to put away the frozen items. Since the temperature was low, they froze quickly. She picked up the hard, frozen lids and slammed them onto the ground. The tightly frozen bean buns, one by one or in small groups, jumped and scattered everywhere. They all were placed in a large jar. Since they just came back and had just sent some meat away, they weren't planning to go out again recently. When she entered the house, the food in the pot was almost ready. I won't be polite with you two anymore. I don't plan to freeze these bean buns. Later, I'll take some to the village chief and Grandpa San. I'll keep some for tomorrow morning, and the rest can be taken away. This was their first winter making these, and they all wanted to try. She wouldn't add any other dishes. Li Yan felt a bit uncomfortable. She had actually thought this earlier, but quickly realized her idea was too petty. Who knew Jian Jiqing was generous enough to want to share with everyone? She blushed a little, feeling a bit selfish. She lifted the wooden lid, and warm steam mixed with the aroma of grains wafted out. The girls took deep breaths. It smells so good. Jian picked up her chopsticks, dipped them in water, and carefully picked up pieces of bean buns, placing them on a tea tray with a spatula. The buns were laid on smooth corn leaves, so they wouldn't stick to the tray. Jian didn't have many utensils, just 2 tea trays she found. She kept enough for herself for tomorrow morning, about 10 or so, and packed the rest into a large half-sized lid. Let's go quickly. We can't let it get cold. It's fine, it's fine. Cold bean buns are even tastier. Besides, it's quite far, so they won't get cold. Then I'll put out the fire and we'll leave. We should go early so we're not late, and Qing Jiqing might already be starting the fire. Lin Zhaodi looked at the sky. It was getting late. It's not that late. When we're not around, Tan Jiqing wouldn't eat alone, and she wouldn't go with Qin Jiqing either. Chun Jiqing was also avoiding suspicion. After breakfast, she went out to gather firewood. Li Yan was silent. Yes, she's really been affected quite a bit this time. Her personality is actually quite good. She's not the kind to cause trouble or be petty and talkative. Some people are truly harmful. Yeah, rumors can be deadly. Seeing the two feeling down, Jian quickly grabbed a few large baskets and put the items inside. This big one is for you to take home. I'll go deliver it while it's still warm, and then I'll come over. Alright, you go ahead first. I'll close the door for you. The sunset is setting, and the sky is a bit dark. It seems like it might snow. Let it snow, let it snow. If it snows heavily, next year will be a good year, and there won't be a drought. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi carried their things and entered the youth commune yard. They walked straight ahead, first going to Lu Sanni's house. At this time, most families have finished their 2 meals for the day. Their family is the same. The children are playing in the yard. Seeing Jianjia arrive, they cheerfully greet her. Big sister Jian, you're here. Jianjia smiles warmly. Huji, Xiaohua, have you eaten yet? The old lady heard the voices and came out. Jianjia, the youth is here. Come in and warm up. Jianjia handed over her basket. Grandma San, I won't go inside. This is something I made myself. I brought it for you to try. Then she lifted another basket in her hand. I also need to deliver some to the village chief's house. I won't stay long. I'll come back to visit when I have free time. After saying that, she quickly left the door. The baskets were covered, so you couldn't see what was inside. The 2 children, being close and curious, sniffed a few times and took a big breath. Grandma, it's sweet and smells so good. The courtyard wall isn't high. Jianjia deliberately spoke softly earlier. The old lady looked at her, carried the basket, and led the children inside. She lifted the lid, and the aroma of coarse grains wafted out, warm and inviting. There were golden, ping-pong-sized bean buns, placed tightly together, shining as if they could burst at any moment, packed closely on a tray. Suddenly, several people in the house started swallowing hard. Huji, who was a bit older, had seen this before. Xiaohua, after remembering, knew that their family wasn't well off. The children didn't know what these were, but they smelled the sweet aroma. Grandma, what are these? Are they delicious? Lu Sanni came from the backyard, also sniffing. Oh, what's this? Why do I smell bean buns? The old lady said, looks like snow is coming. Next year will surely be a good year. Maybe we can plant some sticky corn and sorghum. After the new year, we can make some rice and bean buns again. Wow, I haven't had these in many years. The old lady held her basket, giving him a look. You old man, just the dog knows. He chuckled. Ah,
Imnojusta dognosha.
I'm also a glutton. Wait, what's that smell? The old man sniffed hard. Is this really the smell of bean buns? The old lady handed the basket closer to his nose.
See, isn't it?
Oh, how come? Isn't this something little Jane brought? Yes, she said she was bringing a gift for us and one for Wei Min. She left before even entering the house. The old man was used to her generosity. This tea tray can't possibly feed the whole family, but he still had a rough idea. Everyone could have a few bites, and the two kids were eagerly watching. After dinner, the elderly lady felt a bit sorry. Tomorrow's meal could still last a day. But looking at the kids, she felt even more worried. Come on. Each can have two, and the rest can be saved for tomorrow. The adults didn't want to waste any, and the two children ate carefully, eyes full of delight at the tasty treats. Grandma, it's sweet and delicious. The elderly lady pinched a bit of bean paste and tasted it on her tongue. Oh, this kid must have added quite a bit of sugar. Hearing about the sugar, the children ate even more cautiously, taking small bites. They chewed the bean paste slowly, holding it in their mouths for a long time before finally swallowing. They took over half an hour to finish the two slightly cooled bean buns. Lu Guangming kept glancing over, clearly eager to eat, but as a father, he still tried to hold back. When they returned from Lu Wei Min's house and reached the youth commune, the warm yellow glow from the kitchen was visible from the gate. The kitchen was already steaming with heat. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi were tidying up the table. Having been sent to the countryside for several years, Tan Yajun was quite experienced with these chores. Chun Jiangwo happily carried firewood into the house, lively and bustling. There was half a pot of bean buns, and Tan Yajun had cooked a pot of shredded potato soup, adding a little oil and salt, making it very tasty. At first, Tan Yajun was still a bit reserved, but no one paid much attention to it. She relaxed quickly, ate until full, and then leaned back. Chun Jiangwo sighed. When will we be able to eat like this every day? Yes, we just hope to fill our stomachs when we go to the countryside. After the new year, we'll start working, and it will probably be very tiring. Actually, both groups of young people haven't even started proper work yet.
I don't know much about it.
When I arrived, it was almost harvest time. The land wasn't doing well, probably different from previous years. Only Tan Yajun had a say in this topic. Here, they mainly grow dry land crops. In spring, they plow the fields, add fertilizer, mainly farmyard manure, and then plant. During this period, they get up at dawn and go straight to work. I worked for more than 3 hours, then went back home to cook and eat. In the morning, when I went out, the sun was already shining. Don't think it's only spring, it's very hot and sunny. Sometimes, I don't do much in the whole morning, and I feel more tired as I work longer. The sun is very strong at noon here, so we take a longer break then. In the afternoon, we go back to work until it's almost dark. Do you start working at dawn? Yes, but only during the spring planting season. Usually, we work at normal hours. Then, we water the plants. When the seedlings sprout, we check if any didn't grow well or were missed. If there are leftover seeds, we plant more. Once the seedlings grow, our daily task is to remove weeds. The weeds come out in patches. When the seedlings are small, it's okay. But when the corn plants grow taller, their leaves scratch your face when you walk into the field. The sweat starts to flow, and it feels hot. If you cover yourself too much, it's stuffy. If you don't, after a day, your whole body is sore and dirty. You need to wash several times after work to feel clean. When the seedlings are stable, we remove weeds every few days. We also help villagers clear new land, which is probably the same here. The land has stones, sand, and all sorts of things. It's very hard to dig with a shovel. The first year I came here, I gritted my teeth and kept going. Later, clearing the land made me so tired I cried. Summer is easier, but autumn is the hardest time. At first, I didn't know how to handle the corn ears. When others broke them off, they came off easily. I couldn't figure it out and kept twisting and turning to break them. I got so anxious. When they finished their work and went home, I was still working under the hot sun trying to break the ears myself. Finally, I caught up and I was relieved. But then, it was time to go back to work in the afternoon. I had no choice but to keep going, even though my legs felt numb and heavy. My hands, too, were full of blisters, some clear, some bloody, and cuts of all sizes. My fingertips were cracked open. After resting overnight, I couldn't get up the next morning. My legs felt heavy, and my arms were the same. My hands ached and hurt when I moved my fingers. I had to soak them in water for a long time until they softened enough to move. If I moved too much, the cracks would open again. I had to pick at the blisters early, or, if I damaged them while working, the tender flesh inside would come out. When I touched the corn or the leaves, the pain was sharp and intense, and tears would come to my eyes. After shelling the corn, filling a basket, I would carry it to the edge of the field. Once everything was done, I would cut the corn stalks. This could be done more quickly, just cut and gather them neatly. The stalks are prickly, so it's a bit uncomfortable. After the harvest, they need to be. Sometimes I would cut the stalks first with the corn still attached, which was quite heavy, in bunches. Then I'd lie on top and pull the corn down to peel it off. Either way, it's not easy work, especially for those who haven't done it before. They should be prepared mentally. The main crops here are corn, sorghum, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Sometimes we plant soybeans, but not much because the yield is low. In autumn, we need to watch over them carefully. Good weather can cause them to spoil quickly, and if we're not careful, it's wasted. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are a bit easier. Men use hoes or forks to dig them out, while women follow behind to collect them, then carry them to the edge of the field. In recent years, my biggest achievement has been learning how to handle farm work well. I may not be able to do everything perfectly, but I'm not much worse than others. Women here can harvest 9 or 10 centimeters, and I can too. Don't laugh at me. When I was over there, even though I had a partner, I still did all the farm work myself, no shortcuts. Still, the villagers' hostility was less, because I was considered somewhat part of the community. They didn't feel comfortable being too harsh. It was all very plain, without complaints or self-pity, yet just listening to it left a few people stunned. Well, they were thinking too simply. Li Yen stammered, "No. Tan Jiqing, how did you get through it?" Tan Yajun looked down at the shadows on the ground. People, you see, are only pushed to the limit when they have no choice. When it gets that bad, there's nothing you can do. If you don't work, you'll starve. So, do you work or not? She's a clear-headed girl, and I suddenly looked up to her a few points. All right, there's still a winter ahead. Can't you adapt? That's true. We really can't be lazy. I heard the villagers stay busy all winter. Yeah, they gather firewood, feed the chickens and ducks, and prepare for the new year. Housewives are busy organizing the household, making sure there's enough grain, because wild vegetables only come in spring. We need to store enough food to last through the winter, and when there's good stuff, they try to get the elders and children to eat more. After the new year, it's time to worry about the next year's livelihood. When they were kids at home, they weren't spoiled, but they still had parents. They didn't have to worry about these things. Just hearing about it made their heads spin. Tan Jiqing said this, and I suddenly realized that we really have to live on our own now. Yes, we are just sharing a life together. We are adults who can live independently and are responsible for ourselves. We no longer have the right to be carefree children. The atmosphere became a bit heavy. I looked around and asked Chen Jiangwo, "Chen Jiqing, did you go out during the day?" "I went to gather firewood." "What's wrong?" "That's perfect. Are the people down the mountain still there?" Chen Jiangwo didn't hesitate at all. "They're still there, but I heard the leader or captain or whatever he is took people up the mountain. Maybe they're looking for someone. With the weather like this, if we stay in the mountains for a few days, we might not survive." Jianxia looked thoughtful. It seemed this problem wasn't solved yet. On the other side of the mountain is the border. The forest there is dense and full of paths, so someone could hide easily. Experienced people could play hide-and-seek with those coming up the mountain and confuse them. "Are you still going to gather firewood?" Chen Jiangwo was straightforward. "Yes, if we don't, it will be harder once it snows. But now we can only walk around the foot of the mountain. We can't go up. The area is heavily guarded. We shouldn't confront others either. Better safe than sorry. All right, call me early tomorrow. I'll go too." After seeing Jianjie off, the girls lay on the warm kong. a traditional heated bed, and felt very satisfied. Tan Yajun felt peaceful for the first time in a long while. During this month-long chaos, she was like a frightened bird, innocent of any wrongdoing. She was the most wronged, yet she suffered the greatest harm, a disaster that almost overwhelmed her. If she hadn't met someone that day, she might have already moved to another world. She thought moving to another place would just be a way to survive, barely holding on. Who would have thought she was longing for warmth? Maybe she hadn't reached the end yet. Or perhaps she had found a way to turn despair into hope, a bright light after darkness. Covering herself with the quilt, tears silently slipped into her pillowcase, but her eyes grew brighter. The next morning, everyone got up early. They carried baskets and just reached the foot of the mountain when they saw Captain Lin Jingde leading his team, apparently preparing to leave. Since they had fought side by side, Jianjie took the initiative to walk over and greet him. "Captain Lin, are you packing up?" Lin Jingde turned around, and Jianjie was suddenly startled. Who was this bearded, rough-looking man? After staying in the mountains for 3 days, Lin Jingde looked terrible. His beard was unkempt, his lips cracked, and his face looked like someone just recovered from a serious illness. His eyelids drooped. Looking to the side, she saw that several others nearby looked the same. No need to guess, they had just come down from the mountain. People who don't know might think you all went digging holes in the middle of the night. That was a simple joke, but the people opposite immediately changed their expressions. They were quite familiar and responded casually. "Captain, look, even the little sister here can tell you're mistreating us. You should give us some food. I've been hungry all night." Lin Jingde snorted coldly. "Blame me? We could have come down early, but no, you had to cause trouble. Who was the one making noise and scaring the snake?" "If it didn't bite you, you'd be happy about it. Still eating? Or are you hungry?" It was clear he was referring to the snake that had been disturbed from hibernation. The young men around him were full of energy, eager and lively by nature. After Lin Jingde's scolding, they all looked defeated like scared quails, feeling wronged but too afraid to speak. A few young workers exchanged glances and tried to hold back their laughter. Lin Jingde's face darkened. Jian quickly asked, "Captain Lin, can we go up the mountain now?" Lin Jingde nodded. "Yes, but be careful and stay safe. Don't go deep into the mountain. The danger has been reduced, but there are still many risks." Li Yan spoke quickly. Yes, we'll be careful, especially about the hibernating snakes." Jian felt Lin Jingde's face darken even more and hurriedly lowered his head to call his friends. "Let's go quickly. It's been several days since anyone came up here. There should be a lot to pick up."
Okay.
The group hurried off, and Lin Jingde, feeling frustrated, could only suppress his anger and lead the group out with a few complaining voices. From a distance, they all burst into laughter. I was about to die from holding it in. Did you see how dark Captain Lin's face was? Yeah, and Li Jiqing even emphasized it again. Hibernating snakes. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but laugh. It was true. Li Yan had a knack for clever remarks. That sudden comment probably made Lin Jingde's worries grow even more. Let's go. I feel like I suddenly have a lot more energy." Tan Yajun had just arrived and didn't know their interactions. She watched silently and thought these young workers were quite brave. They all looked serious and still dared to joke with them. In the past few days of mountain closure, the mountain wasn't completely silent, but it was peaceful enough. The villagers have lived here for generations, and they would even turn over mouse holes if needed. The narrow paths are no exception. Every family has 1 or 2 secret trails. However, not many people sneak in secretly. When the autumn wind blows, many dry branches fall, and a few people happily pick them up. "I told you today there's more energy," she said with a smile. As she was casually gathering, she suddenly felt that the air nearby was strange. There was a human presence. Almost at the same moment, she turned around and kicked. A tall figure, surprised, was knocked flying and landed heavily on a rock about 7 or 8 meters away. When he touched the ground, he couldn't get up. He was terrified to realize he couldn't stand. "What did you do?" she demanded. "What do you think?" he replied. She was wrongly accused. She had only done a little trick. Feeling the heavy presence behind her, she knew he was a skilled fighter. Although she had improved her skills, she knew that anyone on the mountain recently had to be cautious, especially since they just searched the mountain. They might be hiding from them, making him a dangerous fugitive. She didn't want to fight him with her small body. As she kicked him, a powerful softening agent from her base also spread onto him. Soon, he couldn't even move his head. His mouth moved as if trying to speak, but his voice was tiny, like a mosquito. She clapped her hands. Luckily, the supplies from her base still worked well. She struck him with a palm, knocking him out. It all happened in an instant. Then she began to look around carefully. She had already approached him earlier. If he was just hiding, he wouldn't have been caught in the act unless he was afraid she'd find something and wanted to silence her. From his anxious expression, he was nearby. But this wasn't deep in the mountains, nor a place suitable for hiding things. That meant whatever he found wasn't his. He had discovered it by chance or through some luck and wanted to keep it for himself. It's also possible he only knew the general direction but hadn't found anything yet, just exploring. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come alone. No matter what, his actions showed he wanted to hurt someone. She had no hesitation in fighting back. If anyone else had been with her today, they would have been killed by him. She moved quietly, carefully examining the area. The person had been here for a while. Look at the footprints and scratches on the ground. They were very clear. I don't know how long they've been hiding here. I walked around this small circle several times, but didn't find anything unusual. I simply and quickly gathered some firewood. I went back to the hiding spot of that person, paused briefly, squinting as I looked ahead. About 10 steps away, there was a large rock that stood out. The ground was yellowish-brown, and the rocks were white. Normally, rocks on this mountain have been here for years and are tightly connected to the ground, so they shouldn't have any dirt on them. The parts touching the ground are usually covered with thick mud over time, blending almost seamlessly with the earth. But this rock was different. It was very clean and kept apart from the ground. The edge facing the ground was very clear, with a noticeable boundary. Of course, this is just a simple observation. Ordinary villagers might not notice such details easily. I listened carefully. Those people were still nearby. I called out, "Start gathering, I'll be in front. I'll be back soon." Then I gently stepped forward. The rock had indeed been moved, but judging by the marks, it wasn't recent, probably at least a month old. I wasn't planning anything special, but with such a clear clue, I couldn't ignore it. I kicked the rock aside. There was no extra cover underneath, probably because no one would think that someone could move such a large stone. Below, there was a clearly concealed entrance, hidden with deliberately placed weeds. Oh, right, this was a small below the hill, so even if you looked down from above, you wouldn't see anyone. Plus, the weeds were carefully pulled aside, so most people wouldn't bother to look there. I didn't damage the cover behind the door. I moved aside the messy stuff and bent down to crawl inside. The entrance was narrow. Even my 15-year-old frame felt tight, but once inside, it opened up unexpectedly. 3 or 4 adults could walk side by side, and the ceiling was at least 2 meters high. This definitely wasn't a natural cave. It was very quiet inside, no insect sounds at all, just an empty feeling. If it weren't for my courage and the many weapons in the base, I might have felt uneasy. Right now, my small electric baton was ready, always on alert, and I was scanning the area with my flashlight. The tunnel got wider as I moved forward, but it twisted and turned, and I didn't go too far. After about 500 or 600 meters, I reached a dead end. Inside the hole, there are many boxes of different sizes, clearly left in a hurry. The ground is messy with 7 or 8 boxes stacked unevenly, and thick dust covers every corner. It's only now that I realize how simple it is. I shine my flashlight in the direction I came from and see a familiar set of footprints. I can't help but shake my head. It's been so little time, and I've already forgotten so much. Since there are still several people outside, I don't plan to look around now. I quickly gather all the boxes. Once the boxes are gone, the stone wall at the back of the cave is exposed. I grab a big broom, planning to sweep and leave soon. But as I sweep, I see no footprints or signs of recent activity. The broom makes a loud noise, startling me so much that my face turns pale. What does this mean? Did the cave collapse? I turn around to run outside, but suddenly realize something is wrong. The cave is still there, and not much dust has fallen. What's going on? I slowly turn my head and step back. I only collected some items earlier. I didn't check the wall. Why is it collapsed now? More importantly, what are those neat, orderly boxes on the other side of the wall?
Where am I?
I stay silent for a long time. There's no sound, no sign of anyone nearby. I quietly move closer. Wow, I don't know who dug this hole, but their aim was perfect. Just 1 inch too much or too little, and it would have been broken. The boxes on that side are also neatly arranged. I squeeze through the gap between the boxes and the stone wall, walking for quite a while until I reach an open space.
I don't know what's inside.
At the front, there are a few open boxes on the ground. I shine my flashlight.
Wow.
Gold shining brightly. Only 2 pieces are left on the top 2 layers. The rest have probably been taken by others who came in earlier. If these were someone's collection or backup supplies, I wouldn't dare touch them. But as I look further, I see the messy footprints, scattered grain, and a torn bag spilling grain in another corner. I realize these are outsiders, and they might not be far away. Those footprints are still fresh. After thinking for a moment, I decide to gather all the boxes. It's not strange to have outsiders here, but given the scene, I suspect they're not good people. Who would waste grain like this? Yes, Miss Jian simply can't stand wastefulness. After checking around to make sure no clues were left, she returned along the same path with a big broom. Once back, she placed the stone back in its original spot. Standing still, she was simply thinking about how to handle this person. Although she suspected he wasn't a good person, it didn't seem right to deal with him harshly. After all, she was no longer the young lady of the Jian family involved in criminal activities, and she had no right to take lives or seize property. At this moment, voices came from below. Jian Jiqing, have you come back? Maybe we should go up and see. Has she gone far? Probably not. Jian Jiqing warned us there might be danger upstairs.
Danger?
Simple's mind quickly thought, and she decided it wasn't worth wasting time. She threw the person out of her space, didn't give any antidote, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him downward while replying, I'm here. I'll be down soon. The mountain path was uneven, making it hard to carry someone. With his collar in her hand, Simple only looked ahead at the road. The person in front was dragged along the ground, bumping over stones, branches, bricks, and dishes, without caring. She managed to wake him up despite the sedative he had taken. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a voice from below. Where are you taking me? He staggered and stumbled, almost losing his life from the effort. Simple was a bit surprised. Oh, you're awake so soon? Not bad. She deliberately stepped on a tree root sticking out of the ground, and as she hoped, she heard a muffled groan. She smiled happily. Indeed, seeing others in pain was the greatest joy. Seeing Simple dragging the heavy object, a few people looked at each other in confusion. Their first thought was, did Xiao Jian Jiqing hit a wild boar again? Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi were more familiar with her, so they went over and examined her from head to toe. Why did you go deep into the mountains again? You just hunted a lot of wild boars and shared the meat, and now you're hunting more? Did all the others leave? Is your meat not enough? I'll send you some of mine. They didn't notice Tan Yajun and Chen Zhengwo, who were a few steps behind, giving strange looks. Jian Jiqing, you should go back now. Don't attract other wild animals. Chen Zhengwo and Tan Yajun first smiled. Li Jiqing, well, haha, wild boar probably won't attract animals anymore. She's not that capable. Li Yan was stunned, and Lin Zhaodi leaned forward to look behind Simple. It's a person?
Huh?
Isn't that a wild boar? Li Yan didn't expect to make such a mistake. Embarrassed and angry, she stepped forward and kicked again. Did this person do something bad? He attacked me from behind, but luckily I dodged it. Li Yan heard this and turned around to kick him a few more times. This person is afraid of Simple fights, but isn't afraid of others. Even now, looking clumsy, he glared fiercely at Li Yan. You trash, you dare to kick me? Just wait, just wait. Jian, with a lot of strength, hit his body against a stone. His harsh words immediately disappeared. Let's go. I'll take this person to them. They've been searching the mountain and he was on the mountain. I don't believe he's innocent. When he heard about the mountain search, the man struggled violently. He knew if he really ended up in their hands, he'd definitely be in trouble. So, he hoped to hold on during this part of the journey. Jian didn't care about those things. He kept hitting him when he was unruly. The mountain path was difficult to walk, which was normal. They didn't find a chance to escape until they reached the bottom of the mountain. Lu Weimin's head was about to explode. They had guarded the mountain for so many days, and there was still a loose end? And it was caught by Xiao Jian's girl?
He didn't know what to say.
He immediately sent his son to report, then hurried with Chen Jiangwo to the village entrance to pick up the person. These days, the village hadn't been peaceful. Jian didn't want to bring more people into the village, fearing panic. There were plenty of firewood piles at the entrance, so they stayed there. Just in case, she gave the person a sleeping potion, double the dose. It was likely that not only would he stay silent now, but even if he was taken away, he wouldn't wake up easily. Lu Jiaxing moved slowly when he went out because transportation wasn't good, but he was quick on the way back. They hadn't gone far, just outside the village. Hearing the news, they hurried over. Lu Weimin and Jian were watching the person at the village entrance. Lin Jingda personally led people over. When he saw the person on the ground, he stared for a few seconds and then kicked him twice. Jian immediately took a few steps back. Wow, this person got kicked quite a lot today, probably covered in footprints. Lu Weimin also widened his eyes. What kind of grudge was this? Fighting right after meeting? A small team from the mountain also hurried down. Captain, it's this kid. We thought he was still deep in the mountains. Who knew he'd come out to the outskirts? Jian was still stunned. You guys were also on the mountain? Mainly because she hadn't sensed anyone else's presence. She didn't know if they saw her take this person away or go into the cave. The small team leader shyly scratched his head and said, "We are deep in the mountains." Later, we realized something was wrong and came down. We saw some small bloodstains on the hillside, not many. That's why we came down the mountain. All right, that's simple and reassuring. Safe now. Lin Jingda planned to retreat openly, but secretly kept a few top men to continue searching. If the other side relaxed their guard, they could find people more easily. Who would have thought? The people were found, but it was the educated youths who found them. Their people still followed the traces left behind. It's quite dramatic. Lin Jingda, looking very serious, led his men away with a tied-up person. The few educated youths finally had the chance to speak simply. Jian Jing, you're so brave. Those are probably fugitives, right?
Exactly.
We know you're capable, but you have to be careful. Who knows what weapons these people might have? Thinking about it makes me sweat. Everyone was concerned, and Jian Jing didn't refuse. He answered one by one, but how they would act was uncertain. Today's main goal was gathering firewood. Chen Jiangwo and others each collected at least 2 big bundles. Everyone was happy because more firewood meant fewer cold nights. They eagerly talked about going again the next day. As for Jian Jing, he only carried a loosely packed basket of firewood, along with several boxes of unknown items and an apparent suspect. Overall, it was a good day. In the evening, they rewarded themselves with dinner. Jian Jing cooked a pot of braised ribs using the master chef's secret family sauce. Around the pot, they placed a circle of pancakes, a popular local way of eating, which she also tried. But others usually just simmered a pot of cabbage or pickled vegetable soup at the bottom of the pot, which was also delicious. After all, what mattered was that the pancakes on top were filling dry rations. People's main concern was filling their stomachs, and Jian Jing's approach was quite the opposite. Jian Jing was simply trying to eat well. After all their hardships, couldn't she satisfy her basic hunger? It's true, wisdom is indeed found among the common people. Even though the phrase iron pot stew wasn't used yet, the method of cooking vegetables in a big pot with pancakes on top was long established. The hardworking people perfected it, wasting nothing. They would stew cabbage, potatoes, radish strips, or pickled vegetables at the bottom and place a large pancake on top. Without much oil or seasoning, it could feed a whole family well. Of course, better times are still ahead. That bread is just dry food. Even if it's mixed with something, it's still plain dry food. These days, anything that can fill the stomach is good. A few years ago, I heard people eating tree bark or ground-up clay, but I never saw it myself. Recently, I've been listening to village gossip and Grandma Lou's complaints. I also heard during the harvest that some villages have had people starving to death.
She knows this isn't just talk.
Her family used to be involved in the underworld, and kindness or charity feels as distant to her as the poor farmer's hardships. It's something to be proud of, but it doesn't fill her stomach. If not, it doesn't matter much. In fact, it's more like a stumbling block on her path to a better life. But only for now. In a few years, who knows what will happen?
Hey.
Outside, things are starting to look a bit chaotic. Thinking about the lawlessness and recklessness in a few years, especially since many of the kids are around her age, it's just headache-inducing. How can she stay safe and live peacefully? Her family's background isn't strong enough to withstand trouble. The good thing is, since they're in a remote area, the chaos probably won't be too severe. Still, she must stay alert. Wherever there are people, there's always someone with bad intentions. She must be careful not to attract troublemakers.
Sigh.
After enjoying a delicious pork rib meal, she relaxed her mind. When trouble comes, she'll face it head-on. No point worrying now. What's meant to happen will happen sooner or later. It's better to focus on living well now. She didn't expect that her worries would soon be replaced by new hope, and her status would gain more weight. She lay comfortably on the warm Kong bed and fell asleep peacefully. In the youth center, a few people were drinking warm porridge and feeling quite satisfied. Li Yan sighed contentedly. Actually, these days aren't so bad. Lin Zhaodi agreed wholeheartedly. Here, she can decide her own food, and there's no more reason to eat plain rice and drink porridge. It seems that being here has made her sharper and more aware. She only then realized that her mother said her favorite child was her, and that she was kind to her brother just for her sake. She used to be so naive, believing everything. Not only did she happily hand over her wages, but she also did all the housework. Her brother, who was lazy and wouldn't even help when he fell, took half of the family's good things and enjoyed her care without a second thought. He even criticized her for this or that. Her parents saw him as the most important person. She never thought deeply about it, but she liked her and didn't let her go hungry or keep money in her hand. A few days before going to the countryside, she just received her salary. Her mother generously told her to keep it for herself. She was so happy then, feeling that her mother finally cared about her. Then she was told, since you just got your salary, go buy what you need for going to the countryside. She realized that it was actually them who took her job, so her younger brother wouldn't have to go. She was going in his place, but they hadn't prepared anything for her. She was stunned. Her monthly salary was only about 20-something yuan. It seemed a lot, but going to the countryside was like setting up a whole new home. Was that enough? At that moment, she felt very sad. Now she finally understood and convinced herself that they just didn't care about her. It wasn't a big deal. Look, she was already supporting herself. After 2 days together, Tanya Jun finally believed that the educated youths from Lu family village and those from Wang family village were truly different. They would help when she had difficulties, worry when her friends were in danger, and show normal human kindness. It made her feel like she was back at the beginning of her time in the countryside, sleeping more peacefully. The next day was a clear, sunny sky, but the temperature had noticeably dropped. She took a simple thermometer from the base and checked. It was already 0 degrees. It was getting cold just as winter was coming. With normal winter weather, snow wouldn't be far off, and probably she wouldn't go up the mountain many more times. When climbing the mountain, a few educated youths muttered, "Today feels much colder than yesterday." Others occasionally made shivering sounds. Chun Jangwo also imitated the villagers, crossing his arms inside his sleeves, keeping his entire arms protected inside, as if that could keep the cold out. No wonder everyone likes to do this. It keeps your hands and wrists from freezing. A few female educated youths felt awkward with that pose, but they also kept their hands in their pockets, shivering and walking constantly. Let's go quickly. Once we start moving, it'll get warmer. Later, in this warm weather, it probably won't last. Looks like the snow is coming soon. How much firewood do we still need? Chun Jangwo, walking behind with his sleeves crossed, heard this and said, if we save it for burning, we're almost there. But what if it's not enough? Then everywhere on the mountain will be covered in snow, and we won't be able to get out. I think we should prepare a bit more in advance, just to be safe. The only experienced person among them, Tanya June, also added, yes, if it's a normal winter, the snow here can be very heavy. I remember the first winter I arrived, the snow was so heavy that the door was completely blocked. Several of us inside couldn't open it. Later, the villagers saw that the young workers hadn't gone out to shovel snow, and when they checked, they found we were all trapped inside. Since then, every winter, we prepare tools like shovels in our house, just in case something similar happens again. We even dig holes if needed, so we won't be buried alive by snow. Is it really that big? Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan had never seen such large snow before and felt both curious and confused. It really is, although my previous life wasn't in the north, I've seen snow scenes, snow sculptures, and ski resorts on TV all winter. I've even watched live snowfalls, so I have no doubt about it. Sometimes, snow can block doors, mountains, and roads, and it can be so heavy that it collapses roofs. The snow in later years was famous. Shoveling snow then would be a big project. Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan were still excited and didn't care at all. But when it snows, we can build snowmen and have snowball fights, right? Chun Jangwo thought Tanya Jun and Jian Dan might be exaggerating a little, but seeing Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan so unconcerned, he felt something was off. Jian Dan and Tanya Jun exchanged helpless looks. They were innocent children, building snowmen, yet they didn't realize how dangerous it could be, getting carried away with pride. Don't worry, it's not that serious. If anything, we'll take care of shoveling snow from now on. With such confident words, Jian Dan could imagine their expressions in a few days, and it made him want to laugh. I hope some people remember what they said. The group quietly gathered firewood for a few days. When they saw fewer villagers going up the mountain, Chun Jangwo checked and asked, are we fully prepared with winter food? Tanya Jun had just arrived and didn't understand. Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan thought for a moment. Our potatoes and sweet potatoes were divided when we first arrived, and we still have some. Later, the cabbages in the garden didn't grow very big, but we harvested some and exchanged a little. A few days ago, we also divided some pork, and there's quite a bit left. Better to save it. It seems enough. Tanya Jun held back her questions and asked after they finished, is there no pickled sauerkraut? Lin Zhaodi sighed. That was a mistake. At the time, Jian Jiqing asked if we wanted to make a jar of pickled vegetables, but we didn't agree back then. A few days ago, when they slaughtered the pig, the villagers said that adding sauerkraut would make the flavor even better. Now I regret it.
Tanya Yun nodded.
That's true. Pickled vegetables are a winter specialty here. Not just stewing meat, but also boiling bones, cooking potatoes, stir-frying pickled vegetables, or simply making pickled vegetable soup. It's very tasty and good for the appetite. Oh no, what should we do? Is it still possible to pickle now? Tanya Jun wasn't very sure. Usually they start when it gets cold. It should be okay, right? Or maybe we can ask someone in the village. Do you know anyone familiar? A few old educated youths looked around. Probably better to ask a woman or an older lady, they said. Li Yan's eyes lit up. Let's ask the village chief's family? But then her face fell. When we came, we didn't really start working properly, and we don't know many villagers. When we meet them, we just smile and say hello. The only ones we've interacted with are the village chief's family and Lu Sanyi, the coach driver, who was introduced to us by Jian Jiqing. Chun Jangwo interrupted. I just asked Lu Sanyi's son earlier. He said Jian Jiqing used to ask his wife to help with pickling.
Fool, Li Yan schooled herself, and Nuya.
Why didn't you just ask directly? These two questions, and now we have to go ask again. Won't they think we're strange? At home, Jian Jiqing was tidying up the firewood shed. When Li Yan and the others arrived, She was sealing a small window. The winter wind here is very strong, and the windows are not tight. So before it freezes, rural folks cover the gaps with paper or cloth from outside. It still gets cold, but it blocks some of the northwest wind. She used newspaper she had brought from Beijing, tearing it into strips about 1 to 1.5 inches wide. She spread glue on one side, and while it was still wet, she stretched the paper with both hands, aligned it with the window gap, stuck it on, and pressed it tight. Done. Many rural areas still use this method, often adding a layer of plastic sheeting outside for better wind protection. But now, with the conditions available, she didn't want to attract attention. Others didn't have it, so why should she, a rural youth, have it? It didn't matter much to her. She had already repaired everything she could inside the house, and the firewood was plenty. The windows didn't face her bed, so it was okay. Most importantly, if it got too cold, she just went inside the base to sleep. She wouldn't suffer from the cold. Jian Jiqing, have you started sealing the windows? This was Tanya June, familiar with the process. Lian's family didn't need her to worry about that. Lin Jiaodi knew about it. But her family's winter wasn't very cold, so they didn't really need to do it. Simply help by stretching it out a bit, making it easier for her to apply the glue. Jian takes it easily and then complains about them. You're finally resting, but why are you all coming here instead of resting? Is the house all cleaned up? Are the winter supplies ready? When Li Yan mentions sauerkraut with a sneer, Jian understands immediately. Last time I asked you to go, but you refused and insisted on starting yourself. Wait a moment, I'll tidy these things up. They'll freeze if left out for too long. Just as she finishes, she packs everything away, and a few people go inside. Jian Jiqing, your small house isn't big, but it's quite warm. I'm willing to burn firewood. I've been doing it since morning. This stuff, saving a little here and there, doesn't seem to save anything. Instead, it just makes us suffer and freeze, even damaging ourselves. Do you think it's worth it? Nothing is more important than your own health. The others don't say much, but Lin Jiaodi and Tan Yajun seem thoughtful. When it comes to pickling sauerkraut, it's fine at this time, but do you have a big jar? Is there enough cabbage? Is there enough salt? Jian says something, and Li Yan glares at her, but Lin Jiaodi nearby speaks clearly. You need to buy a big jar, and probably can't use cabbage from now because we still need to eat in winter, not just rely on sauerkraut. And since the sauerkraut isn't ready yet, we'll need to eat during this time. We bought some salt last time, but we'll need more for the sauerkraut. When you go buy the jar, bring some back. Jian nods secretly. Lin Jiaodi really knows her stuff. But do any of you know how to do it? No, that's why we came to ask you. But after you explained just now, we understand. We also asked the third master about it when we visited, and we also asked about the cabbage. Jian feels a bit confused, so you came to ask me just about this? Chun Jiangwo awkwardly chuckles. Yes, we were worried. In this village, only the village chief and Lu Sanj are familiar with us. We didn't think it through. We didn't realize that containers are also needed for pickling sauerkraut. Jian is speechless. Then go quickly. You'll find a place anyway. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. The old man didn't expect that. With snow falling soon, someone would still want to go to town. Wait a moment. I'll feed the cows first, then hitch the cart. Here are 4 young workers, and this is quite a physical task. Chun Jiangwo should be the main person, but if a female worker goes along, then 1 man and 1 woman, it's easier to handle. If 2 female workers go, they might not even be able to move that big item. It's not that it's uncertain, but definitely impossible to move it. When the ox cart slowly came over, a few people were still arguing. The old man angrily whipped the horse, and the whip made everyone's scalp tingle. Have you all decided? Are we going or not? Go, go, go. Or maybe we all should go. Looking at a few people, they all looked at each other. It seemed that if there was 1 more young man, it wouldn't be so inconvenient. Chun Jiangwo also looked innocent. You can't blame him. He also wants a brother he can share responsibilities with. Now he spends all day with the women soldiers, which is quite stressful. Lin Jiaodi looked around. 2 young women and 1 young man, plus a person driving the cart. Yes, that's enough. I think our cabbage isn't much. You guys go buy a jar and I'll find villagers to exchange some cabbage. That way, we won't waste time. You go buy it and I'll stay home to change some cabbage and then visit Grandpa San to ask how to pickle it. When you come back, we'll clean the jar, and then we can start working. Tan Yajun nodded first. Lin Zhaodi is very thoughtful. I think it's fine. Otherwise, the four of us going to buy a jar might be a bit much. Lin Young Farmer, that's a lot of trouble for you at home. Since it's all vegetables we need for winter, just decide how to exchange them. I have no opinion. We'll bring whatever we need when we come back. Li Yan also responded, yes, I have no objections either. Chun Jangwo nodded repeatedly. He's just here to do the work. Whatever others do, he just eats. He doesn't get a chance to complain. Jian Jiqing, are you going to the commune? Jian Jiqing just returned from a commune. Basic supplies are all ready. I'm not going. There's nothing I need to go for. You all go ahead. It's cold outside and it's not convenient to go out. We can prepare winter supplies early, just in case it snows in a few days. Going out then would be hard. Tan Yajun also said, yes, when I first came, I didn't leave the village all winter. It's better to be prepared in advance. Actually, there isn't much to prepare, just everyday items like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, needles, thread, and small things. Most other things can be handled within the village. The only inconvenience is hygiene products. Lin Zhaodi, who isn't going, also remembered and whispered to Li Yan, help me bring back some toilet paper. Li Yan suddenly clapped her head and said, oh yes, I didn't think of that. Li Yan is very cheerful, loves to talk and laugh. She is simple and a bit careless. Didn't she see that Lin Zhaodi had asked several times and still wasn't completely at ease? After seeing them off, Lin Zhaodi went to the Liu family to exchange some winter vegetables and ask about pickling sour vegetables. Her idea was that one person shouldn't bother two households. Anyway, she had already troubled Liu San earlier. The Liu family's wife and daughter-in-law were very friendly, so she decided not to bother others. As Jian Jiqing said, the more you go around, the more familiar you become. It's better to thank everyone together if there are more troubles. After the small cart left, she watched Lin Zhaodi go back into the Liu yard and then casually strolled back. While walking, she was thinking about what else she needed to prepare for winter. She hadn't experienced winter herself, but she had watched many TV dramas and stories. After the autumn harvest, old men and women would gather in groups to stockpile winter vegetables, cabbage, radishes, potatoes, and green onions. These were the main dishes on winter tables. At this time, whether you drove a tricycle, an Audi, a BMW, or even a Ferrari, everyone was busy doing one thing, bringing winter vegetables for their elderly parents. The most eye-catching thing was the big white cabbages, piled high in the trunk. This once became the most heartwarming news in later times, dominating headlines and trending topics for a while. Thinking of this, Jian would smile happily. Passing villagers would often greet her warmly. Jian Jiqing, where are you headed? Uncle, I just went to the Jiqing courtyard. Now I'm heading home. Jian Jiqing, it gets really cold here in winter. Is your firewood enough? Later, I'll ask my husband to send you a few bundles. Jian quickly refused. No need, auntie. I still have plenty. If I run out, I'll definitely let you know. A few days ago, the scraps of cloth and the flawed iron pots made Jian's reputation soar again in the village, firmly placing her at the top of Lijiatin's list. Plus, with the previous grain and wild boar, villagers now almost worship her. Since Jian Jiqing came to Lijiatin, everything has been good. She can eat well, even enjoy meat. Now she's even using valuable things like iron pots, not to mention the handful of cloth scraps she used to make several small clothes for the children, which made the kids very happy. Really more genuine than gold or the sun. Don't worry, auntie. Lijiatin is my home, and I won't hold back. The last sentence, filled with a sense of closeness and trust, made the aunt feel at ease. Before leaving, she also reminded her kindly, it's cold outside. Hurry back inside and light the fire. I understand, auntie. I'll go right away, she replied. Her enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming, but the temperature wasn't very cold at that moment. She kept her hands in her pockets, tightened her cotton-padded coat, and hurried home. People say cold can be deadly, And although it wasn't the coldest part of winter yet, she had only been outside for about half an hour. Her hands are starting to stiffen, so she occasionally blew on them to warm them up. She understood why villagers liked to keep their sleeves rolled up. Her hands were cold, so she kept them inside her sleeves to stay warm. She kept glancing around subconsciously, planning to slip her left hand into her coat sleeve when no one was looking. Little Simple, the educated youth. Simple felt guilty when she heard the voice. She was startled. She turned around angrily. It was Lu Weimin, running over from the village, looking like he was still slightly steaming from the cold. He stopped near her, leaning on his knees and catching his breath. "Hurry up, Little Simple, the village office." He was the one calling her, but she couldn't get angry or say anything. "Uncle, take a deep breath first. Don't worry, you can't run away," she said calmly. Lu Weimin almost choked on his breath, trembling his lips as he pointed at her. After catching his breath, he said, "There's someone from the village office looking for you. They're wearing police uniforms."
Oh my.
The way they came, my legs were trembling, almost twisting my tendons. My heart isn't settled yet. Police? Could it be Director Chung? Simple wasn't sure. She had always thought that after he helped her that day by fixing the wires and buying so many iron pots, their debt was paid. Why would he come now? Thinking this, her body naturally turned to follow him, and she asked casually, "Police looking for me?" "Uncle, did you see how many people there were? Did they come by car?" Lu Weimin was the village head of a small, very poor village, which made him especially humble. He usually had no confidence outside the village. He often lowered himself, especially when meeting the highest leaders, mainly the local party secretary Lin. Besides meetings, he mostly just begged for help. In this era, the image of the police was much more imposing and awe-inspiring than in later times. Whenever the police arrive, even the most stubborn troublemakers are scared and run away. This is especially true for ordinary villagers. They deeply believe that if the police come, it means someone has done something wrong. This isn't just a personal bias, but a long-standing belief rooted in their minds. Villagers naturally fear authority and the law, just like they instinctively try to avoid trouble and seek safety. At this moment, a small group of villagers has gathered around the village office, whispering quietly. They see that Simple, who followed the village chief back, looks calm and composed. They feel sympathy for him. There's a mix of reluctance and concern in their eyes, with a few even showing a bit of schadenfreude. Simple is aware of this. "Jian Jiqing," someone calls out, sounding worried. But seeing Jian's calm expression, the speaker finds it hard to continue. They wonder why Jian Jiqing doesn't seem worried. Hearing the voices outside, the people inside quickly come out. Sure enough, it's Director Chung, speaking loudly like a bell tolling. "Haha, Jian Jiqing, sorry for the delay. I've been busy these days, but I finally found time to come see you," says Director Chung with a smile. Jian responds with a smile. "Director Chung, you're so busy every day. How come you came here today? What do the villagers here? Is that a police officer?" And he says sorry?
Look at you.
Is the director of the police station so polite when talking to a young villager? Jian looks very natural and comfortable. Lu Weimin quickly steps forward to greet him. "Director Chung? Oh, I thought you were just a police officer. Come inside. It's cold outside." Director Chung, being in this line of work, naturally notices the villagers' whispers and glances. He knows how much words can influence people. At this moment, he can't afford to cause trouble for Jian Jiqing. "Village chief, you're too kind. I'm not here on official business this time. It's purely a personal matter," says Chung. The villagers' attention is caught by the words "personal matter." Their chatter stops, and the scene becomes very quiet. Only a light breeze blows, making the weather quite pleasant. Personal matter? The village chief is curious. He doesn't know anyone in the village who could have such influence to connect with the police chief. Director Chung laughs again. "A few days ago, at the entrance of the cooperative supply store, a criminal attacked someone. Coincidentally, that person was my mother. Thanks to Comrade Jian Jiqing's brave act, we managed to stop the attacker and save my mother. Afterwards, she left without expecting anything in return. Today, I come here for two reasons. one official, one personal. Comrade Xiao Jian, your actions truly assist the police in catching dangerous individuals and protecting the safety of the people. This is a certificate of commendation and a reward issued by the provincial department. Here, Comrade Xiao Jian, take it. Xiao Jian's eyes brightened. Whether she received a reward or not didn't matter much, but this award for bravery was a good thing. A few days ago, she was worried about how to stay calm amid chaos and quietly endure. Now, she has received this protective charm. Although it's not Weinung, it can help protect her a little. Seeing her smile at the corner of her eye, Director Cheng knew she had made the right choice. On a personal note, Comrade Xiao Jian saved my mother and is truly a benefactor to my family. Director Chung brought some small gifts to express our gratitude. It may not fully repay her life-saving kindness, but it's a small token from my family. Xiao Jian looked at Director Chung for a long time, but didn't see any hidden motives. She was about to refuse. But Director Chung seemed to anticipate her thoughts and spoke first. Comrade Xiao Jian, if I don't show my gratitude, that would be rude of me. Xiao Jian's throat tightened, and she hesitated for a long time. Since they had already given her something, she had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Director Chung, and thank you to the old lady as well. But in the future, please don't do this again. It's just a small gesture, not a life-saving act. Director Chung nodded without saying much and led her into the village office. Lu Aigua and some elders were called over by Lu Weimin to keep her company, but halfway through, the guests left and they couldn't interrupt their conversation outside. So, they could only wait inside. When Director Chung entered the room, a wave of heat hit him. Outside was freezing, and suddenly feeling so warm made everyone shiver. Only then did their pores relax. Lu Weimin stomped his foot, pulled over 2 chairs, and placed them by the stove. Come, Director Chung, sit here. It's warmer. It was so cold early this year. It was only the beginning of winter, yet they already felt like they couldn't reach out their hands. Xiao Jian didn't sit down. She admired her reward, looking at each item, a large enamel mug with a leader's portrait on it, and a bamboo-covered thermos. The enamel mug was quite nice, white and clean with a proper portrait of the leader, very neat. She didn't have one like that before. She measured it with her hand. It's bigger than the typical lunchbox used for school meals, probably 2 times larger. She guessed she could drink water from this mug all day. Regarding the thermos, when she first arrived, she really bought one at the supply and marketing cooperative, but it wasn't used much. She mostly drinks water at the base, so the thermos is mostly just for decoration. Sometimes she uses it to wash her hands or when visitors come, like Li Yan and others, who need to entertain guests. As for the gift of thanks, she isn't in a hurry. After all, the person is still here, and it wouldn't be polite to rush. She's a bit curious. This is her first time giving a proper gift, and she wants to know what the standards are, what kinds of things are appropriate. This way, she can have a reference for the future. Director Chung mainly focused on these 2 things. He acted quickly and was ready to leave once he finished. Comrade Xiao Jian, your desire to support national development is good, but you must know your limits, he said, sizing up her small frame. Next time you come, I'll bring you a few bottles of malted milk. You need to boost your nutrition or else, he shook his head, if your nutrition is lacking, you won't gain weight or grow taller. One of her biggest regrets about coming here is definitely her height. For her age, she is tall, but only just. She can't accept being simply average. In her past life, she was a daughter of a mafia family. Besides that, her long legs were enough to outshine many beautiful girls in seconds. Looking at her small body and short legs, she sighed. Since crossing over, she's been desperately trying to catch up by eating all kinds of good things. She's only grown a little sigh. Despite that, she still struggled a bit, saying, I'm still young, I can still grow. Director Chung was clearly surprised by her shamelessness and burst into hearty laughter. Yes, you're still young, haha. When he kicked out with his leg, he didn't seem to notice her small sense of shame. His confident, stylish move made it seem like he was a professional, though there was no need to say that aloud in front of everyone. Refusing the village chief's warm invitation to stay for a meal, when Director Chung finally waved goodbye and left, His face still looked very happy. He kept watching the car leave the village entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Weimin finally relaxed, his heart at ease. All his tension melted away. He stood up and plopped into a chair, ignoring the stove. "Oh my God, that was so scary," he exclaimed. Jian immediately laughed and said, "Uncle, we all have the same nose and two eyes. What are you so afraid of?" The villagers who were watching also went inside. One after another, they asked questions out of curiosity, mostly wondering if the rescue was real. Everyone had different questions, and some stared at the items on the table that Director Chung was holding. "Jian Jiqing, did you really save his mother? That must be true. Everyone is here to thank Jian Jiqing. Then I'm just curious. Jian Jiqing, are you the kind of person who carries a big knife and has a scar on your face?" "Jian. Big knife? Do you think the people's eyes are just decorations? Carrying a big knife is normal? You're talking as if you're a bandit trying to stop people on the road," he said, making a fierce gesture and lowering his voice. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you pass by, you have to pay a toll." He deliberately spoke loudly and looked fierce, making everyone inside the house pause for a moment, then burst into laughter. "If that were true, I bet someone would have stopped you right away." "Haha, yeah, that really does sound like something from a bandit. Jian Jiqing, what good stuff did you get this time? It must be important. Everyone says it's a life-saving favor. He's a director, after all, so he can't be stingy." Even as they spoke, their eyes kept drifting over there. Seeing the atmosphere, Lu Weimin quickly stepped in to stop them. "Stop talking nonsense. When someone helps you, you should thank them, especially when it's a matter of life and death. Jian Jiqing has the ability to help, and if he's here, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. It's not about the stuff. Besides, he said it's just a token of thanks. Why are you all so jealous? If you have the ability, go do some good deeds too. Because of this, I've had to meet with many police officers, and I'm happy about it." The few people who had been talking looked a bit embarrassed. They reached out and patted their mouths, maybe not with bad intentions, but their words just slipped out. Lu Aigua also glared at them. No matter how many times he told them, they still didn't learn. The honor of being praised and thanked by others should be something they're proud of. Why weren't they more aware? Jian Jiqing also saw that most of their eyes were still full of curiosity and greed, but not outright greed. So she didn't feel particularly annoyed. She went over and opened the bag herself. When she took it earlier, she noticed it was a fairly large cloth bag with edges and bulging contents. She untied the bag's opening, looked inside, and saw nothing particularly eye-catching. She took out the items one by one. People are naturally curious about the unknown. The more they don't know, the more they want to find out. But when everything is laid out in front of them, they realize, oh, this is it. At least half of the items are gone, with just a little attention. The milk powder I mentioned earlier isn't actually there, just a few solid iron cans. When I looked closer, I saw, oh, it's milk powder. It's a bit confusing. At this time, isn't this supposed to be more expensive than milk powder? Why does it seem less valuable in Director Cheng's words? He suddenly places the cans on the table with a loud bang, and everyone gasps. Oh my goodness! What is this? Why does this can look so nice? Many villagers can't read, but some recognize the items. It looks like milk powder. Yes, milk powder. I saw it last time at the county supply store, just this can. Milk powder? I knew it. I've seen milk powder before, but this is different from that. This kind of thing isn't available at our local supply store, only in the county town. Surely it's not cheap? Oh, this is canned yellow peaches. What's that other one? It has a picture of meat on it, right? That's canned meat. Everyone in the village saw this. Since it's simple to get, they quickly realize it's meant for special distribution, so they don't hide it. The small table is full of items. 2 cans of milk powder, 2 cans of yellow peaches, 2 cans of meat, 2 boxes of biscuits, 2 kinds of cakes, a bag of candies, and below that, a bag weighing about 4 or 5 jin, 2 to 2.5 kilograms, of glutinous rice strips. At the bottom, there's a piece of cloth. Looking at its thickness, it could easily be made into a simple outfit. This gift is already quite heavy. Although all food items, it's clear they're meant to entertain children, but they are also very practical. Nothing fancy. There's a pasture near the border, so the provincial capital has a milk powder factory. It's not very large, but since these aren't daily necessities, this is a special supply reserved for leaders of various units and patients in urgent need of nutrition. Tickets are very hard to get. Even if they manage to get a ticket, one can cost 11 or 12 yuan. That means this can of milk powder is equivalent to half a month or more of a regular worker's salary. Even those who receive grain rations wouldn't be willing to buy it, let alone villagers. Their eyes show even more disbelief. Adding up the other items, the total value is at least 60 or 70 yuan, enough for 3 months' wages for an ordinary worker. For someone like Director Chung, whose salary is higher, it probably takes about 2 months to earn this amount. In a typical family, they might just think it's a little more than usual, because apart from the milk powder, they could still afford the other items with some effort. But for farmers who rarely see money all year round, this is shocking. These things, I won't say much, but just the fact that we need tickets can scare away 99% of people. They work hard facing the earth, and those tickets are almost only issued by factories. They can't even find the right people to get them. The whole village probably won't get a ticket all year, so they can only dream about it, but never actually have one. They can only watch from afar. Quiet inside the room, soon there were muffled swallowing sounds. Many people quietly left. A grown man, craving food from a little girl, just saying that sounds embarrassing. There are only a few people left in the room. Lu Weiman and a few others felt shy and didn't ask anything. They just pretended not to hear. When she spoke, everyone felt even more awkward. She packed the tin cans and canned food, muttering, "Still say I'm short. When I go home, I'll eat you all up. Next time I come, I'll be taller." Humph. It sounded a bit like a childish pout. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but others could hear clearly. Their first thought was that this simple girl was still a child, with a child's heart. She comforted herself this way, and her heated face felt a little better. They didn't know how Simple was pretending, but her bag was almost full. There were 2 packs left on the table. She put the rewarded enamel mug inside, and the bag was completely full. She weighed it, then decisively tied the opening. She swung the bag onto her shoulder, held it with her left hand, and bent down with her right hand to grab the water bottle. "Uncle, share these 2 packs with the kids. It's not much, just to sweeten their mouths." On the table was a 5-pound bag of glutinous rice strips and a big bag of fruit candies. That amount clearly wasn't meant for just one child. But Lu Weiman had to decline. How can a group of adults take things meant for children? "Little Jia girl, hurry, and take the stuff back. You're still growing. It's good as a snack at home, but don't spoil these kids." "Uncle, how can that be spoiling? Whoever eats it, it's worth it once it's in the stomach. All the village kids call me sister. I can't give them some treats? Besides, Uncle, you saw it too." Simple indicated the bag on her shoulder, a bit helpless. "I still have quite a bit left. That's enough for me to eat for a few days. I'm growing taller now. I can't just eat this stuff as a meal, right?" Honestly, everyone in the house felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Weiman wanted to say something, but Lu Igua stopped him. "Simple, young, educated youth, thank you on behalf of the children." When someone responded, she simply and decisively carried her bag and left. During this time, she had already attracted enough attention. She didn't want to be misunderstood as someone who expected to get something without effort. She came from a rough background and wasn't a saint. Anyway, she was just a kid, and she wanted to see if anyone was really that shameless to scheme against her. Besides, now everyone in the village knew she wasn't afraid of even dangerous people with weapons. That probably scared off most people. Earlier, there was quite a crowd in the village. Many came out to watch. Only a small group followed her to the village office, and others gathered at the main roads and doorways. But after a while, most went back home. Some simply gathered at a neighbor's house to gossip. The cold outside was too much. Her hands froze, and talking made her mouth numb. When Simple came out, the village was very quiet. She took advantage of the moment to walk quickly home. First, she added firewood to the stove and the firewall, then she took everything out of her bag. That porcelain cup made her happy for a long time. To her, it was the most obvious symbol of this era, a representative object. She washed it clean, poured a cup of water, and felt like she had gained a little fortune. As for the certificate, she placed it in the most visible spot. It was her first recognition in this era, a sign of her achievement. She had to keep it safe, it might come in handy someday. Lin Jiaodi was also busy at Lu Sanye's house. The old lady and daughter-in-law hadn't gone out. Lu Guangming was working hard and unaware of the commotion outside. It wasn't until Huzi ran back and learned about what was happening outside from his grandma that he knew. Simple often came to visit, and their relationship was definitely different from others. His grandma wanted to know more. "Grandma, the police have come to our village. They're looking for Sister Xiao Jian."
What?
The three women, busy with their chores, straightened up. The old lady quickly asked, "Did they leave now? Where's Xiao Jian?" Huzi poured a bowl of water and then continued, "They've all gone. Sister Jian went home. She said she saved someone and came to thank her. They said they gave her a lot of things." She showed her grandma what was given to her and her sister. The old lady sighed in relief and pointed at her grandson. "You little rascal, you talk so fast.
Who gave this to you?"
Did you go find Sister Xiao Jian?" Tiger giggles happily as he shows her the 2 paper packages. There are many children in the village, but each child gets only a small share. However, these children have lived in the village since birth and have rarely gone out. They rarely see such food, most of which they have never seen before. Xiao, who only recently saw and tasted these foods after spending more time around here. "It's not that. It's at Uncle Wei Min's place. He said it's for our children to eat. This is glutinous rice strips. I took a small bite, so sweet with sugar too. Mom, what about little Hua? I didn't even want to eat mine. I gave it all to her." The old lady raises her chin. "She's helping us with chores over there. Like you. All you do is run around aimlessly." "Hee Mom, I'll go deliver it to her now." The 7-year-old boy happily runs off. Little sister, come eat the delicious food. I saved some just for you." Lin Jiaodi listens and feels a bit envious. She can't help but think of her own family, both a boy and a girl, but their treatment is completely different. Great-grandma, Tiger treats his sisters so well. The old lady feels very pleased. They're siblings. He only has this one sister. In the future, they will rely on each other. Isn't that right? Is that right? Is it really only boys who can rely on each other? Watching the siblings sit close and happy, little Hua happily eats the snacks saved by her brother. Xiao Hu, standing nearby, looks at her with a big smile, occasionally reaching out to wipe her mouth. Little Hua also feeds her brother now and then. The brother is considerate. Each time, he just nudges or bites lightly, clearly saving most of the food for his sister, wanting her to eat more. This makes her think of the letter they received a few days ago. It was the first letter from home after moving to the countryside. She opened it eagerly, but her first words were confusing. It was written by her brother, and the first sentence was, "Have you forgotten about home? You're out in the countryside, carefree. You can eat enough now, but you've forgotten your family. Don't you think about how we're still hungry at home? How can you be so unkind?" Lin Jiaodi begins to doubt the education she received from her family growing up. With worries in her heart, Lin Jiaodi starts to daydream frequently. Even Sun Xiang notices. How can this young, educated youth be so distracted by cabbage? "Lin Jiaodi, what's wrong with the cabbage? Are there bugs? The leaves will be gone if you keep pulling them." Sun Xiang knows some city-born educated youth who are very delicate. When they see bugs, they scream loudly. She thinks maybe Lin Jiqing didn't want to admit seeing the bugs, so she picked the vegetables herself. Lin Jiaodi looked in the same direction and saw the torn leaves in her hand. Her face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly tidied up.
I'm sorry.
I was lost in thought. Only after she regained her focus did she start to feel sorry. This head of cabbage could feed the 4 of them for a meal. Seeing a small basket nearby, she quickly collected all the leaves into it. "Auntie, this one counts as mine. I plan to cook it tonight, so no need to cut it when I go back." Seeing her in a good mood and joking around, the elderly woman nearby smiled and continued to arrange the cabbage. Just after Huzi finished speaking, the child seemed a bit off. In families that favor boys over girls, which is very common, it's not surprising at all.
She just needed to understand that.
It's not that children like this are bad. It's just that they grow up in such an environment, and some family habits will inevitably influence them. If she doesn't stay strong and open-minded, it's better not to associate too much, to avoid her own children hearing things they shouldn't and learning bad habits. She simply arranged everything nicely, especially the enamel bowl, which she placed properly on the small Kong table, planning to use it later for drinking water or milk powder. Other items were placed on the wall shelf at the corner of the small Kong. These were all safe and not easy to be checked. She had just tasted a cookie from the tin box. It had a rich, milky aroma and sweetness, with a pure grain flavor. This made her look forward to trying the other snacks, planning to finish them all someday. If any family had such relatives or friends, bringing any of these items when visiting would make them look very respectable. The host would treasure them and keep them as precious keepsakes. They would only bring them out for important visitors or big occasions. Adults were fine, but children could only look longingly. If it was small snacks like peach cookies, it might be a bit better. Families who love children might give a little to the kids after guests leave, but they would still put the rest away. Giving children treats was carefully planned, just a little each day to satisfy their cravings. In families that favor boys over girls, the contrast is even more extreme. The favorite children are the ones who are very dear to her, always in her thoughts, with her whole heart and soul invested in them. The children she doesn't like are always hard to look at, and she doesn't even think about feeding them. Some hide food away for their eldest son and grandson, afraid to share even a little. As for those she finds unpleasant, it's best to keep them at a distance. Don't even bother with them. But, you see, she is just a simple person with one mischievous child. She has no elders or young children around, only a few educated youths and villagers, so she has no other social circle. These problems don't exist for her. She can eat whenever she wants and sleep whenever she wants, completely free. She arranges the bottles, cans, and paper packages, then sprinkles some water into the small troughs at her feet. The small green vegetables are already 3 inches tall, swaying with a bright green color. Outside, the cold wind blows fiercely, but inside, the fresh green vegetables bring her joy at first sight. She is new to farming, so she doesn't really love it. She isn't particularly fond of it. Her only feeling towards the plants is that they are her honest source of fresh vegetables in winter. So, to feel more at ease about her food, she not only plants them but also takes good care of them. She tidies up her bed and then quietly checks under it. A few days ago, she pickled some sauerkraut. She bought 2 large jars, one for the sauerkraut and the other filled with water. After the last frost, she stored away most of the frozen bean buns, leaving some in small jars. She still has a few empty small jars. She looks around the farm. There are quite a few cucumbers. What can she make with them? There are many books in the farm, so she finds a cookbook and flips through a few pages. Her eyes light up. Pickled vegetables. Her cooking skills are simple, so she can't guarantee anything complicated. But she has read about making pickled vegetables several times. Besides cucumbers, she only needs soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and sugar. It's a simple process. She washes the cucumbers, cuts them into strips, lets them dry, adds the seasonings, mixes well, and seals the jars. It sounds easy, but each step must be done carefully. Washing the cucumbers alone takes more than 10 minutes. The stove in the kitchen is always burning, so it doesn't cool down. The water on the cucumbers evaporates quickly. For making pickles, the cucumbers don't need to be cut too thin. About the width of a thumb is fine. Or she can cut a whole cucumber in half lengthwise, then divide it into 4 or 8 parts. First, she salts the cucumbers to draw out water. This way, they stay crisp but also gain some toughness. The first bite gives a satisfying crunch. Then pour in the prepared sauce, seal the jar tightly, and place it in a cool, shady corner. Actually, cucumbers are very versatile and easy to use. They can be eaten as soon as they are pickled or sliced and mixed again to make a small side dish. Feeling simple and happy, at noon she decided to just toss some cucumber strips with rice porridge, and she felt content with this simple meal. Well, it's true that eating porridge is better with some pickles. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to make them. But the old lady said that radishes cut into strips, dried slightly in the sun, then pickled, are also very delicious. Maybe she should try that? She decided to give it a try. Those big radishes from the autumn harvest haven't been used at all. She didn't know what to do with them, but as soon as she thought of it, she didn't hesitate. She took out about 10 radishes, washed them, and cut them into strips as the old lady suggested. It's not suitable to leave them outside to dry now, since the temperature is below freezing and they would freeze quickly. But looking at her small house and tiny kitchen, there's no good place to hang them. Outside is too cold, and inside the space is limited. The kitchen has 2 stoves and just enough room to turn around at the back. There's a small cupboard and in the corner, some firewood for cooking, so it's already quite full. Inside the house, there's only the Kong bed, a traditional heated brick bed, and the only free space is the small area near the door. The Kong isn't very big, just right for 1 person, but 2 would be crowded. Near the corner, there are some wooden troughs, and there's really no space left to stand or hang anything. She knows her house very well. There's no more room inside. Stepping outside, she immediately sees 2 strings of red mushrooms hanging from the window. She thinks the red peppers hanging there look nice. Back in the old countryside, that was almost standard. She doesn't grow peppers, but she often saw red mushrooms on the mountain. They look pretty and festive, so she hung 2 strings of them. Now she looks again and thinks, hey, that works too. If mushrooms can be hung, what's wrong with radishes? She stops looking for other ideas and goes inside to find the sewing kit she last used, with thread and needles. The radish strips are much thicker than the mushroom stems, so it's easier to thread them. It's just a matter of picking them up and threading, which is simple and makes her happy. Right now, the radishes are fresh and juicy, full of water. Luckily, she used thick string, or the long strings of radishes wouldn't hold. She's not concerned with making it look pretty. She just wants it to be practical. Long strings of them hang on the nails by the kitchen door, on hooks along the wall inside, above the window frame, and even a string she hung next to the red mushroom girl, 1 red and 1 white, which look quite nice. She just wonders if freezing them will ruin the taste or not. Earlier, Grandma Lu San said that almost everything in the countryside can be pickled. Nothing is wasted. Cucumbers, green beans, eggplants, cilantro, cabbage, and even mushrooms and wild vegetables from the mountain can all be preserved this way. She hasn't tried the simpler methods yet, but when it comes to wild vegetables, she remembers she did try once. Beef, potatoes, grandma's dandelions, perilla leaves, and sweet potato stems. Each tasted just right, a special Korean-style pickle. Thinking of it makes her miss those days. She's sure that what Grandma Lu San described isn't just ordinary pickles. It's probably cooking the dandelions and potatoes until soft, adding salt, maybe a little oil, strong flavors that go well with rice. But at this time of year, these 3 ingredients aren't in season, so she'll have to wait until spring to try making them. This year, the garden produced less, and there's not much to harvest or tidy up. When she has free time, she still goes with Li Yen and others to gather firewood at the foot of the mountain. Since Director Chung visited that time, she's become very quiet, no longer taking initiative, mostly just following the young workers, behaving very normally. Before the snow fell, the village organized another trip up the mountain. She quietly followed the main group, gathering mountain produce and firewood she missed last time, without any showy behavior. Lu Weimin kept looking at her. What's she up to? This isn't her style. Even after coming down the mountain and entering her house, he couldn't figure out what had changed. She naturally wouldn't explain anything to him. Her life had become completely peaceful. Sometimes she would meet a few young workers, but mostly she just visits Grandma Lu San at Old Lady Lu's house. Since it's winter, she stays indoors and others don't say much. Unknowingly, the first heavy snow since last fall has fallen in Lijiang. Now Lu Weimin, the village official, the elders, and the villagers all feel relieved. A good snow means a good harvest. More snow in winter means the crops will have enough water and grow well next year. Most of the village stands in the snow, eyes red, reaching out to catch the snowflakes, which quickly melt into little pools of water in their palms. God still takes care of us farmers. Yeah, finally snowing. I haven't been this happy about snow in years. Exactly. Heaven has opened its eyes. Some people knelt directly towards the sky and bowed their heads, praying aloud, "Oh heavens, please give us some rain. Spare the old farmers' lives." Leo Igwa saw that these words were getting a bit out of control and quickly called out, "That's enough. That's enough. I know you're happy, but be careful what you say. We discussed this at the meeting a few days ago. Have you forgotten?" The villagers hesitated, looked at each other, and said nothing. They were indeed happy about the snow, but who would have thought that now someone was still trying to control their words? This year hasn't been easy for everyone. Our village's water well is almost dry. A few days ago, someone told me the water was muddy. It's frozen now, but as long as there's plenty of snow in winter, next year's crops will be good. Only then can everyone have enough to eat, so there's no need to worry. The snow that just fell is clean. When we go back, we should use large basins and buckets to collect as much as we can. Boil the water. It's better than well water, isn't it? People's wisdom always comes from life experiences, and it's endless. As for whether the snow is clean or not, that's not their concern. They think even this simple method is good enough. Moreover, the environment they are in now is incredibly good, fresh air and clear skies. Compared to the polluted, worldly dirt of future times, this is nothing. This snow, once it starts falling, kept coming for 3 days and nights straight. When the snow stopped, the first thing to do was clear it away. The snow was heavy enough to block the door. It wasn't extremely deep, but it was really hard to get out. Luckily, Qian was strong enough to push the door open. When she stepped forward, the snow reached her calves. She almost had to crawl through the snow to open the door. Now that the snow had stopped and the wind had calmed, the snow was blown everywhere. The roads didn't look very thick, mostly blown by the wind in no particular pattern. Near the haystacks, walls, or windbreaks, a lot of snow had accumulated, some as high as Qian's stomach. Most villagers were used to it, but Qian and a few young workers found it all quite new. The fresh air after the snow was very clean, with a hint of sweetness that filled the nose, making people feel like their bad thoughts and worries could be blown away completely. The adults used homemade wooden shovels, wide wooden boards pushed forward to clear a path. Seeing this, Qian suddenly remembered that her family didn't have such large wooden shovels, but they did have smaller iron shovels, which they had used when planting cabbages and radishes. However, looking at the snow in the yard, which is almost up to her ankles, she lowered her head to see her snow-covered shoes. She could only bitterly accept her fate and turn back the way she came. The shoes were already wet, so there was no need to change them. She grabbed a shovel and started tidying up outside the door. She didn't plan to clear the entire yard, just to make a path. She shoveled the snow on the main path to the sides. When she reached the gate, she looked back. The sides of the small path formed small, rounded mounds, which actually looked quite nice. She jumped in place to shake off the snow from her shoes and upper body. She had been swinging her shovel nonstop earlier. Suddenly stopping, a light breeze made her feel cold, and she couldn't help but shiver. Outside the village road, Lu Weimin led the snow clearing. When he saw her, he smiled. "Little Simple, have you finished sweeping your yard?" Simple rubbed her hands and, as she spoke, her breath turned to white mist. "No, it's not urgent. The front yard is small, and it will be quick to clean. I'll just move the snow to the back garden later." "That works. When it gets warmer, it can melt into your own land." "Yes, now everyone pays attention to keeping things within the family." Speaking of which, Lu's family really puts in effort. After clearing their own door, almost all the men in the village helped clear the roads. It was convenient. They just swept the snow to the side of the road, making a clear path. She was near the village entrance, and since she was the only one there, others generally didn't walk that way. Normally, no one would complain if they didn't help clear the snow, but these people still cleared the road all the way to her door. Little simple, you should go inside now. Don't catch a cold. The snow is really cold now. Yes, snowing is cold, but melting snow is colder. Suddenly, Simple remembered a phrase from later times. Snowing. Time to catch some big geese. Thinking of this, Simple couldn't help but laugh out loud. Should she join in the fun? When it snows, it marks the start of rural hibernation life. Winter doesn't have many chores, but rural folks are never idle. Every housewife plans for food and daily needs. During this time, there aren't many strenuous activities. Plus, the days are getting shorter, and families are eating only 2 meals a day, with porridge becoming quite thin. As for the men, besides clearing snow, they gather firewood. After all, everywhere is covered with heavy snow, and there's not much else they can do. Oh, not exactly. Every year, there's a dam reinforcement project organized by the commune. There is a small river about 2 miles away from the village, but between the village and the river, there is a dam about 200 or 300 meters from the riverbank. This river almost surrounds the nearby 10 miles of villages, and the dam almost connects all these villages in a circle. If the water really rises, the dam is the first line of defense in front, and the mountains behind provide a retreat. This makes the location very good for defense because you can attack or retreat easily. Because of this, people pay a lot of attention to the dam and check it almost every year, usually after the autumn harvest and before the first freeze. This year, because there was very little rain, the dam was just for show, so they decided to do the repairs early. When they came to do it, they had just finished, which was convenient for them. However, with the heavy snow now, it looks like next year they won't be able to avoid repairs. On this day, as people were daydreaming, villagers talking about snow said, "Isn't it early this year? I think it usually snows in about half a month. It's not that early. Think about it. What do we usually do at this time? Harvest the crops and go up the mountain. Oh, right after the harvest, we repair the dam. Usually, we just finish repairing it around now." Yes, this year the mountain was only closed for a few days after the harvest, then people left, and the weather got colder. Plus, weren't we catching someone back then? We didn't go anymore, so we saved time. Exactly. 2 years ago, the dam repair took about half a month, right? Yeah, 16 days. I remember it clearly because it was my mother's birthday that day. Huh, I didn't realize you're such a filial son. Of course I remember. That was the first time I went with them. When we went, I already started to get cold. The soil was so hard to dig, I was exhausted. I couldn't lift my arms at night. My mother kept hot water ready to soak and rub my arms. I didn't sleep much. At first, I didn't understand why, but after everything was done and we came back, I saw her lighting the fire in the stove. Her hands were trembling constantly. People had said before that her arms were sore and painful, and I wondered how serious it was. It was probably just a little soreness, not as tired as during harvest time. Seeing that, I finally understood. It wasn't that work was too tiring, but that my mother was worried I'd be uncomfortable. She rubbed my arms at night. I remember I looked tired every morning then, but after a couple of days, I got better. You little kid, no wonder you stopped hanging out with us after you came back. You've been so focused on helping the family with work. Turns out, you've grown up.
Hey.
My dad passed away early, and it's just me and my mom. After all these years, if I were still so reckless, my mom would worry even more. She's already in her 50s. The people nearby paused their actions and looked on with surprise. They were watching the scene unfold, fully engaged, when suddenly a voice sounded beside them. "Little Jian, have you set your heart on someone? Uncle will help you decide." Jian was so absorbed in watching that the sudden voice almost startled her. She jumped back, clutching her chest in shock, not quite understanding what was said. She exclaimed, "Uncle, scaring people can really scare them to death. Are you trying to scare me so I'll inherit your house?" Lu Weimin looked helpless. What is this mischievous kid talking about? Stop talking nonsense. I just don't want you to feel shy. Jian looked confused, wondering what was happening. Why would I feel shy? Lu Weimin, sometimes very clever, sometimes as clueless as a missing piece, was now making funny faces at her, as if saying, "Don't hide anything from me." I know everything. I'm on your side. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just tell me what's going on. I'll decide for you. Jian looked even more puzzled. Decide what? What's happening? Did I do something wrong? Lu Weimin glanced back at the two people who had spoken earlier. They seemed okay, not lazy. Then he shook his head in disappointment. I told you, when you come to Lijiaten, you're one of us. If anything happens, just tell me. Why do you still see yourself as an outsider? Jian was even more confused, her eyes showing suspicion. Does this uncle have some problem? Am I imagining things? Uncle, I know. After I arrived, I am now one of Lijiaten's people. Under your leadership, we've united to work hard, find ways to survive, and despite the tough natural conditions this year, we've helped each other through the hard times. Lijiaten is now full of hope again. Uncle, this is all thanks to your wise leadership. Lu Weimin was so flustered by the praise that his mouth stretched to his ears, and a shy blush spread across his face. His hands were behind his back, and his posture unconsciously straightened. Ahem. Well, it's not as exaggerated as you say. It's all thanks to everyone working together and putting in effort. It's nothing special. He simply continued the conversation, saying, You're absolutely right. The villagers in Lijiaten are like that. When faced with difficulties, they don't back down or lose hope. They unite and face challenges head-on. If there's a way, they take it. If not, they create one. They don't fear hardship or exhaustion. In the end, they work together and overcome the problems, passing the tests. His enthusiastic tone, combined with a rare serious and earnest expression, made Lu Weimin momentarily feel like he was at a village meeting facing Secretary Lin and didn't know how to respond.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean by that?
The response was the already closed door. Looking at the cleared village road, he shook his head with a smile and returned to the village office. What did you say? Lu Aigua was startled, spilling water from his teacup, without noticing. Lu Weimin still looked worried. Brother Aigua, is your hearing getting worse? I was asking if Xiao Jian, the youth from the city, is interested in the Red Army or the Liberation. I asked her to tell me, and I said I'd make the decision for her, but she was too shy to say. You see, since she came to Lijiaten, I've treated her like my own daughter. Maybe I should ask Ho Hot to find out. Maybe she finds it hard to talk to me, but she might be more comfortable talking to a woman. Lu Aigua found it hard to respond, and a few elders who had just arrived looked confused, exchanging glances. It's not that they thought the children in their village were bad, but Xiao Jian, the delicate city girl, and the young girl who was capable but still a girl, didn't seem to match with the two farmers in their village who hadn't even finished elementary school. They didn't see a future for her with them. In other words, aside from Xiao Jian's good taste, they still doubted Lu Weimin. After all, sometimes, the village chief was unreliable when it came to anything outside farming matters. Seeing Lu Aigua's expression, they guessed this was probably another misunderstanding. Weimin, tell me, how did you figure this out? When did you become so attentive? Or did Xiao Jian herself say something? Although Lu Weimin believed his judgment was correct, he hesitated when facing the group of advisors. He then confidently recounted what he had seen earlier, feeling justified. You all say, if she didn't have feelings for them, why would she look at them like that? She's not some reckless child. And then, Lu Weimin's eyes widened. What do you mean, and then? That's all. A few of Lu Aigua's friends felt their throats tighten, unable to speak clearly. Because she looked at them a few times, you think she must like them? Lu Weimin, are your eyes just for show? Is her reputation so easy to ruin? Why do you sound like those gossiping old women? Dodging a shoe thrown at him, Lu Weimin still felt wrongly accused. Third uncle, I didn't say anything to others. Lu Sanyu was so angry that if he had a beard, it would be standing up. Lu Aigua was also speechless. He wondered what was wrong with his grandson's mind, sometimes good, sometimes not. Weimin, is that really all you think? Lu Weimin looked around with wide eyes. Good. Everyone was glaring at him angrily. It seemed he had angered everyone. But whether they understood or not, he asked, what else should I think? Do you think they had contact before? Lu Igua felt a headache coming on. It was more tiring than watching his grandson. I didn't pay attention. What's so special about the Red Army and the liberation? The children from the countryside, after a few years of elementary school, came back to farm with their families. They looked average, strong enough, but besides being poor farmers, there didn't seem to be anything different from others. This question left Lu Weimin speechless. He had to admit, with his limited knowledge, he could find food in the mountains, wasn't afraid of wild boars, and was strong enough to work. Compared to most men in other families, he was quite capable. He realized that he was doing well on his own. If he tried to find a wife in the village, that would be truly foolish. Lu Weimin couldn't even convince himself anymore. So, why does she look at them? Knowing he was in the wrong, his voice lowered considerably. Humph. Even worse, her eyesight isn't better than us old men. Simple, unaware that she was almost becoming a matchmaker, quickly dealt with the village chief and then slipped back home. The freshly fallen snow was still beautiful, especially since no one had disturbed it yet. She didn't plan to touch the yard for now. Looking at the beautiful scene, she felt happy. She walks into the room, rubs her hands together, and her stomach gurgles in response. Checking the time, she realizes that breakfast has been over for a while according to her usual routine. She doesn't want to cook now. It's so cold outside, and she just wants something warm to eat. She goes around the base and finally brings out a bowl of authentic hot and sour noodles. It's a snack she really likes, almost never gets tired of it. She pairs it with 2 marinated eggs, a few bean buns, and sits on the warm bed. She takes a bite of vegetables, then noodles, then eggs, and bites into a bean bun soaked with soup. She sips the spicy, tangy broth, feeling very satisfied with her simple meal. Although the combination is a bit messy, it tastes so good that she doesn't mind. After eating and drinking, she feels sleepy. They say spring fatigue, autumn drowsiness, summer naps, and winter's sleepy months. Now that winter has officially arrived, she doesn't have time to go out and enjoy winter activities or play in the snow. She prefers the warmth of her bed and the heavy feeling of her eyelids. She pushes the bed table aside without resistance and almost immediately falls into a deep sleep. It's true that in this cold season, being able to enjoy a cozy nap inside a warm house is a real pleasure. When she wakes up again, the sun is high in the sky. Winter sunlight isn't bright or warm. It feels a little lonely. She hasn't added wood to the fire in the morning, and the wood under the fire wall and stove is only warm now. She doesn't want to leave her warm bed. She hesitates for a few minutes between the cooling bed and adding more wood. Finally, she quickly gets out of bed, puts on a thick cotton coat, and adds wood to the fire as fast as she can. She rushes back, throws the coat into the corner of the bed, and snuggles back into the remaining warmth of her bed. The whole movement is smooth and natural, with no discomfort. She pulls her neck and lower body tightly under the covers and sighs comfortably. The bed is so cozy. They say comfort isn't as good as lying upside down. Maybe I'm getting lazy. Am I turning into a pig? Just as she is about to cheer herself up, she notices the bed starting to warm up again. Suddenly, she loses all her motivation. Oh, the bed is so comfortable. I can't do it anymore. No matter what I say, I want to stay in bed and rest. Lazy is lazy, and a pig is a pig. The firewall heats up quickly, and the warmth from the stove spreads. The blanket can't cover her anymore. She rolls around lazily on the small bed, feeling completely relaxed.